How do I say goodbye? Evergreen, he controls me. Was there something wrong with my body?
Match found.
Hello team.
Yo, good morning.
Good morning.
Match found. Match found.
Really got my name from shooting dice and selling niggas weed. 557 223s. We always go through a condo. All the houses paid off. None of my hoes ain't got no car note. Sell 1,000 screen free Rollo. Baby, you should stop it. I know everything's a profit for sure. Pilot waiting on us. Let's go. Still be in a project with cold harder than Cuba. Wreck the Rari, buy a new one tomorrow. I'm too raw. I got foreigns all colors like a pack of Starburst. When they ask me how it happened, I just tell them God work. I'm trying to touch me a billy. Still hustle like I'm on zero. Really didn't say some niggas. That's why they call me the hero. Trapping like this shit legal. I'm trying to uplift my people. I used to serve in the Regal. I turn them into believers.
Yo, Dragos. How's it going?
They ain't no shit, tell them to pop out. Mama, I got rich, look at your drop out. Guns up, it ain't nothing to talk about. Outside of your city looking good. It's a Draco, call it wish a nigga would. It got wood on it. She think that she special, but I'm good on it. Handle business like I'm posted. Everything I say, I stood on it. Outside of your city looking good. It's a Draco, call it wish a nigga would. It got wood on it. She think that she special, but I'm good on it. Handle business like I'm posted. Everything I say, I stood on. My life really a miracle. My bitches said I'm magical. I stood for a little critical. I ran through more than half of them. I put on for that avenue. I had to bust my ass for this. How a bitch you never even met me gon' try to tell my business. How someone I only had 6 months, we gon' try to have a kid by me. Once you cross that line, you dead. Really, that's how it is with me. Brother got rich off the purchase. Sell the 25 a piece. Call a scamming ass bitch. Make $250,000 in a week. I ain't never thirsty. Running to a hoe and don't even speak. Got that blick on me in public. Hope they think it's on me. This shit different. They gotta go do my assistant just to reach. If nobody else gon' show them,
Yo, yo.
outside of your city looking good. It's a Draco, call it wish a nigga would. It got wood on it. She think that she special, but I'm good on it. Handle business like I'm posted. Everything I say, I stood on it. Outside of your city looking good. It's a Draco, call it wish a nigga would. It got wood on it. She think that she special, but I'm good on it. Handle business like I'm posted. Everything I say, I stood on it.
Bring them down.
Enemy spotted. A. Reloading.
Chamber backside.
No.
Planted.
One.
Reloading. Mag deployed.
One enemy remaining.
Probably mid or something.
Time to die. Don't make a fuss. Again.
I think they'll do a rematch.
Yeah.
GG guys.
You're mine right now. Somehow the hunger always lingers.
Yeah, made it out the trenches. This type of life I can't get used to. Number one on YouTube. Private dinner in Malibu. Show you how to work your stick. Ain't nobody gonna handle you. Put you in a phantom cause you my little boo. Ready for whatever, I tie up my boots. Everybody going the same route, so I switched on my route. Niggas ain't what they be talking about, so I switched on my crew. Acting like you love me, knowing this flaw, so I'm gon' fake it too. What else am I supposed to do? Aware of my surroundings, don't fuck with y'all, don't come around me. Baby switched up, how that sound? Like a nigga in this feelings. You can't name something I did, so I'ma die.
Match found.
Ain't never worried about another nigga, so in that case, I'm the biggest. I've been traveling around the world, my pivot still ain't left the business. She got everything I want, ain't no need to blow with these bitches. You can go and have a little fun, ain't gon' trip, baby, I get it. Ain't bullshit in this game, wherever this plane land, I'm the little nigga there. Turn your back on me, I ain't even care. If you need me, I'm still gon' be there. Tell me how the fuck is this shit fair? Switch on who? I went there, fuck them too. I'm prepared, I run shit, keep that clear. Heartbroken, can't drop no tears. Was what it was, is what it is. California breeze, take it out the key. Stop at a little party, end up at the big house. I can't fuck with Shawty, cause she got a big mouth. Pull up in a Rari, hop out like a big dog. Get my shit together, feel like I done took 2 years off. Booking on my schedule, I ain't rich enough to chill out. I watch you turn sour, I still don't know how to feel about it. Jordy unfolded, but I'm still solid. I'm still out here, still don't know how to feel about it. Early in the morning, talking to Marquise about it. Wondering, should I let it go or we beefing about it? Knowing that I go cold on you for weeks about it. It wasn't even that deep, but it's just how it be with me. I can't lie, she be fucking me good, but girl, you fuck me better. I'm not surprised that you stereotyping to be a little guy. But if I can have a second of your time, try to elevate your mind, we can crush them on every level. I'm telling you, I fell in love with generating revenue. I know they gon' try to push us from the top, so I'm careful. I put niggas under my wing like they my nephew. I'ma give you every piece of game I got when I catch you. I'm just trying to let you feel the breeze with me. California breeze, take it out to eat. Stop at a little party, end up at the big house. I can't fuck with Shawty, cause she got a big mouth. Pull up in a Rari, hop out like a big dog. Get my shit together, feel like I done took 2 years off. Booking on my schedule, I ain't rich enough to chill out. I watch you turn sour, I still don't know how to feel about it. Jordy unfolded, but I'm still solid. No, 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 no. I'm supposed to be gone, but she where I'm gon' go. Tryna hold it in, I can't let this shit show. It can't be forced, you don't work, there you go. I'm trying to tell you.
A shame to take Jet's young life. Truly a pity.
Yo.
Hello.
Maybe, yeah, don't do it Sage and Viper and Chamber on the same side.
Suppressing.
B.
Coming.
On site. Jet tower.
Spike planted.
I'm low HP.
One enemy remaining.
We was supposed to keep it on the low, but why you scream? Falling like playoffs, I'm trying to get a ring. Penthouse in Miami, pretty vibes wildin' out like they work for Nick Cannon. Tell that bitch to have a seat, I know that she can't stand it. Tell them boys they fuck them all, ain't got no understanding. Living in my neighborhood is real, free standing. Keeping my composure, I'm on chill, I can't stand it. They say I wouldn't make it past 2 years.
Gamer, can you put your thread to dish?
I'm not mad at you. G-Wagon, Matt Blue, she get my rock.
Knife deployed.
Hey, days.
I heard that pressure burst price, I come so hard. Why y'all on my dick? You know that's your whole job. Ain't worried about nothing. Everybody they on boss, so y'all getting this money. Call it what you want, call it, I'm one of the owners. I could've exposed you, Brody, but I ain't gonna talk.
Spike down A.
I fucked on my set too. Most of that shit kept
I'm behind the box, I'm low HP.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I got your back. Just, you know, from the front.
you think I ain't running this. I need a drop. We did shit that we was never supposed to do. If I ain't put you down, you still wouldn't have a clue. They say you get around, so what to me you knew.
I'll show you scary.
So lately I've been indecisive, it's probably best for you to choose.
Shutting them down.
If you want one,
1A.
been a low stacking hundreds, was my favorite color blue. Started all this shit with nothing, ain't no way that I can lose. If I
Pushing
run
A.
into the option, we gon' eat, bruh, say they fool. $100 million cash.
Send one.
Spike planted. Last
On top.
player standing.
Flash. Knife deployed.
Nice
try.
bonus.
Let's
Yo,
see
Jonathan.
that jet fight without wind.
Yeah. Hey, son.
Suppressing.
Too many A mains.
Grenade out.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
already.
Nice.
I'm forcing on eco.
We got sticks when we outside. I live my life like I'm a goon.
Shutting them down.
Nice smoke. Careful, Leash. I think the Leash smoked A.
He's going to rest.
You will not kill my allies.
Careful, Dish.
Last player standing.
Can Jamie go A? Maybe a Viper go B.
We got this.
A, Psalm.
You mean D?
Running.
Face your fear.
Shutting them down.
Here. And
Could be rotate maybe.
Flashbang.
Blind. Careful up here.
Press it.
Left. 30 seconds
I
left.
think I'm gonna be.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I'm on top. Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Last player
All right.
standing. A.
Yeah, sorry guys.
It's fine.
They have no chamber, so we can try to flank or push up more often.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll keep them quiet.
A.
get out of my way.
Also B.
A fast.
You mean? You mean
I
D
think
man?
when it's
Nice
smoke.
strike, yeah.
I'm died.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We got 2 and they used an out.
3 main.
Ding, ding, ding.
Last player standing.
One CT.
Spike down B.
Watch out for a flash or something. I think he's planting for main.
Spike planted.
Never mind, I'm sorry.
Viper is B, not A, man.
I hate to say it, but
Probably best to play the team. What's the plan?
Chamber, can you buy me an orb and I buy you a vandal, maybe? Thanks, bro.
Not B. Say. You can go. Okay, go.
Oh my god.
Man, he's on B, man.
Omen's B.
Oh my god.
Omen coming in B. They can come B. They can rotate. Careful CT, guys.
We did something we never supposed to do. If I ain't put you down, you still
One enemy remaining.
Let's go
Spike
arcade.
down A.
you knew.
Nice, good top team.
Well played, chat.
Well played. Yeah, I'm still missing a lot of shots, but yeah, I don't know. Thanks. I will play by rotating. Like,
But we're
I won't
standing
play
and
A
flashing
main all
here.
the time. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Where's he flashing? Over there or?
Here and here. Quick flash. I'm stunning here.
Oh shit.
Not fast. Careful, arcade. B main is rotating A.
You can hold arcade.
I'm crossing arcade.
People A.
It's A. A main. 10. 1 10.
You will not kill my allies.
He got
Spike down. Defender
One still A main.
the spike.
Oh. 100 dish. No one sent.
Oh, I thought he would flash. Bro. I thought Reach would flash.
One bullet for it. That should be enough, yes?
Hoe heb jij comments uitstaan?
Ja, dat wist ik toch niet, jongen. Het was fucking 2:30 s'nachts.
Jij hebt geen echte pro-YouTuber, dat zie ik al.
Bro. Fucking moe, ouwe.
Ja?
Maybe drop your weapon to KO.
Weet je wat er gisteren bij mij is gebeurd?
Ja, is fijn. Ja, nee, vertel.
Ik ben fucking overvallen, kill.
Ja?
On B.
Ja, ik ben serieus. Ik zit zo met mijn vrienden op een bankje.
Going on B main.
We zitten daar zo. Als we zaten daar zo en opeens komt er een groepje van 20 boys. Die komen naar me toe. En
Careful, last spawn.
hoe heet het? Ze zeggen tegen ons van hoe gaat het, dit, dat. Allemaal ballenklaven, allemaal van die ski-maskers op, hè.
Spike planted.
Allemaal skimas kopen.
Ja.
I thought someone was holding
Ja,
A
toen ze
main.
zeggen van hoe gaat dit, dat. En daarna opeens zeggen ze zakken legen, dus. En dan trekken ze zo'n mes. En toen moesten we onze zakken legen.
Huh?
Ja. En toen daarna gingen ze gelijk weg.
What the fuck, vriend?
Last player
Ah,
standing.
bro.
Hoe laat is dat gebeurd? Hoe laat?
7:15.
En ben je telefoon alles kwijt nu, of wat?
Nou, ik ben alleen mijn schoenen kwijt, man. Niet mijn telefoon.
Die schoenen!
Ja.
Kel, je hebt gewoon aan een visbak naar huis lopen.
No, politie had mij naar huis gebracht.
Wat dit? Dat is wel een gekke scam. Dat is wel gekke. Maar alles oké?
Ja.
Uit. Groep van 20 man, echt watjes jongen. En een mes bij. Zwak.
B main. Careful, arcade kill. Spike B main.
Oh, sorry. Moet je flash?
Oh,
Your fault.
Reloading.
Flag deployed.
En jij valt op jet? Jet, je moet op.
I don't know.
Spike planted.
What?
Play together. 4 versus 2. Careful close. Close one.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Oh,
standing.
what the fuck?
Amen.
Why is he peeking there?
Where?
Amen.
Man. Oh, that's planted for me. Nice, good job.
He's pretty shit.
Last round before the switch.
Load up. We're not coming back.
Yeah, does someone want to switch swap Vandal skins?
Which one do you have?
I have guys range.
Dus ja. Wat te weet gym gegaan.
Ben je gym gaan al?
Ja, vanochtend. De hele gym
Hoe laat is
afgebroken.
het eigenlijk? Hoe laat is het eigenlijk?
Bijna 1 uur of zoiets.
Get out of my way.
Hey, I think
Deployed.
no steps.
What the fuck? How is he even flashing?
Sage
One
main,
on the
sage main,
side.
sage main.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Awesome.
Good job, team.
Nice. Nice off, nog wel.
Reloading.
Switching sides.
I'll choke their sight.
Dus ja. Dat is wel gek, vriend. Wat zijn je ouders?
Ik dacht van, what the fuck? Maar...
Ja. Maar weet je niet je telefoon en zo
They don't
kwijt?
have chamber.
Nee, ik heb geen telefoon. Mijn telefoon is kapot.
Oh, de?
Ja, dus...
Eigenlijk heb je zelf gewoon gesaved, hè?
Maybe someone.
Nou,
can
eigenlijk wel,
fighters.
bro. Van mijn matties zijn
You want
hun 4
fighters?
telefoons, ook één paar schoenen en hun creditcards en hun vape en hun
Oh,
AirPods.
dat is wel gek, vriend.
Ja, man.
Can I take spike?
Dat is echt kut. Maar 20 man of zo allemaal een bivak op.
Guns up.
Ja, allemaal negers, hè.
Al dikke kankernegers, of niet?
Ah,
ik ben live op
oh.
Twitch, vriend.
Oh,
The
They're
fucking shit.
rotating away from A.
je bent niet live op
Behind
Twitch.
me.
Op YouTube bedoel ik. Maar ja, dat bedoel ik. YouTube gewoon live. Ben jij daar?
Waar?
Nieuwe volger? Ik kan niet zien, kan mijn dingen ervoor. XP, coach.
Op Twitch wel, ja.
Oh, dit? Ik ga nog niet melding binnen.
Oh, I'm so bad. Sorry, guys. My bad.
That's fine, that's fine.
Spikes down.
One.
Oh,
Why do you go? Oh,
find yourself a hold gear there.
Spike retrieved.
no, I whiffed the
Ah,
round,
oh,
guys. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm so bad.
That's fine. Yourself chamber. Okay, yeah. Dat is ook echt zielig maar als je dat doet, vriend. Het is een groepje van 20 man, mes bij, heet al. En dan kinderen overvallen.
We waren
Go
mijn
B.
leeftijd, hoor.
Wat?
I will jump
Wow, my
dash
leeftijd.
into tower
Ja?
and sorry someone.
Ah, het is ook echt al een
De
kaas.
ene guy die mijn schoenen had gepakt was jonger dan mij.
Hoe weet je dat?
Nou, dat hoor ik aan zijn stem.
Alles, geen tandjes te veel, jongen. Oh, wat een kanker is dan weer.
Oh my.
Nice chamber, nice. Okay, get me step up your game a little bit. Dit was 1 kill, vriend. Ik kan er niet tegen.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
Oh mijn god, er zijn 2 gedisconnect.
Okay, is this some kind of duel?
No, I think they do a Q and they're both fucking bitches.
I think they have mates.
Yeah, and they're both fucking bitches. Fucking 1 and 9 kills. Just report it, motherfuckers. Twee van onze teamers zijn like AFK gaan tegelijkertijd. En ons team had 1 kill. Ik zeg, hey bitch, step the game up, weet je al? En hij is bijna lieve vriend. Ja, het zielige mannetjes.
They're pushing. Okay, I think.
Zeker zielig, ja. In this world.
Heb jij Cyberpunk Edge Runners gezien op Netflix?
Nee.
Dat is fucking goed, je moet je echt kijken.
Dus anime.
Ja, soort van. Maar ja, hij is echt fucking goed.
Ai.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Arcade pushing there.
One's 100. GG guys.
Carrier kill.
Man, it's the third game in a row that I'm like team MVPing and losing cause I have like some Turkish. I have some Turkish teammates, so I just tilted. Don't call and I don't know.
Yo, the fucking team got the 1 kill, man.
Like,
fucking bitch, yeah. Fucking shit, man. And then when we say something and play better, and it just leaves, you know, like a fucking bitch.
they're just, I don't know.
Just FF.
Ten seconds left.
2 gaan fucking AFK.
Oh, by the way, report.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I
Maar
report.
dat is fucking
Ook
bullshit.
dat ze allebei in hetzelfde huis zijn en de wifi uitgingen.
Nee,
Last
vriend.
player standing.
Dikke bullshit. Ik zit hier met like 1 kill, vriend. Ik zet tegen hem, step je game up, bitch. En hij gaat bijna leave tegelijkertijd. Fucking duo Q of zo. Ja, FF.
I'll kill you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, have a nice day by the way.
Have a nice day, guys.
Have a nice
Good luck the next
I
game.
hope you get good teammates.
Yeah, same.
That was only key.
Defenders win.
Exterminated.
Fucking hell, hey. 2 AFK. Nee, is echt goed, die serie, die anime. Ja. Je heeft eigenlijk ook 1 kill, die gozer, vriend. Ik zou niet tegen.
Oh jezus, die rankt bijna een SN2 houden.
Ik weet, maar mijn kankerteam, dit is 13-0 verloren.
Nee, maar wacht, hoe?
Je fucking team is buigen. Deze voor de 1 kill, je team is zuigen. Deze is al gewonnen. Deze hier. Oké, misschien moet ik wat je zegt.
20 on.
Met het spelen.
Ja.
Oké. Ik ben even water pakken.
I keep trying to tell them I'm different from what they used to. We can't go to war, fuck this money up is what I tell the bro them. Everybody wanna be killers now, ain't gon' even go there. I know real steppers with body count, don't nobody know them. I went 4 M's off a biker, I didn't even buy none. Invest a little something in the moon pay just to try something. Mama get her hair done when she wants, she got her own salon. Trying to find a nanny that Jason likes so I can keep it
Match
real.
found.
Plenty times I fucked it up and got it right the same night. You ever heard a little joke can change your life? I'm talking showing dice, I know they went over their head. And without me, more than half of these rappers don't have no legs. What I mean is, I'm really the reason niggas think they big as me, damn. They couldn't see the old me, I didn't revamp.
Nice.
Check on verified.
Mid. Sky.
God knows in any circumstance that I'ma find a way. You supposed to have 57 Lambo, she ain't had time to wait. I'm talking about Patty. This bitch just turned my savage up. Yeah. I pay for the big load. Switching on my pivot, I've been trying to knock a rich hoe. We did some shit you can't forget, then you might
26 on Killjoy.
I made my first money in the trenches and I still got it. Every now and then I go.
Hoeveel views heb je op die video nu?
Ja, 4. Ik weet niet hoe, maar...
Moet je zo weinig hebt of zoveel?
Ja, hoe ik zo weinig heb.
Ja, dan komt je elke keer gewoon fuck hard moet krijgen. Als je naar mijn eerste views gaat of zo, werd gewoon elke keer 1 of 5 views of zo, weet je al. Snap je? Ik moet gewoon weer heel consistent blijven en fucking uploaden shit.
Zeker.
Maar jij denkt die één video upload meteen 300 weergaven krijgt of zo?
Ja, maar dat verwacht je wel.
Natuurlijk niet. Niet als eerste video. Heb je überhaupt een thumbnail of niet?
Match found.
Huh?
Heb je überhaupt een thumbnail?
Ja, natuurlijk. Nee, dat kon ik niet doen. Ik moest eerst mijn telefoon nummer verifiëren of zo.
Ik heb dat niet eens.
Hello guys.
Hello man.
Hello, can I play Jets?
Yeah, if you want, I played Jet last game. I sucked.
Ja, bro. Alien Sky Mid.
Ik ga misschien weer chain kopen, weet je al? Gewoon een necklace en ketting shit. Maar ik weet niet, zal ik goud halen of zal ik zilver halen?
Zilver. Goud ziet er een beetje neger uit.
Ja, klopt.
Een flashing. That's good. Good shit, Jamer. Let's fight.
Can someone have ghost king, guys?
I don't.
Compleet. Oh, dat was een goeie. Als je nu SN2 wordt, kunnen we queue, hè?
What the fuck, vriend? Hoeveel PR heb je nog nodig om te rank-uppen?
Ja, ik weet niet, ouwe. Ik heb dan win ik er 2 en dan verlies ik er 1. En dan win ik er 2 en dan verlies ik er 1.
Je krijgt nog PR erbij. Ik zie het
nee, wat ik kreeg...
Let's go, guys. We got this.
Als je er 2 wint en 1 verliest.
Oh nee. Oh, he's on Leon.
2 mid.
I got one.
Nice, I can flank.
Okay.
No trap.
I come to mid.
I got them all if you wait.
Okay.
Let him get it.
50
Bro, let
Viper.
them.
Wait. Let me kill him!
Okay, man.
One enemy remaining.
Backside.
Both. Together.
Wait.
I will bait.
Nice.
Good. Wait,
I was one way, my bad.
Push it.
Let's go. I got things to do.
Chamber, can you bait for me? Shoot and TP out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Shutting them down.
Nice shot.
Wait, I whiffed, guys. No, was low.
Don't pick,
Nice.
guys.
Shit. Never was low, guys. I think.
One more. Fuck, why did I look away?
That's a bulldog.
Yeah.
I could have killed him. I looked away.
Team Championship young anyway.
He's B.
Be with me. Running. Like he's already
Both.
outside.
Yeah, Buffy. You got this.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike
I'm waiting.
down B.
Yeah,
Don't pick,
Sheriff.
don't pick.
It's okay. Have Sheriff, man.
I mean,
Wait, still have.
Flash.
my bad.
30 seconds left.
Chill. Don't do
Oh,
this.
time. It's okay. Chill. Yeah.
Easy losable, just focus.
Suppressing.
Focus.
Close.
Flashbang.
10 seconds left.
KO deep.
Nice.
Huh, 50.
KO deep.
Get him. Nice.
Easy.
Chop.
Oh shit, my bad.
I think one echo.
Did you say eco?
Uh,
I think half by here, yeah.
okay.
I just buy my pistol and armor.
2 minutes.
Maybe we can do the same, bait for me and I'll try to get from here like 2 picks.
Yeah, he got money, but yes, never mind.
Yeah, I
He
hit
got-
him
yeah.
100.
Maybe it's okay, bye. Thank you. All in,
I
guys.
heard a
I
spray
did
in their
Chamber
spawn.
was B.
Blocking sight.
I think it's bait, but
No.
I heard a... Okay, this one. I'm gonna wait for rotation maybe.
Nice, Chamber for this, guys.
Okay, tell me if
Maybe
they're
good heal.
planting.
Yeah, maybe.
Spike planted.
I 2 backside, 1 box. Chamber TP though. Away.
KO is low.
Wait a minute.
Ah, fuck,
Oh.
still there.
I sold. He's gonna flash.
Yeah.
Oh!
Just
A line up.
back, yeah.
No. He's box.
Player standing.
For real?
Oh,
Wait,
nice try.
Nice
wait,
one,
wait.
nice
The
one.
wall breaks
Amazing
as soon as
bonus.
I jump on it.
Because of your fat ass, yeah.
Fuck.
It's nice
I bet.
bonus.
Yeah,
That was a
better.
very good bonus, yeah.
Yeah. Nice shot, Reina.
Reina, what vendor do you have?
Forsake. Coitinho.
Oh!
You fuck.
Yeah, my on diamond. Well,
I don't play this game, guys. I'm an Overwatch player now.
Dang.
It's a fun game.
Someone can raid.
60.
nothing B.
I'm pushing A, I think. No, wait.
Hey.
1B.
Steps.
One close.
Ah.
Pushing A, guys. He's pushing A.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Sage 2 HP.
They bullshit.
It could be mid. No. I can ult.
There.
Here, fuck.
There.
Here, close. Molly, enemy.
I don't have.
Planted.
Ah,
Flash.
whoa.
Kill. Flash.
One enemy.
Nice, guys.
Easy, easy. Someone take
Bro,
it.
I jump on Viper and I'm floating and I'm like, what the fuck?
What did new skin set?
Okay.
Bullshit. I was like standing on Viper in this corner and floating and I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Need a drop.
Okay, someone buy.
Need equipment.
I can give you this one. Wait, sell.
Hopefully they can't be now. We win, easy.
I can pay.
I have ult on you.
Someone can buy. Thank you, man. I love you.
I dropped one gun though.
Shutting them down.
V. A lot.
Scared
Yeah.
of me.
Suppressed.
Ah, fuck. They know I'm here.
Oh shit.
Launching smoke.
I literally troll.
What's like that?
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Nice.
Oh, I had like fucking
Equal.
4 kills. Ready to get 4 kills and I miss
They're
everything.
supposed to be fighting back, right?
I can play.
Can I? Yeah, can I play as well?
Can I play?
Sure. Hold
No,
on.
no, no, no. No, no, no. Joke.
Brim.
I will try to go here, Jamie.
Thank you, man.
I'll try to go there.
Okay.
Suppressing.
What's this?
This guy. Belt, on top of the wall. They boosted.
Yeah, 100%.
Zoid.
Nice. Is it left?
Oh, what the fuck?
Wait, what's he doing?
Wait.
Player
60 chamber.
Why am I
Okay.
stupid?
Can I
man?
pull
Why?
up? It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Rafters.
I'm trolling. Last 10 games I troll. Well, I don't know why, man.
You got this, man. This game, you weren't going to win. And you troll.
I mean, I still win games, but I'm fucking garbage. I don't know.
Reloading.
Welcome to my life.
Do you win it as well?
No. I went from like immortal to fucking almost a Senate 2
Same
now.
Beras.
Damn.
Unit deployed.
Mid.
B and mid. What is the?
Fuck this game.
You are
Let's be.
powerless.
Wait.
Can't use that.
Nice.
Spike planted.
Winnable.
Flashbang.
Nice.
Nice. Main lineups.
One enemy remaining.
Jet
Can
is
defuse.
giving an attack.
Oh,
Nice,
Brimstone.
nice.
Wow.
Bro, okay, they're pushing mid and this guy's holding here.
I detonate. You don't.
Nice.
Ma debili.
Slept here.
That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
KO.
Yeah. Hell no.
Thank you.
Brim.
Reloading.
Good one.
Keep up.
I'm gonna pick heaven. I was on first.
Honestly, default Vandal is better than I am.
Chamber have up.
Enemies A.
I have the shot.
Enemy spotted A.
My ass! Both, fucking both.
You can ult if you
Let me
want.
get skin.
Let's go back, I think. Wait, guys, I'm on the HP by the way. Can someone go B?
He may be
He's
all
mid. Just hold mid, yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, last was info.
Last was there as well.
I'm low.
Me too. Okay, last was guess. He has spike, right?
Pump in swing.
He says.
Let's go. Double pump in swing.
I go B.
Can you buy okay?
I'm gonna push you because bored.
Shutting them down.
Hyper
That's
smoke
my
mid.
water.
Hyper 18 tube. I'm gonna kill myself.
Out of no, 2 more mid.
Pushing cube. Push cube.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Minimal.
Oh. Okay.
Last player standing.
I'm done with this game. I'm going back to Valorant.
I'm gonna stop gaming in general.
Start hitting the gym, you know.
Planted.
Nah.
No.
Unwinnable.
Yeah, let's try.
Reaper
Nice.
for throwing.
My bad.
No.
And the cannon key.
I'm gonna play Phantom.
If I was Widowmaker there, I kill too.
Or there. If I was fucking monkey, I will ult it there, easy shit her ass.
If I had hands and arms,
If I had a bitch, I would be happy, you know. But no.
Yeah,
I would. I wouldn't.
Ah. Sounds more like your problem, you know.
I'm on A.
Nah. This is their problem. Okay, I'm.
You will not kill my ally.
Spike down A.
Widowmaker.
Or there, Widowmaker.
Oh, mama.
The timing!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Fuck!
It's just my bad.
The best thing is that he hit him while falling mid-air 2 times.
Yeah.
And then threw a wall 1 time.
Čovjek odradio jedan ultra srpski potez.
Guys, I'm live on YouTube. You want to follow?
Follow on YouTube. You're very good at that.
This is my YouTube name. We're live right now.
If you mean subscribe, yes.
Yeah, subscribe. That's what I mean. That's my YouTube name in the chat.
This is gonna be fun.
I think we can play take for A.
Yeah.
A, in A.
They came B 1 round with.
I can play backside.
Maybe mid.
Bro, what's... He told me to do smoke. Let's go.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Wow.
I eat a dick.
This game's...
Aan het wiel.
Guys, wait, stack.
Wat zei je?
Round in the half.
I'm playing sniper
spelen,
on
man.
TV.
Hm?
We gaan spelen.
Ah.
That's right.
Ja, dat is ook niet heel lekker of wel?
Nee.
Did you guys already subscribe?
No, after the game maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe. No, maybe. Yes, you mean.
Okay. If they come out now, if I miss my shot.
Can you buy?
Thanks.
B.
You.
These guys
B
are
when I'm
fucking
alone,
cheaters, man.
like
Fucking cheaters.
I'll just let them have it, I think.
Fuck this shit.
Spike down B.
I'm holding main.
Did I flash you?
I think.
Or then?
What?
Jesus.
My word.
Switching sides.
Oh, what the fuck was last round? I picked it up for nothing.
Yeah.
No,
Nah, I don't know, Vivian Brimstone is a fucking cheater, man.
Yeah, was he, okay.
Thank you for the follow.
Brimstone is running ADS with a fucking Guardian flicking like 180 and just hitting his head like, go next.
Bro.
That's how I die. I get killed by those plays.
Rena, did you subscribe?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Huh?
I will jump
There
there.
will be 10 emeralds.
Yeah, do you have flash?
Oh yeah.
Mow.
Kevin was close. 2 on A.
I'm literally my Seaberg. There's 3 more here.
Don't pick heaven, don't pick heaven. He's
I'm 1
pushing, guys, he's
HP.
pushing after.
You said don't peek it.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Nice try.
Bullshit.
Attack when they're suppressed. I cut their options, they make mistakes.
I subscribe.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
But now we have to win.
We're going to win easy. We're going running mid down. Run that shit down there.
Okay, good try.
Enemy spotted me.
One.
Pick it, pussy, pick it, pussy, pick. Oh, what the?
Let's close, guys. Rich.
Enemy spotted mid.
Nice. Minimum gone.
We can play this play again.
Flash it. 2 on top, 2 on top. Go away, just go away. Try to go away.
Go away.
Sorry.
Go away.
Oh, 80.
Last player standing.
Viper low.
Spike down A.
Oh, fuck
Oh
this.
man, I'm fucking
Very close,
so-
very close, very close.
Nice, eco.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
What's the plan?
Okay, what to do, guys? I don't know.
Okay, okay. I'll listen, yeah? Listen carefully. We're going to
Wait
win.
for knife and go B.
Yeah, or we just win. We also can play default though.
I'm pretty sure we are overthinking it. I think it's B to A to B. For sure. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, okay, nice. Ah, fuck, man.
Nice shot.
You have heal.
Yes, can we go, eh?
I think we should go B, because I heard two.
You can go B, go B.
Oh, I think he's gonna come mid for the gun. Yeah, jumping mid. Here.
Dude, what is this? I'm Blaze, only 1 HP.
Clear.
Close to care. He took the gun.
Go be me, I'm 1 HP. Do you have smoke?
He has 3. Watch out, he's gonna run you. Yeah.
5 minutes.
5 mid.
Mid.
Mid, like orange.
120 again, 120.
Are you ready, Brimstone?
Nice. We say mid, they both look fucking B, man.
This guy is laughing crazy.
They say more money, more problems. Bring on the problems. Bring on the problems.
Oh, by the way, nothing.
Hey, I have a fake ass, I know. Can say it.
No, you're streaming. It's racist. I'm just kidding.
Huh?
What? Hello?
I like it that way.
Safety's off.
Cancelled.
Don't play, wait.
Neon close.
How close is he? Maybe. Ah, very close.
I'm looking at the fucking map.
Yo, chill!
I need a reset.
Last player standing.
Let's play A.
They're playing fast rotation, just fake chamber, go on the lurk on B. Watch for the push garage.
Fake A.
Yeah, we fake it. Easily, just knife it. Smoke one. Yeah, halfway. I can't buy. Yeah. No, you just stay here.
Okay.
Watch for push, and we fake it. Brimstone, go halfway and smokes A.
Enemy suppressed.
Make steps. Can you flash? Fake it.
Flashbang.
Yeah. Okay, let's stay.
Okay, guys, go B.
Yep.
Reloading.
Yeah,
One shot on the chamber. Nice. Let's go.
I'd go.
He's pushing.
Kill mid.
Yes.
Here.
Wait, I have Marshall, it's okay, don't pick.
Reload.
Plants, I have the.
I don't get plan, man.
Yeah, we don't have the plant.
Wanneer om HP?
Wow.
Other.
100 Viper, 50 Sage.
Last player standing. 30
Does
seconds
that
left.
work?
Viper is 50 HP and Sage is like 100.
Go B.
There's 2B.
This fucking gun, man. 100.
Yeah, the gun.
Yeah, what the fuck? It's a frenzy, man.
They're so meaningless.
Just my bad, actually.
I can buy for you. My tree.
Also, guys, we need to push, I think.
I can buy.
Let's try to push it.
You wanna push A or B or mid?
Yeah, hey.
To B.
I think. Maybe wait, go back, wait for the knife. Brimstone.
Prepare for live engagement.
Wait for the knife and
Thrown on B, mostly.
next one. Okay, go. I'm coming. Somebody should have stayed on loot. We know KO is not here. There's maybe only 3 here. Nice.
Oh, bad flash.
Bro.
One is city, one is out after. Copy.
What?
Thank you, I love you, man.
Under was
Kitty!
Player standing.
70.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Bro, you have Tourette syndrome. What is going?
Actually, you fucking do.
Bro, you're shaking like a fucking vibrator, man. Like what the fuck, man? How the fuck am I? I hate this game, man.
That's some pro skill, I see.
Bro, every time I watch that, he's fucking shaking. Bro, what sensitivity you play on?
No, bro is scared like he's playing a major, man. He needs to win this.
Major, let's go.
Let's go, we got this.
Holy shit.
You want to play? Let's
Oh, I don't pick this.
Good pick,
Nice.
good pick,
Let's go.
Hurt here.
Flash through the smoke.
City. Don't die, solo. Copy.
Both punch was nice.
So jump guy.
Fucking go.
remember to talk to each other out there. Communicate wins. Need a drop.
Where are you from, guys?
Netherlands, you?
Serbia.
Oh, Serbia here.
Čekaj, iz Srbije ili iz Bosne?
Serbia.
Oj.
Brate, sutra idem za BG.
If the Viper ults on A weer rotated, yeah?
Oh yeah. I will jump here.
Mora pare za BG.
Ah fuck. You maybe rotate now.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
idea.
I think so.
Watch it mid.
Watch out mid. Fight together mid. Swing him.
I break my legs.
For sure mid.
And KO was
No.
okay.
Okay, now we go back B. Now we go back A.
Maybe. One is mid. Kill him.
Go.
Don't die.
But my
One more.
70.
Spike down mid. Last
Why?
player standing.
Why is he crouch peeking?
They say more money, more problems. Let's ruin their day.
Je screenshare doen, zodat ik het beter kan zien. Op jouw YouTube is het blijkbaar delay.
I think we need to push B, guys.
Dan ga ik echt fuck aan het leggen als ik stream en schietje aan heb.
This is predictable now. Very.
Dan heb ik
Kijk, nu
fucking
pas
erg.
ben je doodgegaan.
Come with me, man.
Nu pas heb je die ronde verloren, het is kankerslow.
No, you can stay B with top. I'll get mid.
Maar anders heb ik
somebody
fucking
else.
erg, anders heb ik nog erger lag als ik stream en screenshot doe.
I'm gonna flash up.
Flashbang.
Ah, wat?
One more close.
Bring on the problems. Bring on the motherfucking problems. Hey. Braid it up in my Enemy so hit them, then I get amnesia. Life ain't getting any easier.
Last
He's
player
there,
standing.
She don't love me either. It's just hard to find a love that she keep on getting deeper.
I ovo sad kao neki chamber diff.
No more doubts. We're ready.
Maybe just go fast, eh? I'm gonna run.
Yeah, we need to push A, guys. I come back.
Fight for KO. KO request.
No, fine.
Oh,
I'll request. Yeah.
we need to push fast A. Okay,
I'm gonna run and gun.
Met de ult.
Ja, ja.
Nice.
I don't get ult yet.
Heaven, kill him.
Nice. Plant.
Let's not overswing. They can smoke the trap, I'm gonna go behind.
Dus...
Don't push here. Don't push
Two
here.
Shit, don't push, don't push this.
Don't push, no need.
No.
No! Window in city.
No need. This is
I saw
losable.
No, man is no, man is.
Last player standing.
You guys are trolling. Very troll. This was so fucking retarded.
Come on.
Match point.
There was zero need for that.
Okay.
We're gonna lose. Let's split it.
Nou, eindstand. Ik weet wie mij heeft geraced.
I
Ja,
don't know.
gisteren.
En nu, ja, en
Ja,
nu
just
heeft
go
hij
next.
duidelijk een hele Marokkaanse familie op zijn kankerdeur.
Ja. Heb je daar binnen gekregen of wat?
Hè?
Oh, daar ben je even te horen gekregen of wat?
Een vriend van een vriend. Dus ja.
Mid picking city.
Spike down B.
Ga je, man is ja.
Hey, als je deze verliest kunnen we spelen.
Weet je, mijn punt.
Oh nee, kanker. Jouw kankermoeder, waarom?
Vriend!
Jezus.
Hoezo gaat hij daar niet dood aan?
Defenders win.
Fucking, ik zat ook op 1 meter afstand, vriend. En hij kan 4 bodyshots eerder raken dan ik. Cap. Dat is echt bullshit, vriend. Ik heb een judge op 1 meter afstand. Hij kan 4 bodyshots van fucking Vandal eerder raken dan ik 1 schot kan releasen. Ja, misschien heb ik kanker. Ik heb echt zoveel kanker slecht, vriend. Waarom moet ik nog naar Diamond 3 te gaan, vriend? Ben je zo shit? Oh my god, 0 PR.
Ja.
Hoe zit ik? Ook 0 PR.
Naar dat, ouwe.
Wat? Maar beter ben ik dit even.
Call a sex symbol to eat my kids up. They say more money, more problems. Bring on the problems. Bring on the problems. Bring on the motherfucking problems.
Wel, ik heb 104 abonnees.
Bring on the problems. Bring on the problems. Bring on the motherfucking. Only sign in the game, we the new Lucian Grange, bring on the rings. A MJ thing, I'm talking the Brady thing, I'm off of the juice, never could say go the mix. Rocking the braids out of twist, for Puffy can comb, not acting like Christians in here, but Christian Dior and they homes, the bigger we get. Gotta thank God for this. I got a lot that I give, I be handing, I guess like the Christmas on 25th, out in the 20s, inside of the 20-inch setup, would buy the jet before I could afford the shit. Now I got the jet building the landing strip, in the back of the crib, I record the hits, in the front of the crib, they valet the whips. Breaking the records, more money, more problems that come with the status. Running through customs when you run at Alice. I got accustomed to custom the fastest. I'm talking about fabrics, I'm talking about mattress. I never sleep, though I sleep with a baddie. I'm moving deep cause that's just how it's happening. If you come out, just be ready for action. Just needed some time, was set on my time.
Match found.
Didn't leave me solo right here all alone. You held it down for me right on my own. Yeah, nigga, get it, just try to get home. I got a Rolodex all in my phone and it's still. I've been out late night, crib tryna slide on bitches. Posted outside with my niggas ain't switching. Mine on mission, mine on pussy and billions, mine on pussy and billions. You know I got a sex over there. Wherever they run, I will find them. They say more money,
Inshallah. XP in de chat. Hoorde?
Ja.
Is dat een nieuw account dat je hebt aangemaakt voor YouTube of niet? Is dat een nieuw account dat je hebt aangemaakt voor YouTube of niet?
Ja.
Heb je al geabonneerd op mijn kanaal op al?
Ja, lang.
Ik ga hard, vriend. Ik heb nu al 104 abonnees. Hoe heet het programma wat Tens gebruikt? Dat, waardoor jij geband was?
Valorant Tracker.
Nee, dat andere programma. Voor je aim of zo.
Roxel.
Ja.
Je zijn geband.
Nee, maar ik kan daar een video van maken. Man, ik had zo opgezocht, ik zat zo gisteren een beetje te kijken wat andere mensen doen en zo. En ik kwam een paar andere YouTubers die ook zo'n video daarover gemaakt hebben of zo. Bijvoorbeeld die video had dan 6K weergave of zo, over die RAW X6. En een normale video had wel 200 weergave, snap je?
Ja.
Dus ik ga gewoon dit kopiëren. Yo guys, dus houd install en delete. Maar hij heeft één gozer heeft helemaal Marokkaanse familie op zijn dak zitten of echt gewoon hoeveel gozers waren het? Yo. Maar wat doet dat programma dan? Waar RAW
XL. Dat is hoe slomer je muis beweegt, hoe slomer je muis gaat en hoe sneller. Ik gebruik dit ook, maar ik durf het niet meer te gebruiken toen ik Valorant had. Snap je?
Ja.
Yo, ik ga zo meteen weer D-rank houden. Ja, ik zit nu op mijn D-rank game.
Spike planted.
Zo, wat een goede dart, man.
Ik weet.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
Oh, die shit loopt echt achter, ouwe.
Doe eens een keer refreshen.
Heb ik nog
Ja, als het ook
nu pas begin je bij die nieuwe, nu pas ben je in die buy phase.
Als het goed is zitten, zou er geen delay. Die R heb ik. Als het goed is, zou er geen delay op moeten zitten. Hond op er. Geen hond.
Hier, nu schiet je die dart. Nu.
Dat is echt echt.
Ja.
Irena low, Neon low. Nu kan Irena heel krijgen.
Sorry, bro.
Last player standing.
Ik heb gewoon van Irena van 100 hit, kom op hé. Maar naar Zico.
Jullie verloren.
Ik zou nog niet spoilen voor jou, maar...
Bijna, hoe dan?
Ik niet weet.
Revealing area.
Oh my god.
One in garage, what the fuck.
Spike down.
Hoe lang duurt dit? Dit deed het een loading screen van dat het potje moet beginnen.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
I'm sorry it has come to this.
Ja, dan kan misschien wel iemand gedisconnected of zo. En dan moet hij weer reconnecten tot dat potje pas kan starten.
Nee, het is nu... Ja, één van hen heeft geen ping. Yo.
Als je deze game verliest,
bro,
dan kan je met je spelen.
Bro, I need to win this.
Ja, als je dat potje verliest, kan ik niet met je spelen, hè?
Ja, I do.
Scanning ahead.
Step C yellow.
Kijk, kijk, kijk.
Deploying drone.
Hey. Kijk, kijk,
They might rotate now. Careful. Cypher always left. Yeah.
Ah, I hit him for 40.
Spike planted.
Geen aan mid.
Nice. Ah, lucky, lucky. Nice try. Anti. Goofy. Ja.
Deze game is ook al verloren, jongen.
Hoor je mij nog steeds goed?
Nee.
Jawel.
Jawel. Mijn game is denk ik al verloren, jongen.
Don't worry, there are other ways.
Ah ja, man.
Ik weet niet, mijn teammates zeggen weer ballen, vriend. Maar echt grote, echt gewoon juicy ones. Ah, ik ben deze line vergeten. Dat is toch daar of zo?
Maybe. Ja. Kidding.
Revealing area.
Nice, good job. Planting.
Enemy down. Shot down.
Help.
Oh no, behind me.
Spike planted.
Nice, let's go.
Last player standing.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
Yep.
Kick them out. Scanning ahead.
Yo, zeker. Ga. Yo.
Kanker game.
Heb je hem nu? Ah, is goed.
Spike planted.
Wel meer.
Last player standing.
bullet for enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Het was echt wat die leuk ook.
Revealing area.
Face your fear!
Spike planted.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Prepare for hellfire!
Jezus, ouwe. Ik speel zo ontiegelijk slecht.
Defuse, Roman, defuse.
Omdat ik ben.
Ik speel gewoon echt heel hard.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Maar ga je die game verliezen of niet?
Waarschijnlijk wel. Nice.
Revealing area.
Oh, he's low, I hit him 80, shade 50, and brim 50.
Take flight.
One could be in garage.
They're rotating back.
One garage. They will rotate.
Where's the city?
Careful side, Roman. There's C.
Scanning ahead. Found them. Silence.
Die is nu al 5-0, ouwe.
Spike planted.
Fate for 80, Fate 80, Fate 80.
Reloaded it.
One enemy remaining.
80. Nice. Can I have?
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
I've still got this, guys. Easy, easy.
You failed. Now flee.
Oh man, why you didn't blind the side, bro?
Huh?
I was talking to Omen.
Plant side?
Yeah, he didn't use his flash on the side.
Scanning ahead.
Ja, tuurlijk, ouwe. Bok op.
And C long.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, C.
Shock dart. Eyes up. Revealing area.
One in garage.
Deploying drone.
Arcade. Is arcade. Nice.
Rena fade mid. B on B. Both in back side. No. So wait for a chamber flank.
Face your fear! One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Nice.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Let me drop Phoenix.
Scanning ahead.
Nice.
Spike down A.
Deploying drone.
My ultimate's not ready.
Rotating. CC.
Spike down C.
Not ready yet. Revealing area.
I know exactly where you are.
Side
City.
from B.
Phoenix Reyna City.
One enemy remaining.
Last City.
Nice.
Last round before the switch.
They are so dead.
Ja, dat doen. Kom op man, ik speel lijp slecht. No, ik weet het.
Revealing area.
Yep.
Careful garage.
Shot done.
Oh no, one take zipline.
70 fade. I mean neon. 2 more garage.
I shot him 124.
Spike down
Oh,
neon garage.
Don't
One
push.
enemy remaining.
Dit is nog erger, bro.
Thirty seconds left. Switching sides.
These guns we use are okay, but
Send me the location.
Nice off.
This year about vacation, flight catching, train taking. Soon as my nigga rock probation. Your boyfriend's on a waiting time, looking for one wish and a Ray J thing. I prayed that girl, outrageous thing, but she can't see cause I got shades and thing. Bad girls wanna throw shade and thing, no shade, the shade is your foundation. Darkest grey, the shade I'm in. 49 more.
Hij is echt gewoon nog. Wat een grinder. Altijd op de grind, hè. Altijd op de grind. Kijk, jij snapt misschien wat hard werken is, maar hè. Hard werken doe ik elke dag. Ja, op zaterdag doen we niet, maar hè. Uitzonderingen.
Bien, bien.
Enemy removed. Enemy spotted. Here.
It's my rotator, both there, I think.
Rotate, yeah.
Ja.
Ik speel echt ontiegelijk slecht, hè. Ik ga hem 1 om 9.
Neon could have rotate fast.
Ja, het zit er.
One enemy remaining.
Last long, wait a lot.
Just wait up, arrow.
Hoor je ons uit? Ik kan Steam dan ook.
Behind. Oh, dit? Outplayed.
Nice.
Even klippen en naar teun sturen. Oh, zaterdag werk ik ook hard bedoel hè. Nog harder. Zaterdag werk ik het allerhardst bedoel ik.
revealing area. Found them.
Met drone.
Deploying drone. Shock dart.
Careful behind. There's a trap, but I don't know. They both city, both city.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Timmy, stay there.
Can I get the shot?
Yes, baby.
Attack.
Felix, can you drop one of my ghosts? Oh, you.
I also have a classic if someone wants it, you know.
Hit him A.
Let's go A again.
Yeah.
I will try to lurk.
Revealing area.
Close.
There they are.
Oh, let me down.
Wait. What the fuck? 2 mid.
Event.
Could be behind, careful. Close the short, I guess.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
This fucking nice fucking try, This fucking guy's playing with Judge. I was fucking nice eco.
They don't have Sage.
Yeah, but the fucking side was fucking nerf him.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay.
Tower man.
They are picking me.
Should we play default this round or?
Nice. What's close?
Can someone pick there? They will push mid.
Yeah, I can peek.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
They're holding B close.
Yeah, guys, the peeking mid, guys. Hello?
I told you.
Fucking. Rena's garage.
Cypher's still mid, I guess. Under window, maybe.
I smoke window.
Your duty is not over.
Dude, pick with me!
Garage?
Come on, let's go!
Wait, B.
One enemy remaining.
Could be flank.
Nice fucking round. That's fine.
You man ready for a light show?
Don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. Oh.
They are so dead.
They are picking double doors and B. Just kill them.
Ready. Revealing area. Take flight.
Shadows traveling.
The hunt begins.
Hi! I'm dead!
Two on C, two on C.
One is garage.
Wait,
Reyna was garage too.
come see. Wait. Cool.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. You must keep up appearances. Need a drop.
I can buy.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Uh, 60 Reina, hello?
Reloading.
down A.
I will rotate.
I knew it, I knew it. Fuck, man.
Let's rotate. Let's rotate.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Why? Okay, never mind.
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
I know exactly where you are.
I will plant long and then I will go long. Stay behind. Backside. Go backside. Go backside. Okay, go A long.
Match point.
Guys, do you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel? I'm live right now.
Oh, dat is zo dom om te zeggen.
What is it?
I typed in de chat. Vriend, kijk, kijk, jij zal ook echt zo dom of zo. Maar je hebt fucking 4 views gehaald, vriend. Als je echt zo'n grote streamer als ik hoor, moet je echt gewoon de sacrifice nemen. Dat is mijn YouTube channel.
I will stop, don't worry.
Thank you man, appreciate that.
Standing ahead.
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go. Together.
Cover going out.
Deploying drone.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Shit.
Still inside.
Shot dart.
Ah fuck. Fade backside.
Last player standing.
Oh my god. I wait.
Another one, road.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Is me? Okay.
My ultimate's ready.
I can drop one. So I can drop two.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My ultimate's ready.
Right here.
Cover going
Revealing area.
Let's push with Phoenix.
Someone's A.
I am the hunter!
Face your fear!
80 fade.
Behind. One behind. One flank.
Drone. Enemy.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Nice. We can move back to A now.
Project, tower B. B is gonna go. Hold that.
No more.
Nice. Can you come see?
Wall.
Shot dart.
30 seconds left.
Planted.
One enemy remaining.
GG guys.
Attackers win.
Okay, that is that.
GG. Weet je wel in de chat? Ah, hij heeft gewonnen. Ja.
Yay. That's rope. There you go, who got all those? Don't be. No need to peek. Verloren halen. Harder die rank. Wat een kutspel, ouwe.
Ik ben weer verloren. Shit.
13-5.
We kunnen even Overwatch als jij wilt.
Nou, ik moet zo gaan.
Uit. Dan ga ik ook nu. En ik zal je de legendary streamtactiek laten zien. Je opent gewoon internet. Iemand anders een stream. Dan ga je even gewoon een uurtje of 2 even gewoon niks doen.
Nee, maar ik zag dat ook vorige keer. Toen zagen wij nog steeds jouw Valorant screen, hè?
Ja, weet ik. Dat was gisteren.
Ja, dat niet.
Was dat gewoon goeie of niet?
Nee.
Hoezo niet?
Want we zagen jouw Valorant screen, maar we zagen iemand anders.
Ja?
Ja, dus we zien jou de hele tijd in de lobby. En dan hoorden we allemaal gunfight op de achtergrond.
Oh, hè? Op mijn OBS deed hij dat wel delen. Oh, ik keek op mijn OBS en toen deed hij het wel delen. Wat een scam. Want ik dacht, ik had mijn OBS zo aangeklikt. En ik zag zo dat hij gewoon aan het scherm aan het delen was. Dat ik uit, free cash. Maar misschien is dat wel iets anders, kun je gewoon copyright, weet je al. Oh, ik zal het dan een keer proberen, ja. Even eentje heeft geen webcam of zo, en dan...
Ja, ik moet nu gaan, ja.
Ah, ik zie je later.
Pik, hè, yo.
days of competition, 8 teams land in Berlin for the first ever Game Changers World Championship. Hello, everyone, and welcome, and I hope you are ready for the next 6 days of clutches and awesome gameplay from some of the world's finest, because they are here and ready to compete. And in the end, one team will cement their name in VCT history and take home the first ever Game Changers trophy. I'm Golden Boy, your host. Of course, welcome and happy to be back here again alongside Kukuka, and I can't do it without Un Gato Malvado. How are you doing?
That's actually pretty good. I thought we were in Berlin.
Yeah, well, you know, they put it in the copy, so I just decided to run with it.
You're really expanding your linguistic skills. It's been kind of a point that you don't speak Spanish, so I'm glad you're finally learning. Your wife will probably be very happy about that.
Thank you so much for pointing that one out, Mimi. Of course, joined by Kukuka. First time I get a chance to work with you. It's a pleasure.
I'm very happy. Yeah, it's the first time for me with both of you, so I'm very excited. To me, it's an honor to be here because I've had the pleasure to be a part of Game Changers since the first series in EMEA. So seeing the girls here, it really it moves me.
Yeah.
It's so sick to finally have you here for one of these events where I actually get to work a desk with you, and for Game Changers no less. It should be pretty exciting.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's actually jump into this because, you know, for this, Kukuka, what are you most excited about for this particular event?
To me, it's the fact that, first of all, we're making history.
Sure.
Okay, we know that Game Changers, since the moment that it was created, it has a very specific purpose, and I think that having the first international LAN is going to be very special and pivotal for it. And also, is the fact that some of these girls have so much experience, but do not have the LAN experience in Valorant, and they're coming back to the stage.
Yeah, I know. I think that is going to be the most exciting part too. Seeing these players take the stage for the first time. Mimi, what about for you?
For me, I think it's the fact that for practically all of the teams in this tournament, besides the NA and EMEA 2 seeds, they have been so dominant pretty much all year long, always winning in their regions, always looking really good while playing here. But now we get our first taste of international competition, and that means these teams that haven't really been tested yet will get that first big test, and we actually get to see how good these squads all are. You have TL Brazil, you have Cloud9, you have G2, all these teams that have been celebrated as being the best of the best, and we get to prove who is.
Yeah. You know, for me, right, I don't really get to be biased from, because I just love good Valorant.
I think you've been biased at time to time.
Never have I ever. Okay, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Cloud9 White matches up against the world. You know, because there's been a lot of hype.
I thought you were going to say how Cloud9 just destroys every other region.
Yeah, you know, look,
could
they slap? Maybe. We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, all right, well, I had to fit one in there. Let's jump into this, though, because the Game Changers World Championship will be played on patch 5.09. Now, we know that Harbor is not going to be in play, but Mimi, what are going to be the biggest changes in this meta?
Yeah, so for those of you playing in ranks, the changes have been around for a while. We've had these new maps in play, but for the pros, this is the first time they get to compete on them, and that's both the reworks to Pearl and Fracture, respectively, which I do think change up those maps quite significantly. Yeah. Starting off with Pearl, I think kind of the biggest idea of this was just eliminating a lot of unneeded corners and a lot of 50-50s that make the map pretty hard to play from time to time, and it simplified a lot of that geometry down.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially not only here but also in Fracture. It looks like they want to go for a more open space kind of approach, and just removing those ratty situations where you have to check every single angle and slowing the game so much before going into a site.
And I think it's opened up a lot more possibilities. Fracture, for instance, with the changes we're seeing pretty heavily to the A site there. It means Sands is very different to take. There's a new kind of power position there with going out top heaven. So it's opened a lot up for the pros, and I'm excited to see how they want to play this out, because I believe this is going to be the first VCT tournament to see all this in play.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, you know, we do have some changes to just the gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. Since we are currently playing, this tournament is going to be playing in 509. Also, we have the changes, especially to the initiators. Let's go first with Sky. Her flash now has to be used differently. It's the fact also, first of all, that you cannot destroy it any longer, and also the fact that you have to time it properly, because now instead of having a set duration, depending on how much you stall, is going to grow from 1 second to over 2. So it removes that possibility of having to pop flash, and actually enables you to play for your team, or to, you know, learn a cheeky spot where you can stack it and just play around it.
Yeah, you have some slight changes to Reyna coming through. Her Lear lasts a little bit less time, but can blind from any distance now. Same to KO. That right click has gotten significantly worse on his flash. But on top of that, we've also had changes to weapons. The Stinger has gotten a lot better, and that is insane to me, because the Stinger was already insane at Champions.
Yeah, the Stinger was good. We'll see if that comes into play here, I'm sure, with the Stinger most definitely will. But we also have a lot of incredible players that are going to be making their debut right here on the VCT World stage. And for the fans that, you know, they're going to be looking for their new favorite player here, who should players or viewers at home be keeping an eye on for our competitors?
Am I permitted to just go crazy, just bad chest for a second here?
You totally
All
can.
Right, I got to talk about Bob, because Bob has been so incredibly insane. I know, a big, big shocker. But she has come into this Cloud9 roster, the Game Changers before last, and immediately has started strong. Before this team, she was playing on the best OCE team, before moving over, playing in a top 20 NA squad with the Sonics, and now on Cloud9, she has picked up where she has left off. She is one of the absolute best scout initiator players. She plays the off sometimes on these roles. She's just such a fun player to watch.
I will get the specific stat for later, but I think that her success rate, like the success rate of the team when she is alive, is so much higher. The fact that when Bob is out of the equation, if you manage to take this one player out of it, your chances of getting the round is going to be so much easier for you. So I agree. I know maybe that you love talking about C9Y, but you know, I have to talk about someone else.
Ooh,
okay.
Who do you have?
For me, I'm going to pick Bastarda.
Oh, okay.
And I have many reasons to do so. First of all, it's going to be like her name actually comes from the movie Inglourious Basterds. She really liked it, and she decided, you know, no one's going to call themselves a bastard, so she decided to go for it. We're talking about one of the first Radiants in the world. She was like, you know, I'm going to create content, but actually, you know, when some people approached her, she wanted to compete, and she wanted to compete with who she considered to be the best in the world, the Brazilian girls. She learned from scratch. She started DMing them with a translator, and she knew that she had what it takes to not only learn the language, but play with the girls and perform the way that she has been doing it.
And she has fit in so well. It's the only non-Brazilian player on this team in a team named TL Brazil. I mean, the community still loves her. She is so respectful, so understanding, has really bridged that gap between LATAM and Brazil. And on top of that, she is the absolute star of this Team Liquid squad.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we went in for Cloud9 Wide, a little bit for Team Liquid Brazil, but I feel remiss. We don't have any EMEA love. Who should we be talking about, you know, from the EMEA region?
I would personally pick Giuliano.
Okay.
I think that she's an icon, okay? She's an icon. The way that she IGL, she DPS, all the career that she has, all the years behind her. It doesn't matter what kind of performance we get from G2, especially in this last series where they actually were not the winners. Giuliano is always put in on the numbers.
Yeah, something like 15 years of FPS experience behind her. One of the parts is this very experienced G2 core. And on top of playing the dive and being absolutely excellent on that duelist role and playing Reyna of all things, she's also the IGL for this team and makes really intelligent calls.
Absolutely incredible to see what, you know, someone like Giuliano, right, a veteran, a legend, could bring to the table here. And it's going to make G2 into a threat. Even though they're not coming into the first seed, we know that this team is very scary.
Yeah, of course, because we have to mention, obviously, this is a LAN, and for so many players, it is the first time. For some of them, it's coming back. When I was talking to the G2 girls around the hotel, they were so excited. Some people are very nervous, being like, I don't know how I'm going to perform. They cannot wait to go back.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. We are going to be seeing them a little bit later. But look, on Sunday, we're going to be crowning our first ever Game Changers World Champion. Not regional, folks. World Champion.
That sounds good.
That's quite nice. It's got a good ring to it. But it's been a long journey for these 8 hopefuls. And, you know, one of my favorite cheeky mates, she's going to hate me for saying that, Lauren, will give you a proper breakdown of the event format. Let's take a look.
And it's a beautiful play. Oh my god. It never ends. Roxy! 2 and a third. Roxy. Put the spray down.
The 2022 Valorant Game Changers Championship begins November 15th. Here's what you need to know before the tournament begins.
No shot. You win this game. I'm getting into my stride.
Valorant Game Changers Championship is the first ever global LAN tournament in the Game Changers series. The world's top 8 teams will face off in Berlin, Germany to compete for global supremacy as they are crowned the inaugural VCT Game Changers World Champion.
Olha como suja na
Teams attending the event earned their spots by winning major events or collecting the highest number of circuit points within their regions. The tournament will host representatives from North America, EMEA, East Asia, APAC, Brazil, and Latin America. You're not going to do this, man. Oh my god, one shot! From November 15th through November 20th, the Valorant Game Changers Championship will randomly place the 8 teams into a double elimination best-of-3 bracket, with teams from the same regional qualifier being placed on opposite sides of said bracket. When 2 teams are left standing, a best-of-5 grand final will determine our first ever Game Changers World Champion.
Olha só, tá aqui dentro das 2 jogadoras. That's another ninja defuse. Lori, my goodness.
To learn learn more about the 2022 VCT Game Changers Championship in Berlin, check out ValorantEsports.com and follow us at Valorant Esports for further updates. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you making history in Berlin.
That is absolutely gorgeous. 8 global teams in a double elimination bracket. I'll mark that with things you love to see. But Kakuka, which matchup from our opening gambits are going to be your most, I guess, focused on?
I think I'm very excited for the Guild X versus Shopify Rebellion, especially because they're the eternal second place, but Guild actually managed to pull through and to win that last year, so I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, I think today's games as well, we get to start off with Cloud9 versus Crew. That one should be fantastic. Two insanely dominant teams in the head-to-head. And if Cloud9 and G2 wins, that could mean there's a chance we get Cloud9 versus G2 at the end of today, which would be an insane story if that starts. But no matter how those games pan out, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I know. We have great matches top to bottom here. And look, you know, as a host, right, sometimes we're tasked with the difficult ask of our analysts to make predictions. And I'm going to put you guys in a hot seat right now because I don't have to. I know Mimi relishes in this one, but...
Do I relish in it?
I think so, in a capacity. But you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. Who do you think is going to win the Game Changers World Championship?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of easy for me. I've prepared some artwork.
Artwork?
For those of you that remember Champions, I'm a little bit of an artist from time to time.
Oh.
And I'm looking for Cloud9. That's
pretty good.
not a 7. That's not a 7 for any wondering. That's
looks
Cloud9.
like a 7.
I think
Why
they've
did
got to
you
be one of the
close
favorites
it?
to win.
I know
I think that's a part of the logo.
I know, but you know,
the brand identity.
You'd have done maybe a 9 standing on a cloud. We'll improve for that.
We don't really want to move away from our artistic vision here.
All right, Kakuka, what about you?
So I have one written here, just because today I had a dream. I am not joking. I think I've been seeing them around too much. I literally saw Mary crying, lifting the trophy.
You had a vision? And you're not
going to
follow it.
But listen. In Spain, we have a tradition, okay? I think the G2 do not need me. They do not need me to predict them. But in Spain, we have a tradition for the lottery. When we need luck, there's a bold guy that gives us the luck.
We have one right here.
Yes. And we all need
That's
to
pretty
do
helpful.
is to grab your lottery ticket, this one right here, and just rub it on.
For Crew?
Yeah.
I thought you were a G2
Okay.
Is this fair?
There you go.
Am I... okay.
Yeah,
That's it.
well,
That's it for me.
if you had a bald guy and it worked out...
Let's see how it plans out.
You know what? I feel
We're
like
bringing this back on the final.
I
What do
already
you say?
believe in curses. I guess it's not that
I feel
far
like
away
I'm
to believe in
finally
that.
useful. I thought this whole time I was just a fleshy meatbag that threw to commercial break, but now I'm a good luck charm. I feel so good about that. Thank you for making me feel valued.
I'm glad you found your validation. That's
you.
really we're having a special moment here.
And I always thought it was going to be Mimi, but no, it ended up being Kakuka on day one. Unbelievable.
But she's here.
She's here. She witnessed
She's part
it.
of the moment.
All right, guys. Well, look, you got Cloud9 wide over here, and of course, you got Crew with some luck of my bald cranium. According to Kakuka, she says G2 though does not need any help. We want, of course, hear from you guys, and if you want to tweet us anything, you know, by the way. Keep it nice. That's happening throughout the event. Maybe you could just go ahead and Photoshop my bald head into something else you want to do. Make sure you use the hashtag VCT Game Changers and hashtag VCT, and you will be featured on the broadcast. So make sure you get out there and talk about the event. A lot of people are going to be talking about us to join the conversation. But look, we've heard our predictions from our analysts, but we want to know what you folks are thinking at home in today's poll, as a matter of fact. Which region is going to take it all? Is it going to be North America, South America, EMEA, or Asia? Make sure you use the QR code that's actually on the screen right here. Go for it, right? Scan it with your phone or whatever electronic device you happen to have, and go nuts. Let's hear from you guys. We'll go ahead and talk about it toward the end of the show, but we've got to take a quick pause for the pause. And when we return, we're going to break down the first matchup of the Game Changers World Championship. And these two analysts laid out as tournament favorites. They're going to be facing off. It's North America's Cloud9 White. They're going to go up against LATAM's Crew Esports. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Game Changers World Championship. And look, folks, we couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off our event than this epic matchup between North America's Cloud9 White and Latin America's Crew Esports, two teams with a track record of utter domination in their respective regions. And Kakuka, I'm going to start with you because we have two phenomenal squads that are about to take that stage.
Yeah, exactly. I think that you defined it perfectly because when we talk about Game Changers, we need to talk about Cloud9. I think that it's been the team that has been in everybody's mouths.
Yeah, it really has been. And if you look at the records for these two teams, it is pretty absurd. Cloud9 has played every single Game Changers event in North America. They've won every single one, only losing 2 series over the course of that, only losing 6 maps. That record's insane,
Wild.
but Crew has done the same within their own region. They've never even dropped a series.
Yeah, it's exactly the fact that Cloud9 is literally like that consolidated dynasty, and Crew has been, also the fact that the regions have been different in how the tournaments have worked and the support and the different things that they have been getting. I think that it's very equal to put them head to head and see how good the teams are going to be on today.
Yeah, and honestly, the stat that caught my attention the most, how long these two rosters have stayed together. There's a lot of trust on that team that's about to take the stage.
I mean, we have a lot of long-standing rosters in this tournament, and Cloud9 White is one of them. These core 4 players have been together since the beginning of Valorant, all the way back to 2020. This is that squad that Mel built up, but they have that new addition, Bob, into the mix now, but the dominance has not stopped since that change.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's very important to say that because so many teams have had so many changes, finding the 5th or finding the 4th, but they only needed a couple, and they found their perfect match. And definitely, with all the changes that we've seen within the server, it doesn't matter what these girls want to try out, they will make it work for them. It's completely insane.
Yeah, the talent on this lineup is absurd. I mean, this is a team that when you ask them, oh, who are you guys scrimming? They're like, oh, we're scrimming, we're scrimming tier 2, tier 1, teams from across VCT. And part of the reason why is because of this person right here. Mel, our fellow co-analyst in the Challengers North America, but she has really been leading the charge, and she's just that damn good.
Yeah, she is the leader of all leaders, put this squad together from scratch, and has been in charge of it ever since. As an IGL, she's a very, very intelligent player, has been able to adapt around so many different metas and keep this team relevant. And on top of that, she is a fragging IGL. When she plays that chamber, she is absurd as an individual, and even when she's locking in the other Sentinel worlds, she is still just as good. When you think about Game Changers, a lot of people are thinking about Cloud9, and when you think about Cloud9, Mel is the face.
Literally, I completely agree with you. That's why probably we're so excited for that possibility of G2 versus Cloud9, because those clashes between her and Juliana should be insane.
Oh, and who also doesn't love a good EMEA NA clash
Yeah,
at the
that
end of the
too,
day?
that too.
But look, on the other side of that, you got Cloud9, a long-standing roster who have dominated their region. Crew has also dominated the Latin American Game Changer scene without dropping a match, Kakuka, this entire year.
This is insane for them because, as you said, completely dominant on their region. At the beginning of the year, they decided to scrap everything that they knew about the game, got together with Fricks, their coach, and just started learning everything from the beginning. Okay, who are we? What's our identity as a team? How do we want to play? Who fits better in different roles? I love to see Konsu here, the IGL from the team. She's also Massino's older sister, okay? That's the kind of level we're talking about here. I do not know what it is with Chile. I think that this has been such an underrated country for so long, especially in FPS, and they have been delivering so much talent, especially for Valorant.
Yeah, and here in Valorant, the Chileans are so good. And this team in particular, you talked about that kind of reinvention of their style. And when I was watching back through these teams, this is one of those squads that impressed me the absolute most, and one of the reasons they're so good is because of Kinnear. For those of you that are not familiar with this player, you need to be watching her. She is one of the best raw mechanical players we have, and that's because she's not just a Game Changers player. She started her career in Valorant, playing all the way back on mixed rosters, competing all the way up to the VCT Challengers playoffs. She played against the Leviathan core and dropped almost 30 kills on her. She is such a strong player.
Yeah, and every single time that if you ever get a chance to talk to her, she's so chill about it. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah.
her passion. This is where she wants to go. For this roster, it was never about being the best in the region. They want to be the best in the world, and Konir is always leading with the frags.
Yeah, and I think that comparison of mentality is really good. Both these teams come in with the idea of, we don't want to be the best Game Changers team. We don't want to be the best North American or LATAM team. They just want to be the best teams and players that they have. That same drive that we're talking about with Mel, of wanting to expand beyond Game Changers, of just being the greatest player she can be. Kanir's already had that. She's come back into the Game Changers scene now, but her fixation is on greatness, and that's what makes this matchup so fun.
Yeah, I think after this event is said and done, I think we're going to be talking about Kanir for a very, very long time. But look, we had our good friend Kakuka actually, and the one and only Van Silly, my man. They actually got to sit down with Kanir as well as Romy earlier. Let's actually hear what they had to say.
What's up, everyone? It's Van Silly and Kakuka. We're joined by Crew's very own Konir and Romy. Romy, I wanted to start things off with the first question being, tell me about the playstyle of Crew and how do you stay so innovative in the Game Changers?
Hola chicas y bienvenidas, es un placer teneros aquí. Cuéntanos un poco, háblanos del playstyle que tenéis como equipo y también cómo conseguís mantener la innovación dentro de una región en la que ya domináis.
Bueno, yo siento que nuestro equipo como que se basa en jugar bien agresivo, como que siempre intentamos como basarnos en eso. El tema de variar, yo creo que es como innovar siempre con los campeones nuevos, como que siempre te abre puertas a hacer cosas distintas, entonces con eso es mucho más fácil como en cambiar las jugadas, cambiar cosas así.
We consider ourselves to be extremely aggressive. That's what we base our game plan in. Nice. And also the innovation comes within the agents and swapping things around within the game, but it's staying and putting that innovation coming in from the new agents. That's lovely. Also, nice. Kanir, we have you here. You have a lot of experience also playing in mixed teams. You have been through a very long journey. How do you think all that journey has affected you as a player that you are today? Te veo ya contestando, pero yo te la traduzco igual. Obviamente tú has estado también jugando en equipos mixtos, has llegado bastante lejos, has hecho cositas. Entonces quiero saber cómo eso te ha impactado a día de hoy por la jugadora que eres.
Me ayudó un montón, en verdad. Me ayudó como a ganar esa confianza que necesita un jugador, porque a veces como quedarte en tu zona de confort de... No sé, pues en este caso jugar con puras mujeres es como una zona de confort más que nada. Y como que no te abre nuevas puertas ni tampoco te hace como ver nuevas perspectivas del juego. En verdad jugar con hombres como que me hizo como tener una nueva perspectiva del juego, como un juego más rápido, como pensar de otra forma y a veces hasta cambiar de distintas formas. Y el tema de llegar a, por ejemplo, no sé, pues tener que conversar algo con un player o decirle algo, oye, hiciste esto mal, y de hacerlo, no importa que cómo salga, como que se lo toman todo así como, bueno, es distinto. Entonces, como que eso me ayudó mucho a crecer como player, y el tema de que empezar a jugar con equipos ya tier 1 también es algo distinto.
It helped me a lot, definitely growing in as a player, understanding different parts of the game, how to talk to players, how to compete, how to actually understand the way in the game in different manners. I'm very proud of the answers that you're given, because it's so important also coming in to Game Changers and how that is going to translate, bring it also that experience within the team.
And that's exactly it. We talk about the stage now. You're on the biggest stage for Game Changers. It's the champion stage in Berlin. The fans talk about the favorites usually being like Cloud9 White, Team Liquid. Why should the conversation be around Crew instead, in your opinion? This could be for either of you to answer.
Okay. Nos gustaría saber, perdón, la Romy me está echando ya miraditas. Tenemos muchísimos equipos que están compitiendo aquí. Básicamente decirnos por qué el que está mirando, el que está viendo desde casa debería de fijarse en vosotras, por qué deberíais de ser vosotras las elegidas.
Yo creo que es porque claramente todos sabemos que somos el equipo que consideran underdog. Entonces yo creo que siempre ese equipo es el que sorprende y juega con más confianza, porque literal no tenemos nada que perder. Entonces Vamos a sorprender, yo creo.
Okay, they lack the tag that they have been given of underdogs because they know that that is the way that you outperform teams. They know that that is going to be the case, and they're pretty confident about it.
I'm ready to put respect on the name here of crew. So, Conera, Romy, gracias for your time.
Gracias a ustedes.
Muchísimas gracias, chicas. Buena suerte.
Great to hear from the players there, and also Kukuka pulling off double duty.
I mean, it's complicated for me, not because I cannot translate, because, for example, if I see you, I know that you're going to talk to me in English. You know?
Sure.
So if you speak to me in English, I will respond in English. But for them, I'm used to talking to them, and I'm used to talking to them in Spanish, but also hearing Vance speaking to me in English. And if they're nodding and they you know, letting me know that they're understanding, you know, I have to keep a lot of focus onto that.
Yeah. It's been obviously, it's going to be exciting to see this crew team take the stage. And look, guys, we have two teams that haven't dropped a match all year, and they're about to face off right now. That's right, folks. Who's going to advance? Who will go to the lower bracket? We are moments away. Don't go anywhere. Game Changers World Championship. We'll be right back. Welcome back. And earlier we asked you guys which region is going to take the Game Changers World Championship right here in Berlin. And the results, folks, the results are in. Let's go ahead and see what you guys had to say on the social medias and all that stuff. I'm actually quite curious. And it is...
If it's not an A, I'm going to be... Oh,
what?
Wow.
Okay.
That is a surprise, but the Asian fans out in force today. That is exciting to see. Everyone else really close, though.
Yeah.
Still, I think that's the most surprising fact. I mean, Asia definitely with the 32 on top, but the rest are pretty equal. I thought that it was going to be NA, but like 56%. That was my bet.
Yeah, I mean, Fennel's fan base goes crazy. The Japanese fans love their
it's
team.
It's completely
like no
understandable. When you meet the team, if you haven't never heard about Fennel, you will understand.
Yeah, it's hard not to like Fennel. They are an absolute favorite. I am mind-boggled by those results, but that just goes to show you, like this tournament, anything is truly possible. Well, look, guys, we have 8 teams that are going to be coming to this arena with one goal in mind, to become the first ever global champion here for Game Changers. Who's going to claim the trophy? Who is going to write their names into the history books? Because, and I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but day one of VCT Game Changers is going to be starting right now.
Our road to Berlin has been a lot of work.
めちゃくちゃかっこよくて、めちゃくちゃ強いチームだと思ってもらいたいです。
NA is on a different level compared to the other regions.
We're the ones leading everything in Game Changers. We're the ones that want to take things to the next step.
Hay un sacrificio para estar al mayor nivel y cada caso que uno dejó atrás fue para lo mejor.
We're always considered as the underdogs, so I feel like there's a lot on our shoulders, and I think we really want to prove that we're better than people think that we are.
I just want to be remembered as the best player I could possibly be, regardless of my gender.
Playing on a stage only means that we're going to shine more. We're the ones that want to break boundaries and break ceilings. We're going to put everything out on the table.
I am one of one. Trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone. Pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare. Make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair. No one can compare. Look at me in this glitter shining blaze. So far gone, you can't see I'm out of range. You know my vibe is lit. Yeah, I was born for this. See me, you can't resist. Stop, let it roll, drop, let it go. Stop, let it roll, let it be drop, watch me.
Eu quero ser lembrada como a jogadora mais temida do campeonato.
Let it go, stop, let it roll, let it be drop, watch me go. I am one of one, trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone, pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare, make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair, no one can compare.
We're going to absolutely be merciless at this event. You're disrespecting the server.
All eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Todos tienen los ojos puestos en mí.
รอจับตาดูได้เลยนะคะ All eyes on me.
Well, folks, if that doesn't get the blood pumping, well, honestly, I really don't know what will. But we've been waiting for this moment since the launch of Valorant Game Changers. 8 teams have poured everything they have into this defining moment of their legacy. And all that's left is to seal the final chapter of their year. The teams are ready, and now it is time to activate the stage.
Cloud9 White, Crew Sports, G2 Gosen, X10 Sapphire.
Now it's time to see what we're going to get with our map vetoes as we jump into the action here for C9 White versus Crew Esports, Mimi.
A lot of parallels between these two teams.
Yes.
Neither has implemented Pearl into their map pool
So
yet.
far, yeah.
Both have not played it at all, and it's going to be interesting to see who bans that away. Crew starts with Bind.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised because this is one of the maps that they're undefeated in. But I think I understand it because in the last iteration of their composition, they were playing with a solo controller Astra.
Sure.
And I don't think it was sharp enough. It's definitely not ready to bring into the stage. If you're going to go against C9Y, you need the best out of the best. So I really like this Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent is a good choice. Both these teams feel very, very comfortable on this map. This has
Totally.
been one of Cloud9's home grounds, but Crew very good at it as well. I might even say it could be their best map. Cloud9 go to Haven. That has been a home ground for them for quite a while. No surprises there.
I think they are on an 8 game win streak there on a
Something
Haven.
like that.
Definitely, yeah, something crazy. Oh, the Pearl definitely is a veto that we expected kind of from the teams. Maybe if you want to pull out a surprise again, day one, literally the first time that you're going to be on the stage against such a strong rival. Maybe it's not the moment. It makes a lot of sense. Another great map for Crew is this Fractures, so I'm really happy for this.
Yeah, if Ascent is the kind of most known map for both these teams that they're very comfortable on, Fracture is the map that both these teams have not shown a ton of play on yet. They've kind of had different ideas around the composition, Crew playing with the Sage comp, a Cypher coming out for Cloud9. So it is going to be interesting to see if either of those teams do have a new solution if we get to that decider. But for the first team, it should be great because those are both very even ground.
We have to get to that decider, especially because when we talk about Cloud9 White and all the changes that they bring in the composition, they can't afford to try out stuff in officials. They've been swapping the compositions. The last iteration that they had on Ascent was without even a duelist. So it could be crazy for us to see if we can expect a new iteration of the roster.
Yeah, there's going to be so much to talk about. Don't worry. We're going to have plenty of time to jump into the action. Don't worry. Trust me. I know everyone wants to dive into it, but look, we got to do one more quick break. We got to take a timeout. Got to rest a little bit here and before we come back to the desk. And then when we come back, it's going to be Cloud9 White versus Crew Esports. They're going to take the stage. We'll see you soon.
Girls keep moving that. They love it when you doing that. They on it when you moving that. Can't get sexy on them, tell them throw the whole stack. Go on, girls, keep moving that. They love it when you doing that. They on it when you moving that.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers Championship Berlin. And we're all set for our first match of the tournament, where only one team will maintain an incredible win streak in this competition. Let's see how it all plays out. And welcome to the stage, Cloud9 White and Crew Esports. Waiting on here, Cloud9 White, Crew Esports. Oh boy, I'm really looking forward to this one. I can't believe that we're starting off with this matchup, Mimi.
It is going to be a good one. Neither of these teams have lost the Game Changers tournament yet. Both have incredibly impressive win streaks. This game will decide a ton for both these squads.
And as you said earlier, Mimi, for these two teams making it to the big stage, being here today, that was their goal. They want to be the best in the world. This is the first step through a very long career, but they have to start here today.
Yeah, the journey starts now, and think about the implications, though, Kukuka, if Crew manages to pick up this win. As everyone's been gassing up Cloud9 White, and for good reason as well, but hey.
Totally. Don't get me wrong. I feel like Crew is cursed because every single time that we jump into an international event, Crew goes against the FPX, the Loud. They never have an easy first game. So for these girls, it has to be the same. It has to be Cloud9. You want to take the trophy, you got to take down the Titans first.
But what a confidence builder that would be. You come into this tournament, you defeat the team that most are calling the favorite to win this one.
Well,
that would be
Twitter,
huge for these guys.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, C9 White, a victory here, and it depends on how they win, because if C9 come to this one and they slap, this could be very problematic for the rest of the pool here in Berlin.
Yeah, we have heard from C9 and from Melon specific. They want to stomp in Game Changers. They do not want to play close games. They don't just want to win, they want to be dominant.
I think it's very important now that this is our first tournament. Do you guys remember what happened in the first VCT tournament where Sentinels came in and everybody, they're the favorites and they didn't drop a single map? This is exactly what they're aiming for. They want to have the same performance. Of course, the game has changed a lot, has evolved a lot, so have the players, but that is the outcome that they expect to get.
We have a lot of discussion about regions and who's the best and which style is best, but this is different. These teams oftentimes play a different style than what other squads with what some of the open circuit teams in their regions play. So it's a chance to kind of reset our expectations as what each region mean and what each of these teams mean now that they're online.
Yeah, funny, as you guys were talking about it, I was kind of getting some goosebumps a little bit, just remembering Reykjavik and like everyone. It feels, I know it's been a journey up until this point, but I think it's so incredible that, not only are these players going to get this opportunity to be able to showcase this, but also, Kukuka, for them to be able to face off in a very difficult matchup. I think if there's one matchup you want to watch today, not to devalue any of the other matchups we have coming up, because they're all going to be great, but this one's definitely going to set that tone for the entirety of this competition, in my opinion.
No, but we need to acknowledge the fact that Cloud9 One has been the team where everybody in the world has been looking out to be like, this cannot be real every single time, because even in EMEA, another very competitive region, we have had G2 going down against Gil. We have had that development, but for C9 White, how do you get better? How do you keep improving once you're better than the rest already?
Yeah, both of these teams, the queens of their region, have always kept their reign in good control. Now they have an opportunity to extend that, but it is against a very tough opponent for both of them. The matchup, though, that I'm looking for in this is going to get to see Kinnear versus Bob. They are two of the most experienced players, even outside of Game Changers, that we have here in this tournament. Bob was on the best team in Oceania in her own region. She was fantastic on her mixed team in North America, and Kinnear too has that legacy in LATAM.
It's the experience that we want to see. They obviously know that it has helped them become the player that they are today. Let's see how that helps them in the server.
All right, well, Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to begin. The first battleground will be Ascent. And those are going to be the picks that they have played previously. Yep. We'll see if we get any mix-ups here, Kukuka, potentially, but I don't know. I don't really think so.
Yeah, I'm really definitely looking out to what C9 is going to do, because as I was saying before, they played this composition without a duelist, knowing that they actually decided to start on the attack. I'm pretty surprised to see how that initiation power is going to work, because they have been so dominant on their defense here on Ascent. I want to know what's behind that thought.
It's going to be interesting. I am wondering if they just want to get their weaker side out of the way right away, but it is their weaker side, but it is still a good one. The way that they play their splits, and particularly this mid control off of the Sage wall, is really good. Mel as well is really able to activate on these lurks, but on the other side, you have the Killjoy Jet composition from Crew. You have that same potential, and with a defensive sided start, I think this is an opportunity for Kinnear to take control.
Yeah, I love the fact that it's very difficult to prepare for teams like this from teams like Cloud9, because just of swapping out the compositions constantly but keeping on just the fundamentals is really hard to prepare set plays. Now, Cruz has been under a lot of pressure. I think that this this year only, they've only had from 10 to 15 off days. Just imagine that. Imagine the control. Let's see if that can pull also on the server, because I think that they were counted on starting on the attack, definitely.
Yeah, this is a team that people are sleeping on. This is their chance to prove what they have got.
All right, well, here we go, folks. It's time to dive into the game. And who better to call the action? And of course, what could possibly go wrong? Of course, it's one of our favorite duos in all of VCT. It's Panpox standing by for the call.
Wow, I mean, yeah, thank you for the introduction, Desk, as well. Lovely lead into this one, and I think they hit a lot of the notes here,
Yeah,
Mike.
absolutely.
I think we echo a lot of the sentiment. For me, I've got that same feeling when we were looking towards Reykjavik, that first event, the first international, all these different regions, head-to-head. Mike, where's your mind going at the start, though, here with these two teams? Your storyline, who are you believing?
Storyline.
I mean,
GB used the term set the tone. I think actually this matchup, although it being a banger, probably the best matchup we could have for the opening
down.
here in Game Changers, but it has the potential to actually disrupt expectations from day one, right? We're talking about track records coming into this. Expectations probably leaning a little heavier towards C9 White. But Crew Esports, I mean, think about it. Was it Mel that said in one of those bumpers just leaning into this? We're going to come out, we're showing no respect. That's Crew's pedigree, regionally and for this team.
And it's going to be humbling for one of these two teams, potentially. And if I'm Cloud9 White and I look at this team, I'm looking at them potentially running through opponents. That's what I want to expect, is that kind of aggression, that dominance, that control. But we dive into things. Cloud9 White on the attacking side and defensive side, of course, then means it's going to be Crew. So, first map will be choice of Crew. Let's see what they bring into this. A bit of a contact made. Run towards short, and utility being worked through. Kinnear could be one of the first players to potentially have that impact. You can see Cloud9 not in a particular hurry. They are working mid, though, but you can look at the extremities. Also then one out by Crew, so it's that kind of exchange, and it's Kinnear to draw first blood. Jezikin's gone down, but it's all but a ruse. The B pinch is on the way.
Yeah, that's the scrambling to get back towards site here as Bob looking to pave the way all the way onto site. Actually, two players tucked in here. They're ready to actually pop off. This flash is perfect as well, Lauren.
Yeah, this isn't too bad. We have to see if they can actually take the side control as it stands. For now, it's all good. Plant going to come down when you look towards the retake. What do they have to build in? One towards CT, two towards middle. Romy, Ronsu, and Kinnear still alive. Kinnear holding a fair amount of space to at least allow some safe passage back in. Looking a little paranoid of a flank coming through, but nothing there. It is all towards the site. 3 players posted up, and here it comes. Smoke's already invested. Katsumi playing site, 2 towards back of Boathouse. Dash comes in, and the first swing! Stunning work from Katsumi, and even once more! Welcome to the stage, Cloud9. You're looking like you're at home.
And absolutely shut down in that retake. Not even getting past the first hurdle there. All 3 players from Cloud9 White stacked in, ready to take that engagement. And actually, respect given on the side of Romy to be the one to try and be the aggressor in this scenario. Funny here, the opener just tucked into short. A bit of a bait play, actually, from Tree. And like I said, Crew desperate to try and scramble to find that rotation, but just couldn't get ahead of that site hit.
And you talk about confidence, and that's something that we have to look at here. This is stage performance now. This is very different. How many teams back in the day do we see look great online? They get to land, they get into these environments, and it changes a little. For now, though, that's the way it's going to steady the nerves, kind of build into the matchup. And we have a little kind of eco piece. We've got the Sheriffs coming out, so not too much to worry about unless someone gets pinched, someone gets caught by it. But Cloud9 White holding a default, and a deep default.
A very deep default, yeah. Alexis ready for this as the players in support as well. Jezikin's the first one to find it. Khalid actually responds with 2 here. Spike noted as well. Katsumi has to tuck away from this. Actually, Mel and Bob made progress elsewhere, but no real information towards B-Sun. I don't actually think the extent of this stack on the side of Crew was noted. But early advantage here.
Yeah, massive and fantastic consideration of that. Brilliant work coming out from Crew. I'm really happy to see. You can see instantly that Spike got collected and got the hell out of danger. So over towards the site we go. Plant going to come down. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Those 3 Spectres, still a fair amount of utility on Katsumi. Same with Bob as well. So you're still in a decent enough position to fight this one out. And I want to see Bob's flank here. The timing is everything. Do they still recheck towards middle? You've got 4 players and Bob could have the best flank in the world. They have absolutely no idea. And it's devastating. It's so much. They all have to turn. It's time being purchased. Bob does not need to overcommit to this. Just chip away by time. Precious seconds. Because Crew are almost back in this round. And it's only 1 to make it forward. Cloud9 White again. Course correction there. It started to get a little dicey towards that A side, instantly lean away, and that deeper default paid off.
Beautiful timing as well from Bob to get behind that rotation. You see Conair just making that last glance back towards mid, but Bob comes through. She's on the backside of this, but the opener was fantastic here. I mean, Kalita finding 2 kills off the rip with the Sheriff, and luckily, C9 White able to tuck away from that Katsumi, like you said, just grabbing the spike, hightailing it over to the other side of the map.
But I also do want to look at Crew's consideration there. I love teams that on their kind of lighter purchases or, eco rounds to an extent will try something. They'll give something a go. Hey, it's our favorite,
Shout
Michael.
out GB.
Thanks, GB. You really cursed us here, bud. But no, I think rolling it back to even just that second round there, I did like what I was seeing from Crew. They tried something. Not just going to sit back, actually try to get a little proactive with things, try to, maybe disrupt a little bit, feel a bit warmer in the game, take a couple of these fights for themselves, because it could get a little bit, you feel like everything's being dictated to you, because in my mind, again, Mike here, Cloud9 White want to look through this team. They want to run through this. They want to look as clean as they did online.
And on the flip side of that, C9 White actually poised. They're ready to receive that sort of play, right? They're anticipating Crew made them. Not necessarily 5 people stacked up, but...
No, but something.
Exactly, yeah. So, again, diligence shown from C9 White, not really wanting to let that round 2 get away from them and still maintaining. Actually, I mean, impossible for Crew really to come through. Risk regaining those weapons as well. Yes. I don't think they wanted to reveal the extent of that stack. So, the fact that Katsumi didn't hang around, obviously, Crew none the wiser to that.
And we will be going into the bonus this round. It should be an okay purchase. It hasn't been too much damage done in the initial round, so there could be some pieces missing. Potentially heavy armor, a little bit of utility. We'll check back in when we jump back into the game. For now, of course, the bonus, we'll have to see what they're working with as well on the other side. But overall, I want to see what Cloud9 do in this round. I want to see if they can be creative as well. We saw Crew do it in the prior one. I want to see them on their kind of bonus round have a potentially creative mindset coming into this. I don't want to see them just kind of running through the motions here. I'd like to see Cloud9 actually bringing out, maybe not all of the plans, but a nice little showing here.
Yeah, and actually just to know what this next round's going to be like, because of that Sheriff purchase on a couple of players from Crew. There's a couple of light shields here, which some of these Spectres coming in for Cloud9 White can actually do damage here. We're talking about maybe some of these ranged engagements if Cloud9 White look to lean towards mid once again. I think actually Jazzy and Lex is probably just going to ride this through on pistols, to be honest. You Katsumi and Bob have some funds to spread. But ultimate-wise, it's only really Kalita, those skills in the previous one away. And Katsumi doesn't have the TP available. We're going to see something. If Crew do actually play close contact once again, Katsumi can really actually get into the backlines with that.
Yeah, there's some potential for that one. Beyond that, though, hopefully all of you are having fun. Good morning to the watch parties tuning in. I think a couple of you over in NA, obviously tuning in for that Cloud9 White game nice and early in the morning. Crew fans as well, so hopefully you're having a nice day. Maybe some breakfast on the go, really easing in. You've got plenty of good games today, and this... How many times can I reference Cloud9 White having a big test, right? I feel like I do it every single time. Okay, up against Shopify or up against X team, Y team. But I've got to say this is, it elevates it because we are in a different environment. It's not like Cloud9 White haven't played at events before, but nothing to this scale, nothing to this pressure point, and it's that big first international, and that's why it reminded me of Reykjavik a little bit. It got me that, that little butterflies coming through.
It's that thing where we talk about kind of solidifying or giving validity to some of these online results, right? And that's not to take anything away from I mean, almost having very similar journeys here, right, in terms of the track record, but it's that form that we're looking for both of these teams to bring to the stage here in Berlin.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's that, how strong are they when they get out of their region? How does it look regionally when we go into review, with hindsight and results now coming in? Do we go, oh, maybe, Cloud9 White looked good here, but, it doesn't look as good as they did during that online domination. Maybe they're not playing to the same caliber. There's plenty of different things to look at. Same for Crew. Okay, well, how regionally do they match up? Of course, towards the top end, looking near on flawless at times. Okay, does that transition against NA? Does that look good against EU? Potentially, so many other regions to potentially look at. So, as it stands for me, I think this is once again, I hate to say it, but a litmus test. It's one of those where it's just a little bit of a sit back and watch. In my mind so far, seeing Bob playing well, though, that's good. That nice little flank, good timing, nice read of the pace. I like the creativity from Crew. So already two good looks.
It's those little things where we talk about tendencies that actually, if they stick to the game plan, whether or not there's anything that's going to really disrupt that, throw them off their game. Those are real key indicators in terms of really translating that form here in Berlin.
Cover going on.
No, actually, Alexis and Jazzykins did ride through, and actually Katsumi looking to get into the backlines here with the TP. Yeah, will be cancelled, so one player noted at least here towards 7, but already a rotation has come through, Lauren.
This is going to be a pretty rough sight to take, but
almost
with the slow towards Heaven, they're completely posturing for the retake instead. Maybe feeling Kalita could facilitate something, but you still need to get that built up if you can. I mean, this isn't bad. They've got the post plant. They're sat in pretty decent positions. If this could go sideways, I don't love that they didn't try maybe halt a little bit of this, but utility-wise, they are down to bare minimum here on the Cloud9 white side. So this is a great opportunity for Crew, but they need to get going.
A lot of time burnt up here already. Kalita will pave the way through the door. Little crossfire setup here, though, just outside. Conir actually loses out to Jazzykins with a ghost here.
And I love the commitment as well from Jazzykins, still doing great chip damage too, and Alexis still not noted. Gonna get away with potentially murder until then. Mel on the trade and Mel on the flank! And that's a denial of the ult's validity. It's gonna find nothing here, as Romy the last one alive in a 1v3, and Katsumi, headliner so far, mopping it up. And that's a conversion that's gonna sting against Crew here.
Absolute shutdown there on the retake. And again, Conir faced with a really, really awkward decision there. Like you said, to peek through, try and make use of the rifle potentially and slow down C9 White on the way into the site. But, I mean, outside that, it's only really Romy that can take that peek. Once that slow orb comes in onto Heaven, that peek is not comfortable. It's not as if you've got a chamber that can kind of dip in and get out quickly.
Right.
It's Romy scrambling to find its rotation, just can't get there in time. And almost a panic ult thrown out here from Kalita to try and clear through short, but Mel threads the needle perfectly.
And got to say it, Katsumi looking like a land beast right now, sitting on 7-1, farming it up. And once again, similar scenes, but it looks like Cloud9 White and more than aware. Good trades for Crew, though. Conir and Beish at least going to do some damage on this one. Rifle's not quite recoverable yet, so a little bit tricky in that regard to try and maybe get those back into play for Crew if they could recover them. And already, C9 White just going to turn attention. They want that plant. That's what they're going to try and facilitate. The two players playing slightly ahead. Spike safely working his way around by main. They should be able to at least secure Heaven, maybe secure a little by tree, which they're going to do by at least shutting the door.
Alexis and Mel might even go exploring here.
I think they should.
Be able to greet a couple of members of Crew just ahead of progress towards Heaven. Gonna find any value here. Conir just behind the curve there. Fortunately caught off guard. Mel, savior of that one. Alexis nearly caught, but Crew doing damage once again here with pistols. Happy to stack up, taking engagement on one extremity. They draw blood, but once again, C9 White, the contingency's in place. And lose the spike, or nobody's overextended in a position they can't be recovered from. It's
Mel's
well
yet
handled.
to die.
Yeah.
Mel's going to have one of those games, isn't she? We'll find out how this goes on, because we are seeing that potential with Crew. I like that little, the aggressive looks, but you kind of need to now start committing to that. I need to see in a rifle, which is what we've got coming in now. Operator into play for Romy, who's yet to get on the board, though. 0-4 so far, same for Konsu, so we need to see them start activating, feeling present in these rounds, because so far, so good for Cloud9. Now, this could be a good start, though. Shot goes astray, not ideal. Has to fall off this one. And give up that mid control, which actually quite quickly C9 are going to take into their hands here.
I think this is actually on the back of, you can see here just off screen, Mel being tested. The one-way phone up, great counter to that is the spy cam from Mel. Again, this initial probe, C9 White looking to peel back towards short here. It's only really going to be one player holding down. Conir playing very close contact, noting Mel's presence outside in the early rounds.
But there's no pressure on short, and they would have felt that, right? And they can speed up the pace, and they're so aware of this. Alexis with the first was great. The second, I feel, was a gift from the gods. And already the plant now getting put down, wall in place. Every post plant is pretty much covered, and you've got an operator. That's an expensive piece of kit. Maybe you don't want to commit at this point.
Romy posted up deep in Heaven. No possibility of swapping this out, and actually Katsumi ready with the paranoia, potentially, to enable somebody to push even deeper. It looks like Crew, rightfully so, going to give this up. That'll be the 5th on the board very quickly for C9 White. Unfortunately, not a lot for Crew to say in this round. No. Like you said, almost that double stack towards main when there's no pressure follow through towards B or towards mid. You must expect that push out. Try and dig Mel out of this position. Bomb catching him. Headshot there. Konsu will find Jazzy, but nothing but a consolation at this point.
It's worth hunting these down. You have the funds.
Yeah, want to punish
Money
this.
is great for C9. On the other side, they are desperate to keep hold of these. And it's just the operator.
The door's closed as well.
Do they get to keep it so far? I'm pretty sure it's gone. Okay, Mel, huge punish.
That's massive.
Look at the money coming back in, 3.6. I think it was like 3.1. It's going to be shoddy at best.
Katsumi's already nearly on another already. Actually, talking about it, Crew's first ultimate cycle just about coming online, but it's in the wrong round.
Yeah.
Again, we know Kalita threw out the ultimate earlier, but there's no real tools to... I mean, unless they want to invest here.
They're feeling it, man. Yeah. You can see Mel there just kind of starting to get a little feisty too. And I've got to say it, Mike, in my mind, they're reading the game really well here. For
Yeah,
Cloud9. If you
perfectly.
talk, away from what we're seeing in the rounds, a couple of exchanges.
Difference being here as well, where Katsumi's posted up, ready to receive that aggression outside B main. You can see immediately they know a bit more about it. Other than Kalita taking first contact, you can actually see immediately scrambling those communications to say, it's all 5. Hit A now.
Yes.
And once again, like I said, nobody from C9 Wide's overextended. They don't lose the spike in an awkward position. They're in position to capitalize on that straight away.
Yeah, the read is fantastic. The mid-rounding coming out from C9 is good. It's not just kind of that predetermined plan. It's not just, full-on executes here and there. It's just really nice audibles being called out as well.
And this time out from Crew, the sort of things I wanted is what I alluded to. The fact that they, as 2 stacking towards A main, they did spot Mel nice and early.
They did.
It's a Cypher, it's a spy camp. You've got to start taking those risks early on, because C9 White, how many times are they in this position where they stack up? They didn't have that snowball effect where coming into what we're going to see the third buy round come out and Crew are off kilter a little bit in terms of economy, in terms of the ultimates. It can spiral out of control so quickly when you're playing against Cloud9.
It can, and it might be doing just that. At 5-0, Crew, that timeout could be essential for them. This could be time to maybe, talk through the options, try and get a grip on the game, because it's very easy to get blown out of the water. It's something that we've seen consistently, even in NA during the online phase. Crew needs to get a grip on this one. And I don't know how many times they're used to playing from the back either. It could be something they're just not used to. This aggression is so good from them. They are so good at these half buys, these kind of shoddy purchases. They are fantastic, and the spike is in a bad position here. They need success over by A, and Bob's given them just that. Bob now on the side can take so much control of this. The spike, yes, it is still an issue, but they at least have that backup plan now.
So I'm looking here to see how C9 White do recover here, 'cause it's the first time the spike has been out of position. Bob perfectly flanked through
it's
MA. Finds the first,
ferocious.
the second. Actually, Romy going to fall too.
And Alexis trying to swing from it. That's good. Time to get away, though. There was still that pressure. There was still that danger. Konsu could have hit another shot. It could have been another problem. It's not to be. Kinnear has to find impact, find damage, find something, because this chip damage stops being enough. It stops being a silver lining at 6-0. It stops being anything we can depend upon. The first time we're really seeing C9 having to scramble in this round, and again, it's one of these buys, but that's a recovered rifle.
Alexis actually anticipating the lockdown potentially being used on short and save the fragment for it. Not sure if Konsu's going to consider that. Alexis does give up the lineup for the time being after that door's removed. They can follow through here. Alexis going to take first contact. The spike I'm actually spotting out Heaven, but Alexis standing strong. Just one left to find for C9 White.
Kinnear. No one's given them any play, and the swing together, it's sorted. Bob bailing him out there as well. Got to give credit, they held him mid, they got the spike back to hand, but Bob, the amount of room that they garnered pushing towards that A side, pushing through, pressuring short, allowing the spike to come back in. That was probably one of the hardest fought 4 rounds we've seen yet.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, the first time that actually we've seen, we're noting how actually diligence in the early round, the spike was never really lost. The first time that Crew actually had an opportunity to really pressure this buy round from C9 White, but it just wasn't followed through. Great cleanup, and like you said, credit to Bod to actually make use of that time, get through onto A side, find that flank, and actually remove that control from short.
Okay, we've got the ults coming around. We have everything we need for Crew. And Crew are getting aggressive. They're straight up middle. They're up the gut. They're going to go for the deep knife as well. Finds maybe Mel at most. But for now, fully aware. Seems hyper aware of the possibility of this. Maybe noting the success they had in the prior rounds, but the timing's everything! And Mel's still alive. Untouchable in this
on
game.
The weapon switch as well, Lauren. Absolute madness.
Mel in fine form. And just taking their time here. The lockdown being considered by Konsu.
Love the counter over the Hunter's Fury. And actually, Bob going to throw this out preemptively here, just to try and remove Konsu from this short position, but finds Kalita instead.
And Katsumi, might be the time. There's that lockdown. And there's the TP, right towards the back of Boathouse, going to note that no one is there, and commit. So, Spike can be safely ferried away, unless Vish can maybe find something towards middle. Maybe be a problem, but do they go for a double pump? Do they then thread up through middle? Because no one's posted on it. They've got options here. Katsumi can be all but a ruse. See what they do with this one.
Left.
Options are plenty. 28 seconds, but it looks like they're still eyeing up that A site.
If Katsumi closes this door here, maybe re-smokes off spawn. See Konsu rotate back through, but C9 White. I mean, Alexis is already deep on site here.
And there it is, Mel. Gonna make it across. Kinnear, though, gonna find Katsumi. That was a fight towards B, so the plant's gonna come in, and now we're in the post plant. favorable numbers still towards Cloud9 White, but we're going to see what Konsu Based and Konya can maybe achieve in this one. A little late on rotation because they had to deal with a player who took that TP towards B. Alexis waiting for the pressure to come in through by Tree, going to spot out Konsu. The flash to follow, going to know 2 and fight 2. Alexis taking heads. Konya just dismantled up towards heaven, and it's flawless. How many times have we asked this and waited to see if it will translate to the international stage? And so far, so damn good. Cloud9 White are just something else.
And the concern being, we were talking about when that first ultimate cycle will hit in a buy round.
Yep.
That was it for Crew. The only thing they come away from here is the Blade Storm for Romy. So absolutely nothing gained off that investment. Actually, on the flip side, I think before that, C9 White had either 4 or 5 ults to throw into this. And they're ready to just counter everything that Crew are looking to achieve. You always see him now getting a bit fired up on stage. Look a bit happier, looking to have some fun.
And on the other side, not going to be a similar scene at all. It's going to be a rude awakening. A tough, bitter pill to potentially swallow on map 1 here. Pressure towards middle found. And if you're C9 White, you've got to be looking for that aggression we know that Crew will try and bring out, which they've done. They've zerged out a B. They've taken the space away. They're going to leave A pretty vulnerable, but they're going to note that, and they'll have to try and do that damage on the way back in.
Vice actually already way on short here, so stacking up 4 members of Crew. Look to flank through all the way from A lobby here. Just going to be Con here to show actually taking a ton of damage on that wallbang. Forced off the angle as well.
Yeah, 5 HP is all that's remaining, and this is going to be quite telling. Mel, going to be on guard duty. 7-0 so far. Spots 1, takes 1. That's going to be based down. Bob going to take over the next bit of pressure here. Spots out more, and he's got the support. Doesn't need it. It's just farming out here. Cloud9 White just a cut above the rest with the Prime Gaming flawless.
Really hitting their stride now.
Yep.
8-0 the score. Like I said, that ship has sailed now for Crew to really have any input here. They're in damage control mode now. They need to get something out of these last 4 rounds.
And it feels like maybe just unbridled aggression could be the name of the game. Try and just be disruptive, do something, because it's not working otherwise.
That was supposedly the game plan, right? To actually take the fight to these teams here in Berlin. We've seen it in a couple of rounds, but like I said, it becomes harder and harder to justify now. Like I said, it's to the point where throw something out, see what sticks. Looks like that might be the case here. Not through B main here, but there's 4 members of C9 White here. Again, these early round protocols, the slow orb, to actually prevent any further progress behind this first blood. Beautifully done.
Great read, great anticipation. Crew not finding that first impact. Last time around, we saw this on a couple of the half buys, a couple of the ecos.
Kalita opening things up.
A couple of trades, working quite nicely. This time around, too sharp to it. C9 reading the game plan really well, and the patience even sticking around just in case there was that double dip of aggression, and there was. Once again, it's noted, Paranoia invested, and the push comes in. They're just going to absolutely send this. Katsumi are going to just drop a smoke down towards CT. And the ball comes up as well, so they can even note towards the side. So this is now a problem. Based, overwhelmed, and it is just clear cut. Mike, there ain't much to say about this.
No, there isn't. Konsu just about making it way back through to spawn side here. 2 mollies to work with, but C9 White flooded the site now. 3 members here once again. Bob a little disconnected as well, just as that contingency once again. The Hunter's Fury online.
Placing sentry. Placing
this one you got to say, it's looking like a 9.
Very much so. I don't see this going any other way here. Still the utility to invest for Bob, for Katsumi. Still so much to run through, and it's rough for Crew. There is no good option anymore.
And slipping back into just try and hold on to these rifles. I think a couple of the members hit, well, 1,000 for Romy, 1,400 for Beist. Kalita down to 600. It's not going to be a pretty bite. Got no potential to drop a weapon out.
Rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep punishing. Don't let your foot off the gas. They're all going to swing through, going to find here. Connie and Konsu will find the kills, but consolations and nothing more.
Yeah, it's way more costly, obviously, for Crew here. Their money devastated, left in tatters and ruins. Might be able to at least spread the wealth a little now. On the other side, of course, you were seeing max money starting to be hit, so it was no real problem. It was worth hitting that chase. I just don't know what else Crew are meant to do here now.
I mean, in this one scenario, the one fallback would be, Romy potentially getting Blade Storm up every, 3 or 4 rounds or something like that. But they haven't even had that to fall back on some of these lesser purchases. The only thing really left over here is 2,400 in the back pocket for Conair. Still will be able to get rifles, a Bulldog, to kind of complete the purchase. And here, Crew playing a little deeper. No progress either side of the map. Romy actually tucked into bricks here, just outside A main.
Throwing charge.
Again, the momentum is there for C9 White though. They're not even paying much attention to the other side of the map. Yes, that trap wire is going to get set off, but Mel has the spy cam just to make sure there's no push coming through. You can see the check there.
Yeah, lovely work. Mel calling this one out as well.
Kalita's already preemptively rotating off that after dealing with that trap wire in B main.
The contact's gonna be on short. Coming on the knife, good. Smoke goes up. Romy Island. Trade comes out. 1-for-1 so far. Mel gone down. The timing not bad at all. Rez gonna come out. Mel back on the feet, and Jazzy gonna carry on forward. All invested. They got to know everything. Flank now seen. They are gonna be on red alert as they should be. Beast though finally comes alive on the side, and there's a fight to be had.
Bob with the response on here. Kalita and Konsu left to try and cover this one now. Bob actually peeks ahead of that as the spike is planted. So now 1v2. Jazzy will fall. Konsu swings through and finds Crew's first round.
Yeah, finally starting to hit here. It was scrappy, but it's worked for them.
Clockwork.
One, I mean, you take what you can get at this point. That's as much as you can really say about this. There's no nice way to put it. You sat 9 down. You've claimed one back. You've at least given yourself a shot now going forward.
So now White, unfortunately, in a position where they can buy back through. Jazzy does fantastically to deal with this threat. Actually, perfect reveal coming through on short. And you see, actually, initially, it looks a little uneasy for C9 White as they try and recover the situation. So Crew come through, find the burst, another rifle purchase coming through, and actually a Guardian to round it out this time. See if Crew can build anything off this. Konsu and Based actually do have ultimates available here to invest here. Bob actually on the operator. So maybe an indicator that C9 White going to try and slow things down a little bit here.
Cage triggered. Not still going to hit that pressure towards middle. Keep them present. We still have that late hold towards B main.
I mean, the alarm actually positioned behind these cages. So Mel trying to plant the seed, the potential progress up mid. Nothing following through here. Actually, the preemptive no command from Based. Actually, in A main, look how deep Bob is positioned here. They're trying to probe to almost bait out this push once again from Crew. Nice peek from Romy though. Down to 70 HP early on. Still happy to take this engagement and rewarded for it.
Yeah, they're going to note Konsu though, so that's not going to go unseen. The rotations are on the way, and there's no real backup plan. It is quite all in now. The smoke going to come down, and the lockdowns come out. This is now going to give them a time limit. There is pressure put on Cloud9. Romy's reposition is perfect. Going to fight Gatsumi. Bob and Mel still alive and kicking, but for how long? 2 more seconds. They got to handle it. They got to handle it now. Mel can't do it. Gets caught, but still standing was Alexis. Bob puts life on the line for it as well. And now just down to Kinnear. And it's all slow sailing, but they need to get the spike and they need to get the plant. Couple of seconds to spare, they get it done, and Bob's waiting. Double digits, as manic as it may have been, they've made it to 10.
Last round in the half.
Mel just charging through. Even with 3 seconds left, still looking for that kill. Pulls out the Sheriff, tries to deal with the lockdown, but the contingency in place. 2 members of C9 White still outside that lockdown area of effect. Even did a beautiful trade from Mel actually onto Katsumi.
With 5 bullets, she had to spin over. Man, 10-1. Impressive, gotta say it, very impressive to see. And again, shattering the economy as soon as it kind of goes back and forth. And, well, that's a shot. Where's this been? Where's this fire been from Crew? Love that aggressive first peek. Gonna be able to dip away now. Don't need to overextend on this. Obviously, unrecoverable rifle, but still, good damage achieved. Could potentially spread the wealth. Depend on the knives a little if you could.
We have seen C9 White flip these 4v5s time and time again, though. Particularly on these rounds the Crew has sat on a lesser purchase. First time we've seen Crew dip away from it, though. Yep. They find the first blood, and they're actually in safe positions. Romy repositioning all the way towards short. I mean, potential even here to throw the rifle across, make use of that Blade Storm here. It being round 12.
Here.
Actually, utility noted inside B main here. Konsu only with a Sheriff in hand.
not too much support either in the way of the players that at least have weaponry to play with. It's Kalita only on the Sheriff as well, so going to be a rough one for Konsu. And Kalita, that's brave. That is very brave. Wall goes up. Potential problems there. Kalita gets found, so the support system gone, and now it's Konsu just left on their own. But great positioning, at least going to get away with one. Takes out Alexis, but Jazzy is ready. Death from above, and the shot just about clips the wings of Konsu. Gonna dip back down for it though. Playing around the side of the smoke, 20 seconds here, and the pressure's tying him out. Jazzy finally gets found, and now it's Mel and Katsumi. 18 seconds, plant not in just yet, and Romy looking for that chance above it. Doesn't get it. The paranoia slowing down the roll, and this pressure is tying him out. 10 seconds, they need a plant, and they needed it a while ago. A tap on the spike, but it's Mel trying to get in their face. Katsumi gonna do just about enough to maybe buy time for a plant. And Kinnear gonna feel that pressure, has to hold for a second. The classic switch was not gonna get it done. Kinnear gonna get them silver lining something a second round.
I mean, you could barely call it a lifeline. An absolutely dominant half here from C9Y, and a couple of these individuals stepping up and excelling. What we expected to see from C9Y, and it's translated here to the stage in Berlin.
It absolutely has. The dominance has carried through, and here just a look back at Jazzy being such a problem from this position, even following up with that clip as well, coming through just I think in a second there you saw it, but eventually got found in the end. You can see the kind of tides turning, but a commanding start and a commanding performance, and holding that reputation as high as expected. Cloud9 White, stunning start. Crew giving themselves barely a lifeline here at 10-2.
Wow, wow, wow. What a strong start for Cloud9 White, but good enough, though, to see Crew really show some life there toward the end. That is exactly what they needed if they want to try and bring this one back in the next half.
It's something, it's a round, but still Cloud9 have come in and made good on their promise. This is a team that prides themselves on being dominant in Game Changers, and they're showing it here internationally.
Yeah, completely. I'm going to dare anybody that it's at home, when we are in game, try and find, when we have the player cams and we have Mel, try and find 1 second when she's quiet. She's talking all the time. She has everything under control, and I think this is one of the reasons why this beginning of the half was so dominant by them. It looked like they had a plan in every single second for every single round.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is the sign of a good leader, right? Someone who just doesn't matter what's going on in the game, doesn't matter what the score line is, you keep talking, because at the end of the day, the job's not done until the trophy's lifted over your head.
Yeah, it absolutely is not. And for Cloud9 in this game as well, I think they played this composition really well. It's tough to play on Ascent without that dive duelist, without that jet, that raise, something to that effect, but they do it really well, and it's through leveraging this Sage for these consistent split hits. You saw in that final round, a la FPX, Jazzykins boosts up in main, finding value with the up. You see the slow orb lineups going towards heaven. Cloud9 with this composition, they don't play it a lot in NA because they're just so dominant here, but they are very well practiced with it.
To me, it's also very surprising to see players, for example, like Alexis. We were talking about, you know, how now you have to use the KO with the new patch, playing exclusively, not exclusively, but most likely for your team, and the way that she was using the knives, getting all the information and forcing Crew out of the way all the time.
Yeah, it was constantly, you could tell that C9 round after round, Mimi, had a plan of attack. Even when Bob was just like hanging back deep into this into their side, it was like, yeah, I'm just waiting to see if something's gonna happen, because you know the rest of the team, they have that execution on the other side.
Yeah, and now as we look ahead towards this second half, it is gonna be, I think, more important for Crew than anything else to be able to get a couple rounds, get the confidence back.
All right, well, let's see if Crew can bring this one back, or will C9 close it out? Let's send it back over to your casters.
Well, 10-2, I think they need more than bloody confidence.
That's not going to cut it.
No, I like the desk. You know, you're trying. I appreciate you, but they needed a lot more, and they needed it in the first half. I don't think the last 2 rounds gave me enough. There was not enough to really read into, saying, okay, well, they finally figured it out. They finally got their stride. It was 2 good rounds, but
hey, I mean, if Crew want to completely, you know, shift the entire focus here and really rely on pace to try and be aggressive here. Problem being built around Romy versus this composition. You look towards Mel and Jazzy to really slow things down and prevent Crew from really breaking through this C9Y defense.
Yeah, Romy going to be the one to try and take those first couple of steps. So Alexis, no respect happy to take the fight, but punished on the timing there. Katsumi just left in no man's land, caught as the smoke dissipated, and actually the punish towards Mel. A little bit of a fumble on the timings, a little bit of out of position here. This is not ideal yet, and actually Crew going to make the most of it.
Katsumi almost caught off guard there as that smoke did drop. Lexus knife destroyed, but information confirmed at least, and Crew looking to pile on the pressure through short here. One lurk left, and Romy, completely unconsidered, will punish Jazzy.
Player standing.
Way better work coming out from Crew. This is much better. Loved how much they're able to capitalize on some of the small mistakes coming out from C9 there and making it their own. Lovely pace, keeping that momentum up, taking the site, plant in, all good. 10-3, still heavy advantage to C9. Need Crew to find a bit of that form here going forward, and there's no mistakes. They can't drop the ball now.
Absolutely, yeah, I hinted at it, but Crew need to stick to this. It needs to follow through here, all the way through to the early buy round.
Certainly does.
Very early progress towards bottom mid here. You can see, actually, that's the reason the pop flash through the smoke comes on short. Like I said, Katsumi, unfortunately, just maybe a couple of seconds off, but caught totally out in the open once that smoke did fade.
Yep. See what tempo Crew try and continue at, but you can see them kind of diligent, sitting deep. Something that we credited C9 for.
Almost anticipating a similar sort of approach to these thrifty rounds. Jazzy actually got a shorty position.
Camera taken out.
Over towards tree here. Mel tasked with holding on to B site alone. Actually a smoke in support, but looks like it might just be the orb retrieved. Kalita at least a little curious here with Romy. Both initiators here, potential to try and set Romy up to find this entry on B. C9 happy to stick as 4 over towards A.
Yeah, a little gamble stack. I mean, there are some sheriffs, so it's not completely without some danger, but dash on in. And Mel knows days are numbered. You can do some damage or take one with you. That would be a miracle in itself. Not going to happen. Lovely work from Crew, filling out the stack maybe, or just well-considered approach. And the plant should be coming any second now. So down to about the 20-second marker, they felt comfortable enough. They'd taken the map control. They weren't going to get caught out. Maybe if there was a stack on that B site, there could have been some further danger to it, but not at all. And plenty of information off the back of the knife. Probably 3 noted on that. So again, should be well and truly prepared. Nice little late mid-lurk coming in as well. And should really seal it up. And Kalita just steals it away. Poor old Consul.
That's when you thought. Pop flash is good, but Romy stands strong.
Nice.
Bob actually looking to thread back behind Konsu on this flank, but Konsu still finds the headshot. The Prime gaming flawless here. Recruit themselves a second half here on Ascent. And coming through, and actually those Guardian purchases in the previous now actually put them in a good stance. You don't have to, close the distance anywhere in this bonus. Yeah, actually go through the protocols here. Perfect flash over the top here. Well considered by Crew in this post-plant hold. And looking a little more lively now. At least that was the confidence boosters they need to get on the board here in the second half. But White now on their first rifle bite. A couple of gaps in utility here. I think it was a couple of sheriffs and maybe a shorty in the previous. I don't know what utility was invested, but towards Bob, Katsumi and see Bob find the first kill to Romy. Looking to re-peek onto that angle as well.
Yeah, Bob getting away near on unscathed. The damage coming through the wall more than anything, but you can see them still committed to try and take this mid-pressure. No fear being shown by Crew, trying to keep that tempo a little high, a little pressured throughout the map. Little flash in, doesn't quite find what they want, actually catching a little short there.
Konsu in position to deal with the wall immediately as well, so it actually pins one extra player of C9 White. They have to be on alert here, conscious of the possibility somebody slips to the net. Spike not committed just yet.
I like this. They're testing multiple areas, kind of that mid-thread, that play towards short, that pressure towards the wall, making it hard work to make any sort of gamble or rotation, hit that early rotate. So it looks like a double dip back towards A after that pressure on short. The knife came in, no one got noted. They go back towards this. Spike recovered and on the way, but there are rotations in, and Cloud9 White are in position for this one. This could be hard to stick the landing on 30 seconds. This could go astray. This could go wrong.
Here, Connor actually posts a perfect paranoia, but Kalita can't swing onto it. Too much pressure. Low HP. Alexis will deal with it.
Yeah, and here's that main play, and they hold the door. How did you get away with it? Alexis getting catch Kinnear in the end, but at this point it is a 3v2. There's still a bit of a chance here. Konsu and Based gonna try and make something out of it. Plant gonna come down. Spam doesn't find as much as Bob would have wanted. And now we look at the post plant. What do they have for it? Just kind of tucked towards under heaven. It ain't pretty. There's nothing special about this. Alexis just has the room, but Based does a little bit of damage, but it wasn't going to be enough. But for a bonus, if you look about what they were coming in with, it wasn't that full purchase yet. That's not bad for Crew.
They've drawn blood once again. Well, look what the purchase is going to sit like. Again, you look at the numbers over on the left side of your screen with those Guardians to offset that round 2 purchase as well.
Yep.
Crew actually in a very, very good position to buy back in here. Slight advantage across the board in terms of this ultimate cycle. Alexis being the closest to C9 White, 1 away from that null command. And almost a total fumble here as that door was closing. Luckily only 1 falls, and actually I think initially a trade coming through. The game plan is now for Crew.
I think this is always the scary factor when we talk bigger picture, that you are going to be, even with a good start and everything else you need, if you do start getting chipped away in, you know, in the first gun, in the first buy round and everything else coming out, bonus. Oh no, Konsu! Fumbling it.
Yeah.
Maybe pressure getting a little much here. You're starting to see 11 against you. It does start to mount, and well, Bob takes absolutely no prisoners here. And Jazzykins and co feeling that pressure starting to mount towards short, and the wall goes up.
2 in. The wall actually catching 2 on the left side of it here. Oh, actually Kalita nearly caught on that retreat. Romy though still stuck on the left side of this.
And I'm looking at the readjust, though, shuffling back towards the B side, so pressure towards Mel. You can already see the camera starting to twist and turn, looking for any of these opponents coming in, and Bob repositioning towards top mid. This could be great timing for Bob, and actually gets warded away. Lovely support coming out from Based. Can at least keep their player safe as they try and pour up through middle.
Looking a lot more comfortable here on their attacking half. Kalita, further reveal through Melt. Have to deal with that. Still got a trap wire, and the spy cam is still available. Not anymore though, but a couple of one-ways now to work off. Will Mel be rewarded for her patience?
May not be a lion's den, more like the rat's cage here. Mel waiting in the back. Don't allow the plant to come in, can't quite challenge as the smoke keeps safe on the right side, and the first challenger comes in and cleans her out. Mel gone. Romy gonna find Jazzykins. This is much better work coming in, but the late flank catch them by surprise and pop in the ult as well. Okay, we're down to a 3v3 here. All of Crew's players tucked on the site itself. Smoke still invested. There it goes, the last one. High flash in. Can they make the most of it? Nate towards the back of the side. Kalita. Great work towards Katsumi. They need more. They find more! Cloud9 White. Devastating on the way back through.
And Crew almost look like they've dug their heel. Look at the HP from Alexis and Bob. 15 HP between them, Lauren. But they get themselves to 12. Crew, I think, going to be able to string together some sort of purchase here, at least rifles and the light shield coming through. Couple of ultimates online now, Kalita and Konsu. Probably the 2 to build around. Romy and Base actually only 1 away, respectively. We'll see with that late null command coming through. You did note Alexis was the closest in the previous round. Bob does have the Hunter's Fury online now. Can Crew hold C9 on the 12th for the time being? Beautifully execute. Back onto B side there from C9 White.
Well, giving it. Okay, Hunter's Fury. Right off the rip here, Bob. Did catch Kinnear, yeah, absolutely. And it's actually Alexis to find the follow-up towards Kalita, so this is not looking good as a start. Losing on that pressure, and Mel already taking space. The map is feeling small for Crew.
And that's a big ultimate off the board.
Yeah, it is. That's a
Wait,
big
hang
loss.
on. Mel's out in mid.
Yes, Mel has taken over half of the map.
Mel has so much space to work with it. Look how deep the tripwire is.
Hand off the mouse almost there, Mel. Easy, Tiger. Gonna get it back on. And Kinnear goes down. Mel's just striding through the map. Now, that could open a chance for them to double back here. They could walk away from this. Try and maybe retake that space. You are seeing Bob have to respect that. Spin back around towards top middle. And Jazzy taking a peek.
Alexis got the knife back up, though, so... Actually, now with the null command coming through, almost going to anticipate this, but Alexis just swings out, finds it, finds all 3. 4 on the round for Alexis. C9 White close out Ascent.
And I think that closes out some of the doubts that people may have had, some of those considerations, expectations for Crew being maybe a challenger, being a contender, looking good in their region, but internationally, it's Cloud9 White to really draw that first blood, and looking damn good while they did it as well.
And a statement to be made here. Absolutely. Again, like you said, all these questions that we had potentially had the copium almost to say, are C9 White not going to replicate their previous 4
Yo.
Match found.
Faded. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we hate it. What you tryna run away with? Got a car, we could take it and go places. Said she wanna take the spaceship, fly somewhere that we nameless and be painless. What's her name?
You guys got mics? Hello?
No,
Yeah,
man.
bro,
I got a
hello.
yeah, I got mics. Yeah. Player 5, you want to play smokes?
Nope.
Okay. Same way.
I got mic, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Why does it not matter?
I make 45 kills and we win.
Aight.
Nice.
Bet, bro. Bet, say less.
Aight.
Bet, bro, bet. Easy, bro. Easy.
But this guy could be capping, yeah, so we still need smokes.
I can
I'll
go
go
smokes.
smokes, I guess. No, you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well,
No.
I go fit then.
Okay.
Go KO, we're not flashes, go KO.
I'm live on YouTube, by the way.
Nice.
That's my thing.
Time I be up in all year. If I feel a way, then I could call her, even if she paid it. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we faded. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we hate it. Know you feel it when that pain hit. Dropping tears like it's raining, drinking and chasing. Manifest that you made it. On my mind I can't take it, but I won't erase it. She at home laying naked. Waiting for a Jamaican. She got impatient. Not the one you wanna play with. She the one you wanna stay with and smoke till you fade it.
I type my username in the chat.
I bet, bro.
And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and
Chamber.
Anyone have funds to spare? And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we faded. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we hate it.
I
They rushing. Yeah. One more.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Reloading. These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
Need a drop.
Forcing Vandal like every Reyna main. Let's go.
Nice.
Actually being a Reyna main, it does not force Vandal. Could never be me.
Carry me, bro. Bro, you don't have a small shield. That's not like every Reyna. What the fuck?
Bro, I'm literally like every Reyna right now. Like,
What do you mean?
literally a Reyna main.
Then come to me. I can pick it up and make ace.
Dang, what a deal. Thanks for the subscribe.
Bro,
Okay,
what?
Reyna main. You die
You're
against
ass,
Classic
kid.
with Bulldog.
Now they have a
Bro,
Vandal.
this is terrible.
Bomb is
Why are you
down.
so toxic, Jimmy? Shut up.
Chaos on
Bro,
me.
it's literally my warm-up game. Like, oh my god.
Okay.
Guys, you got this.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
Hey, smoke. Maybe B.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
30 seconds
Yeah, he
left.
came out arcade.
Toxins going up.
Spike planted.
Poison orb emitting.
Nice.
Toxin screen down.
Guys, I've not been a week and this is my warm-up game, so I'm sorry, guys.
Thanks for the subscribe.
Their teeth will chatter in the
Thanks for the
cold
subscribe.
dark.
How many subs you got?
Like on to 5 now on YouTube.
You have 5 subscribers?
105 on YouTube.
Can I have your frenzy, Viper? Thank you.
You want a slung eyes?
For you, need a drop.
What a Reyna main.
Poison orb and toxins going up.
Prepare
for hellfire.
Reload.
The timing!
Spike planted.
Yeah, I had my
Jet
use
thing,
allowed.
115.
One main.
Bro, he's one shot. Flash.
Player standing.
Hit him for 95. Hit him for 95. 95.
Bismillah.
No.
Poison orb emitting.
People B.
What the frick, bro? Shoot it.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down. Try again. Poison
Planting.
orb and toxins going up.
Spike planted.
Fuck, I knew it. I knew he was there, but like...
He's up here.
He pushed CT for sure. I can eye fuck it.
Find you.
Oh, never mind. GG.
Enemy spotted A. standing.
2 CT.
Eco. Oh, 5.
Can we play next round like normal people 3A and 2B? Sage is walling here, you play here, Viper.
Yeah.
And we play 2 guys B.
Hallo?
Not in pistol, not next round.
Je bent er nog.
I don't think it's gonna be B this round.
Ik ben ook pas net terug. Maar...
You know double peek dish?
We peeked, we pushed it last round, yeah.
Outside B main something, they broke my eye. I'm not gonna waste my util unless...
They have breach route.
No 1A.
Two arcade.
Yeah, I got breach
arcade too, probably.
160 fade.
126 on breach.
Oh shit! Crazy timing.
These guns are okay, but I will also bring my...
Sage, can you wall arcade? So I can save him all for retake.
Yeah, but why do we play 3B then? Hier must have won.
I'll come in.
Ik ga denk ik weer Rock zelf gebruiken, man.
Ja, ik heb Brawler.
Maar kan je geband worden?
Moet er ruiken.
You can Brawler when I miss or something.
Volgens mij niet,
but
hoor.
Don't go dish, you have a trap deck, bro.
Band using Excel. It doesn't do anything in all those legit customers, man.
Bro, destroy something, please!
Nee, it doesn't do anything illegal. All it does is let you customize the mouse acceleration that comes as default with. So you should never be banned using mouse cell. That being said, do concussion your mind is restore. So it's
I got spike.
Ik ga het gewoon weer downloaden, houden. Fuck dat.
Can you open it with your poison?
Yeah. Hit him then.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, Chamber. Rolo the name is from Code Geass.
Yeah, it is.
I can buy you, Viper.
Oh, no, I'm farmfield. Yeah, I'm watching it now, so like... That's why I remember.
Okay.
I'm gonna play offsite, I have ult for retake.
B.
More people from behind. Two more from behind.
Push CT. Yeah, push canteen.
The bomb is down again, guys. Just chill, the bomb is down.
Bomb is in spawn.
Even restarten, ja?
Last player standing.
Chamber, are you smurfing?
Again.
No, this arena, man.
Bro, he's down. Why are you facing all when I have the spawn? And he's ulted.
Yeah, I don't know why you all guys are fucking on B, like, no one was even on side.
Yeah, if you don't wanna win, it's all good, I don't care.
Oh, why do you cry so much, man? Holy shit.
Bro, what do you mean with cry?
I get that Valorant's your life, bro, but calm down.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. If you don't wanna win, why you search? All good, bro, all good.
You're crying, bro.
No, I'm not
No
crying,
point.
who cares?
You're the only one crying, bro. You and Viper.
What do you mean, bro?
not hear me 3 times. One's on site, 104 and 8. It's 46-ish.
Marked one. I'll find you.
Spike planted.
Yo.
Yo.
Ja, ik heb broadcast.
Last player standing.
One tower, one B main. Calm down, guys. We can win this still.
Got my keep fighting. Rest is overrated. I will save.
Fill my lungs with ganja when they fill my brain with drama. From my past, I have all this trauma. Getting cash off the racks on my problem. Don't work, no, it won't work out. Don't work.
It's AJ.
-6.
Jets ropes. He's up. Oh, he jumped.
Toxins going up.
Spike planted.
Cap.
Last player standing.
This is for amateurs. Let's go.
I'm trapped in my head too much. I'm trapped in my head. I'm trapped in my head too much. They wonder why I get high as fuck. They wonder why I get high so much. It's because
A main seems good.
Stealing sight.
Spike down B.
Spike.
One behind the B. Okay. Going under.
Pathetic.
One was arcade.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Going back from here.
Yeah, they're in spawn.
One enemy remaining.
He took the zip line, I think.
Yeah, he took zip line.
Probably dish. Nice, good job. I can buy you a chamber. Oh no.
Can someone get Thank you.
Now the pain's worse, yeah, it's gon' hurt. Hope it all works out. Broken machine, no, it won't work. But I get cash, so she gon'
Wall raised.
Under. They will breach or... Be careful.
Are they on side?
Could be.
Nope, one tower.
Yeah, plenty.
Spike planted.
I'm blind.
Once Brimstone's on side with all.
Player standing. Last round before the switch.
Splendidly seen.
Can prowler. Oh, nice. Prowling. Yeah, but I want to
Spike down A.
On site.
I have ult for retake.
Just still
One
B
A,
main.
one B, one A, one B.
Yo.
Yo.
Nee, ik ben kapot.
He was not on side. Maybe CT.
Last player standing.
No, it won't work out, but it don't work. No, it won't work out. It don't work. Yeah, it's gon' hurt. Hope it works out.
Spike planted.
Where are you?
Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining.
I'm tired of the crying. Tired of the crying. Please come back in my arms.
Switching sides.
Whatever happens, it's not here. Don't panic.
Tired of trying. I'm tired of dying. Please save me from myself. Oh, all the love when you're missing me. All of the love when you distance me. All of the love when you're missing me.
Kom met Roxanne speelt echt heel chill. Ik speel het wel, man.
Dat is nog mee shit.
Nee, hoor.
Bring them down.
Breach tower.
There.
Tower.
One is behind you.
Bring them down.
Toxin screen down.
Gosh.
Yeah, he's in tower still.
Last player standing.
Tired of the fighting. I'm tired of the crying. Please come back in my arms.
Flawless.
I'm tired of trying. I'm tired of dying. Please save me from myself. Oh.
Vriend, die kankermuur staat daar.
Ja, holla.
Bring them down. Reloading. Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
Door.
One enemy remaining.
Do you know where he is? Any information?
No.
I think he was tower for sure. But he could be anywhere.
Play together.
One chamber, chamber. Chamber 45.
Here.
I'm just watching that. He's coming.
Close now.
Top.
Nice.
Prepare yourself. We fight once again.
He takes Vexy.
Bring them down.
Reloading.
Where are we?
Well done.
Bring them down.
We have a good crossfire.
They're blind with fear.
Nice.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted me. Last player standing.
70 AM from.
Thrifty.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
Let's choke them.
Bring them down.
Hello? One arcade, one's gonna come from A. One arcade, two main. I mean, two CT.
One
CT.
enemy remaining.
That's one CT.
You can res.
Last player standing.
Oh, don't. Nice.
What the fuck? How?
One bullet for him. That should be enough, yes?
I can buy one of you.
Okay.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Watch out, he might have
Get out
out.
of my way. Bring them down.
He's right here.
Toxins going up.
I'll find you. Barrier created.
Well done.
Toxin screen down.
Prepare for hell at your feet!
He pushed me out of them. What a dumbass.
Poison's off. Here.
One enemy remaining.
numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Dime.
You can go B with Fatal.
Yeah.
Be careful, chamber here.
Yeah, I'm gonna prowler, but he might peek before it.
You want to play? Let's play.
He's had a good bit. I think I had him once or twice, maybe 3 times.
Wait, Fatal.
Man.
Bad molly.
May I ask you what the fuck?
Yeah, it bounced itself.
We should like go take Kobe.
Toxin screen down.
Go. Okay, res.
I think he's resting chamber.
What a bitch. What my pocket said so.
New wallet, bro. Bro, you need to.
On site. Well, I mean, at least you rest the chamber.
Player standing.
Yo, just rest me there and we can both go
I don't
A
get how
with
you take
Fate.
that long stage, like his brain's actually slow.
I was literally like on your feet, man, and just rest me, but like walk other side of the fucking map.
You
to rest
walk on
chamber.
the side of the map where there's people to rest chamber.
And then just die, like without, and then you know?
Yeah.
Nice. I think
No, but
that's.
he had to rest the chamber. That was gonna drop 45 kills, guys. Don't worry.
Ah, fuck, I forgot, yeah, my bad.
I forgot, bro, I forgot.
Yeah, we're not that smart, you know? Bottom fraggers here.
He's low. 100. Hey.
Reloading.
One less. We found one. For you.
Toxins going up.
2 on B.
He's low. He's very low. Yo, hello.
Behind.
Enemy spotted A.
Toxin screen down.
Spike down.
What?
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Whoa, that's rough.
Match point.
My smile, I take this on very seriously.
Yeah, guys, yeah. Hold on.
Where are you?
Hawk.
Toxins going up.
Bring them in. Cutting the vision.
Prepare for hellfire!
Spike down B.
Screen down.
Reloading.
Toxins going up.
CT and canteen.
I have iron. 3.
Last player standing. Spike down.
I think you, Reina, you suck big dicks.
You are so
Reina.
fucking shit, Viper.
What the fuck, we have 9
Horrible
kills,
kid.
shitter.
What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Bro, that's what you're doing, bro. Yeah.
Hoeveel staat je potje?
4.
Ah, oké, dan ga ik Overwatch even.
Wat ben je zijn er 2 dan?
Nee, maar ik wil me altijd spelen anders.
Ja, kom.
Ja, maar ik weet niet, mijn moeder komt daar thuis, dan moet ik gaan eten en dan moet ik weer een potje skippen. Mij boeit het niet, hè, want mij is normaal al tussen.
Mij boeit het wel.
Ja, daarom. Dus daarom zeg ik je toch.
Just one more mission.
Low 120 on the chamber. Yeah, he's very low. He's 1. Yeah, I know.
Just look right at my face, yeah, you should stay away. There's nothing left to fade, there's nothing left to take. Oh, if all these walls could talk, they would tell me sit down, man, shut the fuck up. You put me through hell, but I can't get enough.
How is not black? 80. Nice, okay.
A better world is possible today.
You look cheery.
As cheery as you are significant.
Wat? Bro, waarom doet hij dat ding? Ik vind hem.
Ja.
Oh, nee, je bent hem.
Hoor je mij niet? Hallo?
Nee, je praat niet, hè.
Ik doe niks. Hoor je mij of niet?
Ja, ik hoor je.
Oké.
Oh, nice, man. Where's everybody?
Ah, fuck. Dat is cap.
Wat ben je nu aan het spelen dan?
Overwatch.
Surrender to my will.
Als je echt een fan was, zou je nu de stream aan het kijken zijn, maar oké. Je had er ook eerst zo'n Overwatch map waar je naar buiten kon en zo in een anti-gravity zone kon vechten, of niet dan?
Mij niet hoor.
Volgens mij wel.
So check die kill stage.
There they are. Get ready.
Score 1-0.
SB.
I'll see this matter resolved.
Personally, when I get the most kills, okay?
low, 80 chamber. Low, 80.
They can't beat me if I keep on trying.
I'll play it.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Touching down.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Ja, joh, fuck, hij was er zeker. Yo.
A better world is possible today.
My body's gone, but my will remains.
Science means going where outcomes are uncertain, but I am certain that we're going to have a great time.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello?
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Huh?
Yo.
Yeah.
Hey, go. Go now.
Vriend.
Naar Tito. Have what skin? What?
I promise.
Try me on the time. Wanted me to lie, wanted me to cry, wanted me to die.
Mess with a flying scientist. Enemy turret destroyed.
Bro, 80 on Reyna, 40 on
Baby, gon' hit it the center of me. Yeah. Oh, I'ma hit it the center of the baby. That's how I give it, it's like it's crazy. Oh, for real, for real. Wanted me to lie, wanted me to cry, wanted me to die.
Peak performance.
Score
1. Nice.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
I'm so proud of this team.
Healing boost.
Someone call?
Hi!
Lesson learned.
I've had the objective. Anyone else coming?
Vol man.
Lekker. Ben je nu rank up of niet?
Nee, 6 hour.
Ah, je hebt die wel. Je hebt die volgende game easy. Gewoon blijven focussen, ja?
Nou, ik ga nu heel even over.
Check goed ding.
Immortal.
Yo, yo.
David, kom je Overwatch?
Ik Heb je tegen mij of niet? Hey dikke, heb je tegen mij of niet? Hallo? Ah, what the fuck.
nothing. So this is my mood forever. Ain't like grand. Only ones I keep around me is my fam. No coincidence, it's always been the plan. And I always keep it trilly with the fans. Oh, ain't like grand. And I love a little whiskey in my hand. I sip it down so I can fill it up again. Matter of fact, I never want this life to end. And to the end, I saw it all start in my head, yeah. I saw it all start in my head, yeah. I saw it all start in my head, yeah. Ain't like I saw it all start in my head, yeah. I saw it all start in my head, yeah. I saw it all start in my head, yeah. Ain't like grand. Stop looking at me sideways. I wanna know how she know, and how she reading my mind. She catch me every time. She might be psychic, but I like she know about them other girls, but she's still on my mind. A third eye's always on me. Might be psychic, but I like it. Loosen up, baby, you're a dime. Can you choose me up? You know I'm not with a lot of goofy stuff. No rush, don't confuse yourself. Told you many times I lose a lot of my select you give me a sign, I'll land you up. I wanna know how she knows, and how she reading my mind. She catch me every time. Might be psychic, but I like she know about them other girls, but she's still on my mind.
You.
A better world is possible today.
Hello.
Remember what we're fighting for.
Your end is within my reach.
Out. Oh yeah, almost dead. Huh? Okay.
Who isn't living up to the expectations I had for them. It's that Cloud9 is showing up and looking just as good as they were in North America.
Yeah, it is very scary for the rest of the world. They have certainly been put on notice. But to hear from the winners, here's Ender actually going to be standing by with the one who blew up the end of that last game. It's Jazzy standing by for our Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, Golden Boy blew it up with that signature raise. I am here with Jazzykins. And first of all, congratulations on the win, 2-0. A lot of people have you as favorites, so it's a great way to start the event off. And I just want to ask, I know you've been to some smaller LAN events here before with the team as well, but do you have any sort of pre-game rituals, things to get you in the team in the zone for the match?
for me at least, I love blast music, so that's what I do. I'm sure a couple of my teammates do the same.
What's your favorite track?
Shoot.
Or genre even?
Genre, like hip hop.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. Now, you guys got off to a great start, 9-0
Yeah.
over on Ascent. So I'm curious, like, obviously you got to be feeling confident after that. Were there any
100%.
players on the team that were a little extra talkative or over the top energy?
Mel, Lexi, you already
Yeah.
know, like they're the biggest talkers of the team for sure. So.
Alexis had some insane
Yeah.
like rounds in that first
Yeah,
map
for
as well,
sure.
and I would actually like to check out a round from that first map
Okay.
of Ascent because I don't know what was going on in this round. It starts off, I think you guys just sort of walked in, cruised into that A site, but then
Yeah.
the calls coming out from Mel, I'd really just sort of like to pick your brain on that. And we're gonna be able to throw it up in this back wall in just a second here, and just sort of like talk me through this round because you go into this A site. There's a couple of mollies here, but then
Yeah.
no one's really there. Why don't you actually plant the spike?
I think the call was to cancel, or right here actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they KJ ulted, so the call was to cancel and go B. But as soon as we got to Cat, we were like, okay, we're just gonna slow down and then re-hit A, and then Cat was just gonna be our lurker at that point. So.
Yeah. And so what was sort of your role in this situation here? I know you're sort of working through the team.
Yeah, so I have res, so my role was just to bait my teammates.
Perfect.
And I was just baiting Mel here. And yeah, like, yeah. If I have res, like I'm always baiting my teammates, so.
Yeah. I mean, understandable.
Yeah.
And then you get to be the bait going
Yeah,
in
exactly.
on that.
I'm usually
final
the
map.
entry fragger if I don't have res, so yeah.
Makes sense. Now, looking forward today, this is not your only best of 3 today. You're going to
Yeah.
be playing after G2 and X10 matchup here in just a second. So I'd like to ask you, who do you expect to face off, and how do you think that match is going to go?
Honestly, like playing X10 would be fun, but I feel like we're gonna play G2 next. So,
Yeah?
Yeah.
And how, I know a lot of people talking up Giuliano, Duelist on the
Yeah.
other side. How's that matchup going down?
You know, it might be a duelist diff.
Oh, okay. Okay,
We'll
well.
see though, we'll see.
Yeah, well, you're going to get a chance to watch those games,
Yeah.
crank the hip hop, have a lot of fun, and get ready for that. And we are going to throw it to a break and check out the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
We've been waiting for this moment since the launch of Valorant Game Changers. 8 teams have poured everything they have into this defining moment of their legacy. And all that's left is to seal the final chapter of their year. Let's see how it all plays out. And welcome to the stage, Cloud9 White and Crew Esports.
Dash comes in and the first swing. Stunning work from Katsumi and even once more. Welcome to the stage, Cloud9. You're looking like you're at home. Alexis taking head. What are you doing?
To anticipate this, but Alexis just swings out, finds all 3. 4 on the round for Alexis. C9 White close out Ascent.
There's going to be a push off the spike, potentially can't sit that no more. 50 seconds of the clutch for Jazzy. What are you doing? Mel behind them, behind the wire, and Mel closing in now. Don't do it to him, just get the job done. It's 13-5. Cloud9 White proving exactly why they are the team to beat.
Here I am, baby.
Hey, man.
He's a murderer!
And now,
Safety
ladies and
shoes?
gentlemen, Mr. Butler.
My choice. E-Power.
De subsidiepot voor elektrisch rijden is weer open. Wil je €2950 subsidie ontvangen op je nieuwe elektrische leaseauto? Stel hem dan nu samen op justlease.nl.
I go so hard, they still discredit my talent. Took shit too far, now they regretting what happened. Hard for my mama to accept, I'm a savage. You play, I'm letting you have it.
to Game Changers World Championship. I am your host, Yingsu. We brought you a taste of what this competition could be already, but it's time to move on to our second match of the day. It is G2 Gozen versus X10 Sapphire. And as you can see, guys, we have a new face on the desk. Athena, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here, excited to watch the games, and I'm ready for this next matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait to get some of your insight as well. As an IGL, I'm very accomplished pro player in the scene too. But speaking of accomplished, we got to talk about G2 Gozen. Kakuka, you and I have waited for this moment for a long, long time.
I've been doing this breakdown for 2 years, you know. I've been talking about G2 for too long, but this is the moment that we've been waiting. As you said, Yinsu, this team, the experience that they brought in, this 5 players, actually with that 3-player core that has been so significant into EMEA. But what happened there at the end, all that dominance that they've been having over 3 series in a row, disappeared and crumbled under the pressure and under Gildex.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy that they didn't end up being the #1 seed for sure, but I think coming into this tournament, they definitely do have the LAN experience that a lot of these teams don't actually have. Like, they can go forward, go hard hitting, and we say it a lot, like, within our teams, that when you are playing at LAN, you kind of have to just run at them because there's no sound. The sound isn't the same. And so, like, I'm really excited to see how these teams perform, especially at LAN.
I mean, let's talk about that because Mimi in the press conference last night said people are underestimating our LAN performance and how much experience we have at LAN because there's so much pressure there, Athena. You know, talk me through the kind of pressure that these players might be facing if they've never played a LAN event before.
I mean, there's so much pressure. I mean, there's cameras in your face, there's people in the audience, you can see, you know, the lights kind of flashing past you. Like, there is definitely a huge physical kind of connection to like a nervous entity that you might have. And then with the mental as well, you know, you can kind of see your opponents on the other side. And obviously the mental game kind of comes in when people are like yelling like, yeah, let's go. I mean, I saw C9 having like a really fun time with it. And like, you know, just having these girls kind of going crazy on the other side, it's part of the mental game that also like pertains to like the emotional and mental challenge that comes to LAN.
Like, let's be honest about this. We've been waiting for this LAN a lot, but I think that the G2 Gozen girls have been waiting way more than us because we're talking about 3 years, 2 to 3 years without that experience that they had been having for a very long time. They were macerating. Talking to them, they just want to go back on the stage. Like, of course, I agree with Mimi on that statement, especially because maybe people are looking down on them after their last performance, but this is their moment to thrive. This is their natural habitat.
I mean, as we saw in that graphic just now, Petra, Giuliano, and Mimi, they have a combined FPS experience, I think, of 37 years. Yeah, which is still less than Vansili has been alive on this planet, by the way. But it's not just the veteran players we got to talk about because Kakuka, I think Mary has got to be one of the fan favorites coming into this as well.
Completely. Coming in with the MENA representation, Mary has been literally shining from the moment that she joined G2, and she had very big shoes to fill in. We're talking about Zaz. That was part of that core as well. She decided to step down, and it was a very hard task for G2 to find another player that could be the mini Zaz that has been the title that has been given to Mary.
Yeah, I mean, Mary has been such an insane player across the board, no matter what role she's kind of been playing in. Even if she is in that support role, she's still popping off, like giving us those numbers in a game. And I think that, especially for such a young player, is such an insane skill to have.
And I think
we
have, right?
Literally the youngest player in the entire tournament. She is just doing like an amazing job so far. And so I'm really excited to see how she does at LAN, especially with like the veterans beside her, and see how that kind of goes.
Yeah, and also Glance, another person that was kind of filling, you know, Kakuka, this hole we used to talk about EMEA as G2's 5th, because they kept kind of flip-flopping throughout the last 2 years.
Yeah, totally. I think that they had Anya also, who was already on Guild, and Glance was the one that they took from Guildex, and they were like, nah, you're coming with us. It actually really suited her, but let's keep talking about Mary. We can take a look at her stats, but you should, I hope that we have interviews with her. You should know her personally. She is a superstar. She's a 16-year-old that's not afraid of anything.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because I met Mary for the first time in this tournament, like in the hotel a couple of days ago, and I have never met a 16-year-old with this much confidence. And Athena, that is what you need, especially considering that she doesn't have the veteran experience that the other 3 girls have.
Exactly. I mean, I love that. I mean, just knowing that you have a personality that's somewhat louder, bubblier, confident, you always need that staple in a team because they can always like drive your team forward. And like she's just so young and she brings all of that, so I think that that's awesome.
I think it's a perfect fit because she came into a winning team already. She had all the potential and she had the perfect base. She's just like, okay, this is how it looks when we win. This is what it is to be G2. And I think that the experience of losing that last series is the best thing that could have happened to them.
How big of an advantage do you guys think this is? Because it does feel like it is the almost like pocket kind of rocket of G2 having this many years of experience. How much are they going to have to rely on that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think for G2, it's kind of a given that they're going to be able to perform just because they have had that experience before. So I kind of wonder for X10 how it's kind of going to go in that aspect, but I think for sure it's definitely a plus, and it's a big one in my opinion.
Ginny, Muffin, and Baby TC also have a LAN experience, but definitely not on the level that these girls do. Although Ginny is a very experienced player. We're going to talk about her in a bit, but I think, of course, it is a huge advantage, and knowing that all the rest of the pieces fit so well, I think that, of course, it's going to be something. But remember, it's been a long time. Many things have changed. This is a different game. We talk about LAN experience, about FPS experience, but not LAN experience in this FPS. So we'll see.
I mean, we've talked about Mary a lot, and speaking of young players, we got a resident Zoomer, Mimi, sitting down with Ender for a chat with Giuliano and Mary.
Hi there, it's Mimi and Ender, and we're sitting down with two of G2's players, Mary and Giuliano. Welcome, and thanks for sitting down with us. The first thing I wanted to ask, Mary, for you is, at 16, you are the absolute youngest player in the tournament. You are like the youngest possible player that could even be competing in Game Changers. And with so many players, including your teammates and people you're competing against, being so experienced, is there anyone at this tournament that you maybe looked up to when you were kind of on your come up in competitive FPS?
So basically, before I could have like competed in the start, I looked up to G2, obviously. G2 goes and, you know, and I saw how they were playing, and I saw how they play as a team and all that. So I think if there were players, they would beat them because they have the most experience out of everyone in the tournament.
Yeah. Giuliano, what's it been like playing with someone who's like looked up to you in earlier parts of your career like that?
I mean, it's super cool. I think that throughout my entire career, I've always like trained players and had young players join my team. But Mary came from absolutely zero team experience, and that was like, I think in the beginning it was way harder than it is now, because you know you have to relearn all the basics that you've learned from like 15 years of competitive.
Yeah.
So I think that she's doing really good, and I think it's great because you have someone with like a lot of hunger and a lot of passion to bring fire to the team, basically.
Yeah.
I think that's
and with this being Mary's first LAN ever, have you given her any advice coming in yet, or would you like to give her any advice now?
I've given her the most advices that
what have you
can.
told her?
I mean, some of them are secret, but
it's between
but it's like really good exercises to get your nerves down and how to focus and not think so much about that you're on LAN, how to redirect your mind and such, which is something, you know, I've learned.
Yeah, and Mary, for you, with this being your first LAN event, do you think that experience actually matters that much? Do you think the amount of like LANs and tournaments that your teammates have played will make them like significantly better coming into this event? Or are you just going to show up to your first LAN and just be kicking things off on the ground running?
I mean, honestly, I think that the experience plays a big role. It's like any other thing in life, you know? If you have experience with something, you'd be really good at it. So, I mean, I wouldn't be expecting myself to be performing as much as I would because it's going to be like my first ever LAN. But yeah, I think for sure experience plays a big role, and they've been through so much. They know how to calm down their nerves and so many other things and just focus in the game. And
I think that also brings a lot of calmness to the rest of the teammates. So, I mean, I've been through before having players who've been nervous, and it's all been fine eventually because you have such a strong backbone in the team, and I think that's really important.
Now, you with G2 Gozen have been so dominant in EMEA for so long, but you lost the finals against Guild. Coming into this tournament, do you still believe you're the best team in EMEA? And if a rematch were to happen, how would that go down?
Yeah, of course. I mean, let's not forget, we're like 19-6 against them in maps. And also, I think that like the finals was us crumbling a bit. Like that was not the real G2, and we had like roles that were not fitting. We tried to throw Mary in as Sass when she's not Sass.
Yeah.
She's lacking a lot of experience, which Sass has. So we really how do you say? We really optimized the way we put our agent pool together this time, so it's fitting for every player and the whole team in general.
Is there anything you're comfortable saying now about like changes with what you're going to be playing or not, or all on the hush hush?
I can say that a lot of times it would not be what anybody expects.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see. But that is all the time we have for now. Thank you both so much for sitting down with us and for answering our questions. And that'll wrap it up.
Honestly, I think that's the first time I've seen Mimi in the presence of someone who's younger than her as our resident Zoomer. But Mary, though, the way she carries herself, you can't tell that she's the one that has, like Juliano said, no experience prior to joining G2.
I love the self-awareness, though. Like she's saying, you know, maybe I do not perform. I do not expect to perform the same way that I do when I'm home. You know, like many things are going to change. I have to ask Juliano, though. I'm going to message her later, being like, what is that advice that you have on how to control nerves? Because I could definitely use that. But what I like the most about the interview was the fact that Juliano looked back into the final and said, we were trying to use Mary as Sass, and we need to understand that she's not the same person, and we need to work with what we have now, which is not a little.
Yeah, and the role changes. Do you think they've had enough time to try and get that on board?
I have no idea, because for me, for my team, whenever we've tried to make role changes, we've always had to allocate like at least a month worth of trials, and we just like messed around with roles.
Well, they've had exactly a month.
True. So maybe they're going to surprise us. Maybe because they have the 3 veterans, they could do it a lot faster. You know, I'm personally just like really excited to see what the roles are and who's going to fit into which role. Because again, like we said, Mary was kind of popping off in like that support role. So I wonder if she's even going to be going even harder on another role. We'll see.
Maybe multiple of them have to swap roles. We'll see indeed. But their opponent today is one that we would probably call the Titan Slayers of APAC. It's X10, a Sapphire, and Athena. It very nearly wasn't them. I think throughout this year, we probably expected a different team, but my God, did they do a lot to be able to get here.
Yeah, I mean, they fought hard all year long against Alter Ego, and they put up a fight in the last Game Changers. They actually ended up beating them, not once, but twice in the tournament. They kind of overcame, like you said, their Titans, and I don't think that that's something that came along easy. They obviously changed something up, and I'm excited to see what that is.
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to see all the changes that Obi has brought into the team, because going back in that history, as we're saying, we're talking about a year that didn't look too good, and it literally looked like they were going to give up and, you know, and dissolve as a team at some point, and then something happens. Something happens and they just go completely crazy, and they change everybody's minds and everybody's prospect to what team was going to be here.
I mean, we credit G2 for having veteran players, but we can't ignore the one on this team as well, Kakuka. Ginny, she's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that she's actually the oldest player that we have going now against the youngest, so I think the contrast is going to be massive for sure. Ginny has probably brought all those advices that Juliana was giving to Mary to the rest of her teammates. We've seen insane plays coming from her. Like, she looks like she can do it all. So I think that going up against Juliano, it looks pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the veterans of G2. They have the 3, right? But then when you come to X10, they have the 1. And the 1, and she's kind of IGLing, and she's putting up big numbers. So I think for me, from my eyes, especially as an IGL, I'm like, holy, this girl is insane. And even I like respect her and look up to her, and I would love to hear advice from both of these teams, for sure. And I think that Ginny just herself is just bringing so much to the table, like IGLing, putting up numbers and everything, so that it's just wonderful.
And improving so much in such a little time.
Yeah, we're going to the map select right now to see which maps we're going to be seeing today. G2 Kakuka have such a big map pool. It does feel like they're going to be the ones that's probably going to be playing some games today.
Yeah, exactly. They're deciding to go with the Banner Fracture, something that I'm not very surprised with. I think that especially since we heard that from Juliano being like, we're going to swap roles. I do agree with you, Sue. If you change a role, maybe you have to change more than one. Wow. It's not going to be that easy. And the first one is going to be Icebox. Let me love this, because this is the map that made G2 lose that final, and it was also the map that made X10 secure their ticket to Berlin.
It literally feels like some sort of redemption map for G2.
Exactly.
Like literally a whole redemption map.
They come here and they're like, we lost here. This is the first map that we're going to play. You thought that it was weak. We lost it twice in a row against them. We do not care.
I mean,
love that.
G2 are doing a lot of crazy things here. They've left Bind open as well here for X10. I mean, on paper, it's not as one-sided as I thought it could be, Athena.
Yeah, on Bind, like X10 is known to have gone 100% win rate, and they've played it a lot. They've gone 3-0 in the past game changers in that. And G2, they've only played it the once. They won it, but they've only played it the once. So I wonder if maybe they're kind of taking that and taking all the maybe VODs that they've seen or maybe done their research on the other team and kind of put that into action, or if they really just didn't want to play Haven. Even though for me, Haven is both these teams' strong maps. So that's kind of weird for me.
I think that we have a lot of questions coming into how teams are going to clash, and I love the fact that Icebox is going to be the first one. Are we going to see that change coming in from G2? If we want to see this series going the full distance, going to that third map, it has to start on Icebox, and we have to see something crazy coming in from the both. Has X10 actually improved that much? Can they stand up to the rest of the regions?
It is very G2 for us, for them to kind of give us something to be excited about right off the bat. But we are going to take a quick break here, but make sure you stay with us because we're going to be bringing on the teams on stage right after this. This is it. I hope you guys are home already because our teams here are ready to hit the stage. Here is G2 Gozen and X10 Sapphire.
This is like a private plane upon my ring. This is like the first time I bought a chain. This is like when I was saying before the fame.
Again, they are the Titan Slayers of APAC, and they face yet another Titan, this time from EMEA. But this is G2's home turf. And do we believe in another upset? Do we feel it right now? What do we think?
I mean, especially since what we saw on the first match, I'm kind of leaning towards G2. Also, we have just heard the crowd. We know that we have some people here, and they're all cheering for G2. So if that is going to affect someone's mental, it's going to be both teams, actually.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just know that we have a couple of EU fangirls on the desk here.
Wait, not me.
I think for me, I strongly believe that G2's experience will be a really hard hitter to push against, but I do think that X10 is a team to be able to push past it. So I'm just really excited to see that.
And let me tell you something. To me, the most important thing about this G2 Ghost, and besides the experience, which I think it's great, and especially coming into LAN, it's something else. It's the fact that when they came into the game, everybody thought that they were going to be superstars, that they were going to be above everyone, and they didn't. They didn't. They had to go. They had to work. They had to start from scratch and become what they are today. They have the means to keep growing, to keep developing themselves as players, and this is what I want to see today here.
Well, I want to talk about that icebox that you mentioned, especially the redemption element of it. Do you feel like this is the right way to go about this, Kakuka? Because not only do they lose on icebox to not get first seed coming into this tournament, it didn't look good.
It didn't look good. No, not at all. And it was not the first time that they lost it against Gildex on that same tournament. So of course we had a lot of questions. I think that Juliana was hinting us a lot there into, we had to fix some roles. Maybe we put in Mary. Maybe there's another role where she would shine more. Also, even with that, they had to learn.
Yeah, I think with new roles comes new initiatives. Like each individual player can always bring something crazy to the table when they switch roles. That's been something very common with a lot of pro teams. As soon as they do that role swap, that maybe their icebox was fixed because they found the right puzzle pieces to put into the jigsaw. So I think that I'm excited. That's all I can say.
I think furthermore, is Icebox the map that you expect role changes? Because even the comps, there aren't that many kind of areas to be creative here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Icebox is, again, exactly like you said, the meta has kind of been the same for so long, and Icebox is such a closed map. Like, you either do like 5-man executes, or you just like kind of get info and do whatever. But it just seems like maybe with the new rules, the new whatever, like, they should be able to push past that. So
yeah, exactly. We will see it with the agents in a second, because I think that they try to. The biggest swap that we see is maybe the Jet coming in, but watch out, because we had some changes on Reyna that actually make her viable for this map.
Oh god, I would love to see a Juliana Reyna. But we are going to be going into the Prime Gaming agent select shortly. Here it is. Again, both of you said there's not much room to be like super creative. Maybe this is not the map that we see a lot of changes, but again, it does seem to be Kakuka the Jet versus the Chamber.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Mimi is going to be.
Well, we've seen
okay, well, that's a change.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What is this FPX? Are we watching FPX? Mary's on the Chamber!
Is this secret? Oh my god, that is the big change. You bring a young player, you want them to be on the guns, you want them to be explosive, electric. Of course you give them the Chamber.
Yeah, I think G2 made a really good call here, because X10 is going for the double Senti meta as well. So it's really interesting that Raze is going to be able to take that space and kind of push past all of that.
I think we didn't see changes on the other side. I think we saw the same composition that we expected from X10 to be playing. So of course this is very exciting. I think that Giuliano is one of the few players that can go on the race, still be an IGL and having this change in the composition, and she's going to perform the same.
I am so excited for these changes, and I'm even more excited to introduce you guys to your casters for this game. It is Enmi, Ender and Mimi.
Yes, thanks so much, Yinsu and the analyst desk crew. We've got Icebox, the last map of both of these teams, best out of 5 in their grand finals. One team lost, the other won. One team changed their comp, the other stuck to it. Why is that?
Oh, well, you know what? G2 came out and in their interview were saying, look, expect the unexpected. There's going to be a lot of changes in terms of comps coming in. And already it's like super interesting, right? Mary, who even in the loss in that finals against Guild had a really good couple of maps there, is going to be on the Chamber. That's a huge switch up for her jumping in on that. But I think on this attacking side, it completely alters the identity of G2 Gozen. Previously, when Mimi was on the Killjoy, she was always that mid lurk, that pivot pivot for the team. Now on the Sage, that responsibility is going to likely fall into Glance's hands.
And we are into it. Icebox, the first map of X10 versus G2. A chance to face off against Cloud9 or an early lower bracket awaiting them.
Already, we're seeing a big setup here over towards the A site out of G2. Very likely Baby TZ might just put down an early wall here, expecting a lot of pressure coming through from the team. And all eyes on Mary, I think, early on here. See what she can accomplish on this chamber for her. She used to be the baiter on the team, having to play a Sage, wait for the team to have to show up, but now full steam ahead for her and Giuliano on the race.
With this bait, it will just be the cat on in. Mary not able to find that initial shot. Alyssa will drop her down, and maybe TZ actually going for more aggression. X10 picks 2 up immediately, and G2 has no response. They're zoned by the Sage wall and forced to fall away.
Yeah, they may be getting a little greedy. They're trying to push past the Sage wall. Yeah, they were able to break it, but got a little ahead of themselves off that. But this is that mid lurk I was talking about. Not really a lurk when the whole team is around it, but you can see Glance very much in the front here. No Viper wall or any setup for them when they do work into this B site, and you have to be concerned about Muffin, an excellent player over here for X10, but gets caught on the timing. Glance and Petra pick up a couple, and the round immediately back in G2's hands.
And now trouble for X10. It's all Glance. Finds the third. Alyssa alone, trapped in mid, and G2 has no awareness. A slow orb down for the moment. And that spike is ticking. Mimi spots her. Alyssa will find the first. A second onto the headshot. She needs just one more glance. Already huge in this round, and now holding down, hiding behind that wall. She has the time on her side, and she's got the shot too.
Yeah, kick it off with a 4K out of Glance. You can hear the G2 goes in chance in the crowd. A little bit of home field advantage there maybe for the squad, and Glance showing up in a big way here.
And this is where G2 feels comfortable. That core 3 has been waiting years to get back to land. This is their element.
It absolutely is for them. You know, we were sort of going back, you know, this team that sort of first played together, the 3-player core, it's back in 2015. And we actually saw Baby TZ dropped a tweet where she watched that core of G2 play back in 2019, which is just unreal.
She was a fan back then, and now she'll have to take them down if they want to stay alive in this upper bracket. Towards B, this time G2 will head more akin to their normal style with this composition. I think the biggest difference, not having that Sova to drone out buff. She will be traded then.
Definitely will be. Already just sort of blitzing on over here. I think X10 maybe a little bit slow to get the rotations on through. Lots of tools, but no wall on Mimi does make things a little bit more difficult without having sort of the rifles to spam through the Viper smokes, though I think they can play this a little bit more patiently, maybe bring down that Viper utility and play these longer range fights.
Very forward, has this rendezvous set up, but Giuliano's nade just finds one, and G2 is cleaning up. Probably they deal a little bit more damage, but this should just be a formality. That is, unless Alyssa can get a little bit cheeky. 1 versus 2 now, another go. Try to at this clutch. Her position very much noted, and G2 playing this one together. Both members healthy, so a difficult task, but even another kill here could put her in the right direction. Up top holds Giuliano, and Alyssa not quite ready for that one.
Absolutely no chance you're ready to clear up that high on that one. Getting a little extra shots in the Killjoy turrets. You know, the Killjoy turrets, not big fans of that here in the VCT, but G2 already with a good start to kick things off here. And of course, this is a G2 team that was so incredibly dominant in EMEA for so long, the last couple of years in Game Changers, and were finally dethroned on this map of Icebox, losing in that Game 5 up against Guild, which is a completely different story to X10, who finally got their chance to make it here.
Yeah, now here they go again on Icebox with this brand new composition. Giuliano will have bonus put on her with that Spectre in hand. Everyone else just stuck down to the pistols. Don't want to enter too much into this one, as X10 will just hold passive with these compositions, with the Killjoy. You're relying on letting your opponent scale into you.
Yeah, the one concern I have with the Killjoy here and the utility being set up on this A site is there's a Raze on the opposite side. Raze, not a super popular pick on this map, but so effective at just annihilating Killjoy utility. The paint shell is just a little bit too distant there, so you can see the alarm bot is still going to be there. Turret still up, as well as a couple of Molotovs. Just guard the entrances towards the site, the wall as well. So G2 going to have to slowly work their way, bait out that utility before fully committing, and the Viper wall comes down to signal the hit.
Do still have that alarm bot for contact, and Alyssa playing close. Stall utility is good, and there's even a dart to hold G2 at bay, but they're just waiting for all of this to drop. Their final opportunity to come. Getting a spike plant, even with these pistols, would be great. And for X10, on this setup, their goal is to stay away from that retake, to deny early. Up top, alarm bot will make contact, and Alyssa, she's got the angle. 2 frags picked up, and a pretty simple cleanup on the site. Lance is trying to work another one of these lurks, but very aware is Polly on the other side, and support available there by Baby TC. Let's go find one though. Has Polly isolated, but would have to push her own Molly to take that duel, which is 35 HP, and support on the way. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, really solid lockdown there out of X10. Again, the fact that the info utility was there, they could get the vulnerable and the alarm as well, just sets everything up for success on that site. Alyssa already off to a good start with the lockdown coming online as well. And you can notice actually a couple of players here on X10 just with the light armor for the next round. But in terms of how this one played out, just the absolute lockdown, the awareness that Glance is going to be that late round pivot for G, working in through mid. X10 have very clearly done their homework, come in prepared against this G2.
Alyssa will have the lockdown in this round, so you can lean a little bit more to playing that retake on the A site. Use that ult to find a little bit more, but you do have lots of tools to contend with that raise in the composition. This time they will scale fast towards A. This is a big difference from their previous comp, where they are a very heavy B team on their attack.
Yeah, when you're playing the sort of Jet as the duelist and playing a lot of the info around mid with the Killjoy, you can definitely work into that B side a little bit easier. But with this raise, I think it allows you to clear back for 10. You can do a lot of things. The Fade, Haunt, or C's coming out as well. And already Giuliano very far forward here and alone.
And Alyssa's kind of stuck here. She'll be slow orbed off everyone from X10 in these backlines. And Glance has that Viper's Pit. Mary will try and hold the line. And dropping from above is Giuliano, but Baby Bay plucks her from the sky. 3 versus 3. The pit holds. The wall is up, and X10 is slow on this rotate.
Maybe TZ just sort of stuck on this site at the moment, was walled off, so had a little bit of protection, but intelligent to hold time, get the rest of her team to rotate over on here. They have the Viper wall to make things a little bit easier, but face checking in towards Glance. You can see the gun, but no, the kills aren't there for Glance. The Viper Pit is going to be coming down, and Mimi from backside finds 3, turns it around with Petra on the trade. G2 secure the round.
A near tragedy for G2, but you can see in that round the highlight of this compositional change. If you're X10, you invest so much time into prepping for that Killjoy comp, and now G2 is throwing you these consistent, faster A pieces with that deep raised dive. It can really be tough to come back from that.
Definitely can be, and especially like with Giuliano being able to clear so much over towards that A site, just open things up. Even though there was a Viper wall sort of isolating her from the rest of the team, her finding the opening kills, getting the Viper Pit down onto the ground, made playing out the rest of that round so much simpler for the team. And it doesn't look like we're going to see a big change from X10 coming into this round. Killjoy again going to be set up over towards A. Of course, this is going to be a bit of a thrifty round for X10, but they're going to have to find some way of dealing with this raise, maybe switching up some placements of the Killjoy utility so that it's not so easily cleared.
Muffin will hold close, has a rendezvous to get out, but can't find that initial shot, so Polly is just holding alone towards back yellow. G2 very committed to the scale into B, but after losing a member, things could get a bit interesting. Roomba up, but that orb will kind of segment G2 off on this end. They have to clear back yellow, and they cannot get Polly out of this position. She'll make the decision to leave herself, but still, G2 sit at a man disadvantage.
Polly finding 2 big kills, but here come G2. Mary on the attack, getting tagged through the Viper wall. Somehow is able to reclaim and get back towards yellow. Not spammed easily out through that one. The Sage wall is going to come up, and that's going to block out the shock darts too. So very easy to get that plant down, and X10 unable to deny for now.
Ginny on the shot, but G2 just wants to fight. Petra swings forward, grabs 3, and Mary is there for the last. A great realization of G2 needing to put onus on themselves and take those forward duels.
This is a very different looking G2 than the way they have played their Icebox previously. We've talked about their compositional difference, but just in terms of previously how they really slow worked through mid, you'd see a lot more of these mid-round rotations off of what Mimi was able to accomplish in mid. Instead, this G2 with the raise is just much more about those full-on executes. It's been effective here so far, but they've got a lot of tools on the opposite side for X10 to deal with.
X10 now will be calling that tactical timeout, getting Obi into the mix. This is a team that has been around for a while in APAC, but they have always been second fiddle. They finally make it here. They win in the one that counts. They qualify to the international event, but for the majority of their squad, there's a lot of inexperience still. They have 2 members who have been in these situations many a time, and Ginny in particular, their IGL, she's who I'm looking towards in this timeout.
Absolutely. Ginny going to be calling the shots for the team, and this has been a player that's been around for so long in the TAC FPS scene. She's played at super high levels on mixed rosters in both CSGO at the start and Valorant, IGLing for them as well, really making an impact wherever she goes.
And her coach as well, Obi, he was with that X10 roster that we saw early in 2021 qualifying actually here to Berlin and as well to some of those first lands. Now he's the coach of this team. Now he's leading a new X10, this X10 roster of Sapphire into the mix. So we'll have to see if those words can turn anything around. Getting more rounds on this defense is going to be pivotal for X10.
And in terms of X10 coming into this round, right, you have the Viper's Pit up, you have the Killjoy ult there as well. The setup for them has just been Viper Chamber towards B, the other three around A with a relatively soft mid presence. They're not really tempting that too much. So I was maybe expecting to see the Viper work over towards A in a round like this, but instead it will just be on B, maybe a reactive ult there if you hear some stuff around that. But Giuliano instantly on top of 2, maybe to counteract an early Viper's Pit.
Oh, Giuliano, there's a player just below her. She does have that awareness. Nade, I think that's actually just to break that trademark there, but isn't able to take it down. And now Mary is pushed so deep, but I think she thought she finished that food. Ginny is still alive. She'll find that trade back, and now G2 in dire straits. They've lost all their control of mid with Ginny redroning.
Yeah, it's crazy because it seemed like G2 had the read in the timeout of, hey, they're not really playing mid too aggressively. Mary had that huge walk up all the way into pallet, but the X10 frontline there just locking it down, and now G2 make this call. We work into B because we have the Viper's wall to play off of, and Glance finds that opening kill. That's unreal to start this attack off for G2.
She'll push deeper as well through her own orb, trying to take a duel here. Polly is down to low HP. That spike is now planted, but Glance is on a bit of an island. The forward wall, so G2 can stay on the site for this post.
That's the whole idea, right? We're down in numbers, so we don't want to play that sort of, shooting gallery from back yellow. It all comes down to Glance, this first point of contact for G2, but still chances to trade with Mimi lining up and now calling Glance out as the lockdown comes in.
They're forced to concede that space, and Baby TZ a well-timed swing onto Petra. 2 less standing. Mimi and Glance, they have the time on their side. A Sage Wall is up, a tap on the spike, but no one holding Alyssa. She's gonna try and stick this one down. The swing is there, but she's gotten it half. It's only Glance, but she's found 3, trying to find something more, but Mimi just cannot do it.
The 3K not enough, and it's Alyssa to find that round win out for the team. Coming down to the wire on that, secures the op for the squad as well, and X10 only had to commit the lockdown off that. Alyssa gets 3 kills afterwards, or 2 kills, and the end of the defuse, so that one already halfway to returning. What a round from X10.
A huge one for them. Baby TZ starting to show some of that value with Alyssa as well, making that retake a reality. We'll have to see now if they can convert that into consistency. Muffin, a player who has been really dominant for X10 regionally, struggling thus far in this map, but now that operator in her hands.
Let's play.
You can see the crowd trying to get back on G2's side here, and G2 not concerned about that B site anymore. Glance is working that mid lurk, so when things get a little bit dicey for G2, returning to some of the trends that we've seen from them previously, already walking all the way down tube, and no one's actually played Kitchen just yet, so Glance breaking this is going to cause some chaos in the minds of X10. Their 2 B players have pushed into B main, but realistically, G2 could be almost anywhere, pushed back on towards the back of B site or towards X10 spawn.
I actually really like this call from X10. Instead of re-rotating to clear towards Kitchen, towards their spawn, they have a player hold their flank and go for a double flank. If G2 doesn't go fast, there'll be 2 players in their backline.
I think they may be able to spot the spike here. You can see Polly pushed all the way garage. If the spike is on the left side of the cans, they would see that and could instantly sort of play back, guard that.
Did.
Polly gets the kill. That is massive, and Giuliano flies into the back lines, gets that opening frag, and wants a little bit more, but Baby TZ locks her down.
And the objective has been lost. There's no sight of it for G2. They've gone too fast on this execute, and now they have to work all the way back through their spawn, but they're making it happen. Glance and Mary, both for 1. It comes down to this pinch, and there's a Viper's Pit for Polly. She'll pop it straight onto the spike. An operator holding on that other angle, and only 20 seconds for G2. This is a catastrophe.
I mean, you have to sprint into it, but there's an operator outside the pit. How are you going to expect that? Muffin and Polly get the double flank option, spot the spike, and it explodes the round for G2.
And that is the identity of this composition. G2 is aware of it. They used to play that very same style on their defense, heavily committing to those double flanks in the late round.
Yeah, when you don't have that sort of dive ability, the jet dash, the raised satchels or anything like that, it's really important to open up other opportunities to get into a site. that's exactly what they were going to do there. If they're not spotting out the spike, those two players could realistically work together, trade out any single flank watcher from G2. So G2 rewinding the clock a couple of rounds now here. It's going to be another mid look, likely a couple of satchels to work towards top two with the Sheriffs. It's actually going to be under tube right off the bat. They know there's early B main pressure, so they're trying to sneak their way onto the site. And Giuliano opens it up with the Sheriff. What is that?
Muffin needs to survive back yellow. She's the only force remaining on this site. She'll find one. No say teleport to get out, but does it matter? Muffin has found a second. They're walling out in the open. G2 trying to pinch onto her, and Mimi will find the shot. Back to a 3v3. Now that op can be recovered.
Really strange wall from Mimi. Look how deep that is on the site, sort of blocking in any players from orange working on towards there. Is able to get the resurrection back yellow too, and very aware that Alyssa's going to try and swing around the side.
This round, no flank for X10, but they do have the res. However, none of those players available, and G2 is holding these lines so deep. Giuliano, she's received a gift, and she is making use of it. One shot connecting the slow orb down, and Baby TZ just has to swing into this line, and somehow she'll still get the kill.
It's still just two Sheriffs.
And there's a Sage. Well, they need to spam it so quickly. Baby TZ will get this to half. The mollies are there. The Wally's still up. Glance needs to stop the shield jiggle. In and out knows the time is on her side, but Ginny, she's attempting to stick. It will not happen. Glance somehow makes it happen for G2.
Oh my god, they still only had two Sheriffs at the end, even with all of those kills. It is Glance to show up here. 9 kills already. We were wondering how the sort of compositional switch up was going to work. It has done some favors here for Glance. Has been able to find so many openings in the late round, those mid plays as well. And you can see the frustration on X10 in the clutch. They knew they could have had that.
And not only is that a round loss, they're back down to the eco here. Muffin does have that tour de force. She was the only one who made that round as close as it was previous, but G2 won't head into her. Instead, they play the slower look towards A as X10 does look to creep up here.
This is finally a new way of playing, I feel like, for X10, because they've been doing sort of the same thing a lot over and over in these rounds, really trying to test it with that early A push on the Thrifty. But I think one more time, Glance has just unlocked this ability of no one's actually going to watch me in kitchen. I can break that, and again, the chaos, the uncertainty for X10 now weighing on them as Baby TZ just finds a kill in A. I mean, you can rely on a player like that. That is impressive.
And Mary wants to go hunting for more. The youngest player in this tournament put on a role that enables her, and they're putting on a show. Glance 2 of her own. This is a pretty simple anti-eco. Muffin is still alive, though. How's that all? Maybe she can get something here in the 1v4.
All right, the coping's coming in strong here. This is a good-looking G2. And yeah, that operator can do a lot of things, but not when Giuliano is on the hunt. Look at her, ready and wait. She can hear the footsteps of Muffin, knows exactly what's going on. Petra's not even getting greedy, right? She's gonna swing under tube as soon as Giuliano makes contact. You're not gonna do anything, and Giuliano got a little bit hungry. Had to go for that swing around there and wrap up the round for G2.
Yeah, that's the coordination for G2. The core of this team playing together for years and showing it here. X10 back on the bye, but the loss of that Thrifty is going to have big implications for the rest of the half. This really is a must-win round for them.
It absolutely is, and oh, they're finally doing something different. Okay, I was waiting for this because G2 really had just sort of unlocked how X10 were playing the map, but finally we see the switch ups. This Killjoy turret in kitchen, it's gonna be able to block off both tube and under tube, which G2 have sort of done both, right? With the scan, It actually sees out from Snowpile. That's a really good switch up for them. Does make their A-hold a little bit lighter, but with this alarm bot going down pallet too, it shuts down really any of those mid lurks that Glance has been going for.
G2, though, actually not putting any emphasis on mid this round. Instead, they're just heading straight for an A hit here. We'll have to see if the changes for X10 are enough to hold this site.
Well, that's the thing, is it's just one molly that instantly gets broken. I guess a Sage Wall could come into play. Baby TZ hasn't locked that in just yet, but in terms of actual fighting power on this site, it's much weaker than previously.
Polly's been seen. She could be in trouble here. Orb to get out, but up top is Mary taken down. Sees for the trade on a spam through the smoke. So 4 versus 4. And Glance again on this lurk. Now they have to set the alarm bells ringing. Someone has to contend with this. This should weaken the hold towards A.
But notice, as this res comes through, Ginny is playing much more over towards screens. Baby TZ is able to find one and get that res off. So a big swing, and also Viper utility still up on it. It's going to be hard for G2 to scale.
Another layer to this lurk. Glance keeps pressuring in mid. Ginny actually walking all the way around. There could be backstabs on backstabs in that area of the map, but it's relying on X10 living in the backlines of this site, because Glance could beat the timing. If she wins against Alyssa, she has this site cracked open. It's Polly alone. It's Petra for 3. And it's Ginny in the backside. Glance has this pit up. A dart will go in. Does it spot her? Not quite. He needs this kill now and will be able to grab it now. Just Petra in close and Ginny 4-2. The veteran claims the round for X10.
Oh, what a hero play coming through from Ginny to wrap it up. And not just that, like, respect to Ginny for winning that 1 versus 2 right there before Muffin was going to get there. But the call, right? You have 3 rounds left in the half. You've been doing the same thing every single round. Not just the decision we're going to put Killjoy turret in kitchen, but also Ginny comes around. So once that's broken, you instantly have a drone following up. That's Ginny herself making that happen, being very aware of the mid lurk. And yes, it does fall apart as the G2 player's just so good. Sometimes you're going to win out in those fights, but I love the extra layers, the switch up coming through on the fly with so little time left in the half.
Huge round for them, and that is even despite Petra's heroics, almost single-handedly making that round happen. For X10 now, looks like there will be another bit of a pause coming through to consider the options.
G2, okay, look, they did the same thing for 9 rounds. All of a sudden, they've switched up the setup. Let's come in with a different plan. Even though, like, I think G2 did react pretty well within it, right? You still have Glance breaking. Instead of a tripwire, it's going to be a turret in kitchen, but knowing, hey, if Ginny's playing more of a float, could we actually just burst execute onto that A site a little bit quicker, right? That Killjoy previously had been really anchored down on the A site. Now, she actually has to play Pallet or Boiler to stay in range of her turret, or that's going to go offline and you lose that protection. So you almost know the location of the Killjoy because of the range limitations of her utility. That's something you don't have to really consider when a Chamber's on the mix.
Yeah, I think the kind of compositional choices on this map kind of come down to what you're able to access with your composition. And here, without the Sova, it makes it very hard to access those just straight-up B main hits, which means G2 has been consistently forced into these A hits or the mid-splits and lurks, which X10 seems to have a good read on.
Seems like another mid-split here for Giuliano, working up on top of 2, but you have to keep in mind, lockdown is ready for Alyssa, so executing onto the B site, the post-plant does get a little bit tricky when that lockdown comes into play. Ginny forced perhaps to use the early drone, but nah, she wants to take the fight first.
As the information, a tag there is big. Mary might just have to concede this space or risk sticking around in the danger area. Alyssa on the re-clear. Mary is now trapped out in the open unless she can teleport out of this one. And X10 is trying to hunt her, but there's a timing here. Mary's made it past, not quite. Ginny on the turn, Giuliano on the trade. That's her up top of Tube. And now this is going to be a split. Again, pressure is with Muffin. She's been here before last time. A 2K to keep her team in the round, but G2 cancel.
Yeah, they're just going to run away. I think Muffin had already used the teleport. 15 seconds on that cooldown was low, but not. They don't even want to deal with that operator at all.
With Alyssa dead, mid-pressure here is huge for X10.
It absolutely is. No utility to sort of guard that one out, but G2 aren't trying to activate a lurk or anything like that. Instead, just instantly bursting out onto this A site once the utility is going to come in. Mimi has that ult ready to go, and on the zipline, you can't kill Baby TZ, but they're able to find that kill behind the box regardless. Polly will be cleared on through. G2 very diligent working into this A site.
Has to be Ginny again. Practically full utility bar that drone in an isolated duel, but it's a wall bang. Not gonna convert, hard pressed to commit to this retake. That operator in the hands of Muffin, an early kill is really needed to activate this.
I just don't know if it can actually happen here. Not a ton of credits, 250, 300 on Muffin. Yeah, you don't want to commit the ultimate here for Ginny. The operator has to be saved. So X10 gonna back on out of that one, live to fight another day. And they're gonna be using these last few seconds to again figure out what can we do in this final round to bring it within 2 before the half.
And this game has been a lot about Giuliano and what she does. She's one of the few IGLs who plays on that dive role.
Oh, yeah.
And in this Raze composition, it's very much changed the style with her leading from the front so often with these early pushes into mid.
Yeah, she had previously been a jet player on this map, so had some of those abilities, but I think especially when they're doing those A hits, right? It's instantly the paint shells and then double satchelating onto the site, sometimes leaving her team a little bit in the dust. Petra got involved a little bit on this one too, you gotta give her credit there, but I think Giuliano really has been the main switch for G2 in terms of their actual side executes.
It definitely has been. Last round of the half now. Some massive ultimates online for X10. That Viper's Pit. Polly, I want to put this one early towards A. She's buying Shorty as the secondary there.
X10 have nothing in kitchen, by the way. Instead, maybe Muffin is going to try to push down Tube. That could be an idea. Just fight your way out because you have the Viper's Pit on A, so maybe expecting G2 to try and get some pressure down in mid off this. The operator is going to go for that very late peek here.
Muffin has never played here before, but Mary is ready regardless. A huge opening kill for her. I'm going to try and reclaim the space off of the wall. Baby TZ makes it across off of that. But G2 is fine to stay slow now with their player advantage.
And now, because you've burned that wall in mid, right, you have no information in kitchen, so you feel like maybe you have to block that off. You don't have that as an option when you're retaking a site, right, to throw that up, try to get at least a half stick, maybe even a full defuse, whatnot, block away any sort of utility. And it means that their B hold is very, very soft at the moment. Baby TZ, the only player here to do anything.
And it's a good awareness of the setup of X10. This chamber trademark, when you're putting that turret in mid, is almost always here. And with the chamber dead, that opens up lots of opportunities towards B.
What is this, though? Giuliano is the new mid lurk for G2. No paint shells, I think. They just decided, hey, we don't need the satchels to get in there, so we're going to use her as that thorn in the side of X10. Giuliano killing her opposite IGL. Just break open this round for G2.
And G2 has been loving this deep wall. With that lurk activated, they hold so much space. And Mary is posted on the line. Another shot connected with that operator. Alyssa, the last standing. X10 is locked out of this one. A showstopper on top of it all. And Mimi will close things out. A Prime Gaming flawless to end.
Oh yeah, so good out of G2, just pivoting so quickly, the mid lurk from Giuliano. But credit throughout this half to Glance, stepping in to that mid lurk role for the team. A big switch for G2 that looked oh so good.
Yeah, a lot of pivots have been made for this team heading into this match, and it all seems like it's working. Maybe a bit of a slower start for Mary, but now she is farming, finding some massive impact kills, and for X10, it is going to be a tough task to come back in this second half. But to reflect on the first and get us ready for the rest of the game, got the desk.
Very much, Mimi and Ender. 8-4, what a recovery there from G2 towards the end. And Kakuka, do you feel like they've answered those questions when it comes to redemption, why they chose this map, and what are you thinking right now of G2's performance?
So there are many things that I've saw here from G2 that made me think that they're still testing. Of course, we talk about they've had some time, they've had a month to bring this together, but I still feel that it's a little bit rookie. And it's actually, for example, in that last round where we saw Giuliano going on that trail, is the whole old habits that bring it in. I wanted to take a look at this round, at round number 7, because we saw something that Giuliano was doing over and over again, and it's trying to be that entry, trying to create that space with that raise. But even though she gets the first kill just thanks to the showstopper, she doesn't manage to get anything else. And the response of the rest of the team is being in places where they're not used to be. The control over the map is also given completely to Extend, that already know where the spike is, also got the kill in onto Mimi, and now have all the space and the time in the round to play with it.
Yeah, I think that was super cool. I feel like X10 definitely reacted in a way, then G2 kind of had to do something, and it really felt kind of scrambled, kind of like what you said, that they kind of reacted in a way that didn't play to their favor.
Well, let's talk about one of the bigger changes we saw. It is Mary. They've opted to bring in the chamber instead of the Killjoy. Of course, Mimi is an incredible Killjoy play. Athena, what are you expecting from Mary? What would you like to see from this defense change?
Yeah, I mean, the change from Mimi off of Killjoy, Mimi playing Killjoy is like super defensive, and especially in Icebox, you need that kind of staple sentinel on that site to be able to hold it down. So for Mary to be able to play chamber and to kind of do the same job or even better, she has to start definitely opping more. Like that on the attack side, we didn't see that much of her op, but she also has to start taking those lines and kind of playing in a little more aggressive angles and being able to control and take the space that kind of seems like that they weren't 100% doing. So I think for Mary to kind of step it up and kind of show the confidence that she has been showing us in game and out of game, if she's able to take the lines, hold the space, hold the angles, then as a chamber, she should technically be able to do her job.
Yeah, completely. But we just saw her on camera. She's actually pretty nervous, and I think it's because things are not going according to plan. On the previous game, we were talking about how for C9, everything's working. For G2 is not that moment yet, and Mary needs something to boost her confidence.
Well, there's going to be a very important pistol round coming up as we pitch this back into the game with Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much, Sue. Yeah, 8-4 at the half here. G2 now a pivotal pistol round to close this one out.
Definitely is going to be for them, and interesting setup I'm seeing out of G2 with both Giuliano and Mary over towards B long. I was wondering, like, actually Mary did jump up onto yellow. 2 players on top yellow. When was the last time you saw that?
The ancient era when we still saw like Jet combined with a second duelist, or even when we saw Omen on this map. I don't know.
Those were dark times. The Jet plus Omen on this one. Back when people thought Viper was completely troll. But is Baby TZ actually going to take first contact here on the Sage, getting chunked instantly Baby TC's got a wall. You don't want to lose that. This is like the most important piece of utility when trying to execute over towards B, so that one's going to sting.
Yeah, and Nadesu was talking about Mary's confidence. This may be her first real chamber game in an official with G2, but she's looking pretty solid here. Already a dink, she'll stick by for a little bit longer, and the second player will fall off too, but now they have so much utility to stall this out. This is the value of the Raze.
Oh, the Viper Wall does just instantly come down here. I was wondering, are they actually going to execute in? You can see the Killjoy Molly comes to try and clear back yellow as well. That's one of the hardest things to do here when you're playing a no duelist comp here on this map, is actually getting the space to fight back yellow. So using the utility does cost you some in terms of post plant, but does make that a little bit easier. But they're just bailing out of B entirely.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well. This is one of the few maps where you oftentimes do see that the Fade Raze separated out from each other, playing more individual setups, and that wall for
That's
Mimi
a fantastic
now.
wall.
It's so well timed. 40 seconds for that to decay. They'll have to break it or all funneled through 410. There's a Molly to go down as well. There is so much stall
There's
from
a paint
G2,
shell too from
and they
Giuliano.
have to push straight through. This is a death drop. 10 seconds left for X10. They have a wall of their own, but can they get past Mimi? Not yet. 10 on the clock. The plant not down, and Ginny dead to rights. 9-4 as G2 take their pistol.
Yeah, G2 just read them like a book right there. Got the players over towards that A site and a perfect wall. No chance for that one to go down when it's just like, maybe if you have rifles as X10, it's a little easier because you can bust it down quickly, but you have to go for the reload on 3-4 players after trying to break that one. Even if the kills hadn't come through, the util was going to be there. G2 just carve up X10, now up to 9 here.
And X10 going for a lean towards A here on their eco. They're one of the teams that play with the Killjoy that actually often has favors this side of the map. Pretty uncommon with this comp.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where if you're able to work in towards that B site, that's maybe a little bit easier to take. But when you have to take A, it's really hard to get past this Viper Wall. You don't have a flash or anything to push you on past there. Not that flashes are necessarily mandatory on this map, but definitely help when getting past this Viper Wall on the A side.
And that initial setup in mid, pretty cool for G2, but Glance, I'd say pretty cool as well. 3 kills for her.
Yeah, Glance is having a very nice time of things. G2 fans in the crowd have to be happy off of that one. And, you know, Glance finds 3 kills, you know, against the pistols right there. But all game long, you can see 17 and 8 has been looking real good, especially on that attacking side.
Yeah, G2 is one of those teams, well, they have the stars, they have Juliana, they have Mary. It does not always matter if they're having a great game because the supportive line of this team is fantastic.
Yeah, Juliana's just chilling. Honestly, last round with her, or pistol round rather, her boosted on yellow with Mary, her job was just to break the Sova drone so that you wouldn't actually spot Mary. Now, Mary fought the player that peeked deep back B main, but it's so interesting seeing how Mary has taken so much more of a forefront for this team when previously she's been locking in the Sage.
And look at that aggression. Wow. G2 is just full sending it into spawn. Mary's hitting a shot with her Headhunter, and now X10 is pinched. They're trapped towards B. They're forced to commit to the site.
Yeah, and Mary's able to get the one in B main as well. Like, there's nowhere to go. Petra is stuck under bottom site here too. You're never ready for her to be swinging you on this position. Mary is revealed, and Polly's able to clear here, but there's the stinger in the back. Petra finds one, and it's all chaos here. How do you even plant a spike?
But G2 have a double flank. They're making their way back around, and they've dropped into spawn 2. Juliana for 1, and Polly down. No heroics for her this time. A 10th round for G2.
Hold on. Giuliano pushed A main, right? She was one of the players that was sprinting up belt, and then she's swinging you Snowman too and killing you there. She's just sprinting around the map, an absolute marathon runner here for G2.
The Juliana World Tour. Berlin the first stop. Let's see where she's stopping next.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's actually the thing, right? G2, sort of, you do have a little bit of that home field advantage. Didn't have to really fly in here necessarily. Maybe Mary had to.
I think she was boot camping before.
She was boot camping before, that's
true.
She was talking to us and said that, yeah, she's been with the team a whole lot of time, so not necessarily new for her, but a stage like this definitely is.
They've got the spray paint on the sidewalk buff. For those of you not with us at the LEC studio here, there is an entire line from the S-Bond station all the way to the studio with spray paint saying this is Gozen's home.
Yeah, it's like the line of breadcrumbs, right, that you follow, and then, oh, you got Valorant at the very end. That's better than a house
good
full
outcome
of candy.
for Hansel and Gretel, I'd say.
You gotta love that. I don't remember that one ending very well, but perhaps
I like this
for
ending
G2,
better.
this one could be good for them. The House of Gozen, they've been saying. It's a little bit fun, and honestly, like the confidence from this team too, in interviews, backstage as well, sort of smile and be like, yeah, you know, we changed things up on a couple of maps already. Map 1 looking real strong.
All right, I want you to cope for me
for
a bit about X10. What's their way back in?
Well, they slayed Titans before, right?
They have done that.
They knocked down Alter Ego today. If they were able to beat G2, it would be C9 later, so you have to get through a couple of tournament favorites. But
that's an outcome, not a route.
That's
they need
not a
actionable
solution.
feedback here.
Okay, I'm gonna work on some action here. They've got 5 seconds left in the timeout. I would say in this round here, you almost need to go for a force buy, right? Otherwise, G2 get up to 12, but their actual money situation is terrible. I don't think they're going to go for this one at all. If anything, I would have said, let's like lock in a couple of shorties here and try to see if we can get onto a site, maybe like one sheriff, a couple of shorties, and then you play inside the Viper's pit. That could be a way for them, but I think with the way G2 have been fighting forward, I mean, look at that. Like the paint shells instantly with the slorb as well. The setup is there, so you can't actually quickly get out into A main.
And I think the way that G2 is playing around mid without a Killjoy has been really excellent. You constantly have Petra holding there with the cats in the haunt to re-clear space, but you've also had different players pivoting in and out. This time Mary's in position, last time it was Giuliano. It is a very flexible defensive-sided setup, which has meant XN hasn't had a single round where they've managed to find a gap and exploit a lurk, which generally they're pretty good at.
And I think actually one of the biggest benefits you get with something like the Fade on this defensive side as opposed to a Sova is like the double cats as opposed to one.
She didn't even see
Yeah, I mean, Mary's just absolutely carving. You're not going to do anything against that. X10 just hiding back towards their spawn against that operator. But I think having like multiple cats to re-clear mid as opposed to just the one Sova drone does give you a lot of ways to counter out the lack of having that second sentinel.
Oh, Alyssa finding a nice shot onto Giuliano there, just stomping her way through A main. That's a rifle conceded, something for X10 here.
I mean, you asked me to cope earlier. This would be the ultimate follow-through if they were able to make something happen with this, but I think time really working against them. 20 seconds left, still have to get through.
And a Viper's pit. That is insult to injury.
And the wall again. Like Mimi is just so ready to lock this down in the last second. Polly is able to find one, but you're never going to be able to plant this spike. Alyssa, it's only a 1 versus 2, but again, the clock is gone. You can't get the plant off. The round is lost. G2 move on to map point.
G2 is here. G2 is home. 12-4 on their map choice. And for X10, this is looking dire. If there was a round to turn it around, maybe it was there, but now an unstoppable object they're against.
Last player standing. Spike down.
G2, one more round to close this out. Move on over to Sunny Breeze for map number 2. That would be X10's map pick, but X10 still with options here, just gearing up 5 players towards B main. We'd maybe like to see them work late mid lurk into the equation. Interestingly enough, yeah, okay, Polly did end up throwing that mid morb down there, so they do have the ability to rotate out.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Morbin back into mid on that one.
I don't know if I accept that one.
You don't accept denied?
There are certain things you can shorten that make sense. I don't know if I'm on board for.
Oh, look, we've got the Sage slow orb, the slorb.
Okay.
We've got the chamber operator, the chop. I don't see why we can't have a morb for the mid orb.
The council's gonna have to decide.
The council will decide, okay.
I'll send it up the chain of command. But for now, let's see if X10 can send something more to maybe build into a comeback here.
That's a segue.
Yeah, I segue.
All right, wall comes down. That's fairly committal, and Mimi takes first contact on the Sage. Instantly gonna fall back, right? G2, you have numbers advantage. Maybe even go for like a late. Actually, Mimi doesn't have that wall, so can't actually do that one. Just looking to take another fight. Okay. She is confident. Would you look at that?
3 left alive. Viper's pit is down, and the plant coming through. Baby TZ will be able to convert that one. So 3 versus 5. G2 on the retake. Resurrection for Mimi, but she's not looking to use it. She wants to fight into this pit.
And look, into this pit you have a Seeker, you have a Seize, you have Paint Shells, you have a Haunt, like so much utility for G2 to flush X10 out of it.
There's the first layer, Seize nade. Shorty for Baby TZ though. If these players get wounded by the pit, she could find so much value. 1 HP on glance, but Baby TZ is down just 2. They're deafened, they're dead. Mimi on her 3rd, and Ginny in main. She's trapped, and this one might just be over. G2, 13-4, make a statement in their opener on LAN.
What a start for this team here. Another day at the office. Locking things up for G2, giving the fans a little bit of a show here as well. And honestly, like, in such a cool fashion, right? Switching things up completely. After losing Game 5 to Guild, the first time they lose in Game Changers on Icebox, they say, you know, forget that last comp. We're going to take our youngest player, we're going to put her on the chamber, no more Sage duty, and she and the rest of the team take over the server on map 1.
Yeah, some real innovation for G2. We've seen FPX play this comp before, but it's very much not in vogue here on Icebox. However, they make it work very well. And X10, well, I think in the early days of that game, they had some good ideas, some good adaptations. It took them a little bit too long to make that change, particularly once G2 got that read in the latter half of that first part of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, Ginny is such an experienced IGL, and I think she figured out what the pivot needed to be for the team, but it came round 9, right? The last 3-4 rounds of the half, maybe a little bit too little, too late for X10. There are also a couple of heartbreak moments. You think the pistol round, Alyssa almost wins that out for the squad, but it gets shut down, and I just really liked the way G2 were playing, especially like with these forward Sage walls on the B side, always trying to play off one another, really keeping it flexible round to round.
Yeah, they really did, and I think for X10 as well, a couple of their players, a very slow start to this LAN debut. Muffin in particular, normally a player who is the absolute top of the scoreboard for this team, was very much shut down by G2, so X10 really hoping to take this time to rally, get that chat in, and try and turn this around.
Muffin's going to be really important. We got an Op Kingdom over on Breeze, so it needs to be able to show up, but also Baby TZ, really nasty with the lurks on Breeze. I was really impressed watching some of her gameplay, so it's not over just yet for G2.
Yeah, and you talk about the lurks, we'll have Mimi most likely playing that more traditional Cypher as well. Maybe I'll go hop in the server. We'll see if they let it happen. We're going to go figure that one out, but before then, we got a little break here on the desk to break things down.
we had some questions regarding G2 Gozen's Icebox, and it seems like they have answered them all. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Athena and Kakuka. We were worried. We were like, why have they picked Icebox? But Kakuka, of course, they're always proving us wrong.
I mean, definitely. And this last half, I think I kind of understood why Juliana wanted to go on that pick, because we saw her surfing around the map and actually making and giving us a lot of value. We know that especially when it came to the attack original in the previous camp, she's all about the lurks and, you know, trying to be a little bit cheeky with that. But now that she has the extra mobility, you know, I kind of dig it.
Yeah, I mean, with Juliana on that pick, you know, you kind of had her going and entering first, and I was getting a little worried, but then we had Mary coming in with the follow-up, and on that attack side, it kind of looked a little shaky for both of them just because they weren't necessarily getting the picks that they needed, but they ended up playing it out and playing it perfectly.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Polly in there with the 4 first bloods as well. I feel like it could have been a lot even harder for G2, Athena, in that defense half because of Polly.
Yeah, I mean, Polly was even like pushing up towards places that she definitely should not have been in. She was getting multiple multi-kill rounds, and I think for Polly, like, she really tried to put her team on her shoulders in that game. But yeah, like we see Mary actually finally grabbed a hold of that op, which is what I was talking about, taking that space. Yeah, she heard everything that I said. She took the space, she took the picks, she had the confidence, and once she got a hold of that op, it was pretty much impossible to get pushed past Mary.
3 things that were key for me on Mary performing like this is, 1, Glance saving that first half. I think did a lot for that. The fact that Mimi is no longer playing on the Killjoy, that now she's on the stage. So Mary is going to be the sole sentinel. She's going to be guarding and creating that pressure on the angles that need to be guarded, especially on the defense. That was where her role was going to be the most heavy. So seeing her perform, I hope that gave her the confidence boost that I think she needed after the first half.
I know we didn't see that many rounds, but are you convinced by this new role change, Mary, on the chamber?
No, I think I need to see more, definitely. But what I do say, and what I did really like, from the Series 2 in EMEA to Series 3, Mimi had a drop in performance that was like 40 points, over 40 points of ACS, and all of this has just going worse. But this is the kind of Mimi that I wanted to see. I knew that this was going to be the Mimi that we got on LAN.
I mean, we mentioned Polly already, but I do want to take a closer look at her stats as well, because even if they lose the next map, it's not over. We're going to get to see Polly play again, no matter what happens. And what a player she is as well, Athena. I do feel like G2 Gozen, maybe they're slightly too big of a titan for them, but they definitely have a chance in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, with that meta and that comp that they picked, they definitely needed more rounds on the defense side, but Polly still held her own. Even playing just the controller, she was solo pushing once she realized that she could get that space, and I think that her having that confidence coming into the next map might actually be like an insane thing.
Yeah, and we've got the Aim Lab shoot around as always, you guys, and this time around we've got Juliana. We're going to take a look at what she's doing to prep for map 2, and she is one of the rare duelist IGLs we have in the game, and the fact that she's putting in the numbers that she's putting up with her role, I think is extremely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, being an IGL and being a duelist, a lot of IGLs hate doing that because you're going in first. You can't see your team behind you. You are calling the shots and you are kind of making that first push and that first impression, but as soon as you die, you kind of have to start microing everyone around you. So being that person, like, you can't do it while you're alive in the back. You have to focus on your crosshair and push and push and push, and I think Juliana is just doing an amazing job at that.
Yeah, and of course he needs to warm up. Of course, if she's going to play Raze, we saw the surprise on the first map. There's at least one more to go. We expect more surprises coming into the tournament, and I think that she's going to keep performing. Maybe not the most brilliant of her performance, but it's the first time that they were testing this, and Mary playing on the chamber for the first time as well. So we're going to give them a little bit of space.
Our expectation for them is so high. They win 13-4, and we're like, they could do better.
No, because the feeling that I got coming out of C9 White is like they demolished them. Like they were doing with them whatever they wanted. From G2 and X10, I didn't get the same feeling. Most of it was because of Polly and Genie playing some picks that were insane. They were not scared of them. They were jumping onto the side, and you will see them taking the duels, and I'll be like, you go, girl.
Yeah, I mean, for me, just to go on to that as well, like G2 had to take a timeout and talk about it. When the scoreline started getting close, that's when you notice that, like, okay, wait, they need to figure out something out. And obviously they ended up figuring it out, worked out well. But again, it was a lot closer of a game, especially at the beginning. So that's kind of what the feeling I think you're describing is. Yeah. Because C9, obviously they didn't have to take any pauses. But I think, again, X10 took both their timeouts, and unfortunately, they didn't kind of get it until the end, and that's why I'm saying like they definitely needed more defense-sided rounds. They started getting it towards the end, but it just wasn't enough.
All right, Carcass, no more timeouts, right? Like with these, why are we not believing in G2 all of a sudden? I'm gonna need you guys to win even more dominantly. And speaking of, we are moving on to the next map, which is Breeze, and I'm gonna eat my own words. Although we do want to see them, you know, at their best. X10 on Breeze, Kakuga, they look really, really good.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the most played maps alongside with Icebox, I believe. So of course there's a lot of repetitions from them. G2 on the last 6 months, they played it a couple of times, and it wasn't even that they played it against Guild when it came to finals. So it was a pretty long time ago. I want to see what they do with the roles, and also watch out, because when we jump into agent picks, we talked on the pre-show, there are some changes coming in for KO. There's changes coming in from Sky, very important ones. So we'll see how that's going to go. If I see someone shooting at a Sky flash, I'm going to be mad.
Yeah, I mean, we just went from Icebox with no flashes on the agents, and now we're going to go into Breeze, where you literally have to have some sort of flash agent. So that is really exciting to see. And yeah, I mean, again, like Breeze for both these teams has seemed to be, I know G2 hasn't played it a lot, but they have won it when they have played it. Like it has been like a 2-0, I think, in their past game changers. And so for X10 to have it as their stronger map, I think they might possibly have the edge here.
And also, I want to say Kakuga, because I know how much you love Cypher, you know, your favorite ulti in the whole game, which, you know, that's a story for another time, but we don't often see 2 Cyphers on the server these days, and this is where we might see that. Would you like to see Mimi, especially, you know, going back to that as well?
So here's the thing, I wonder, now that we have seen Mary going on the Chamber, is this something that we're going to see replicated here? Is it Juliana playing on the Jet? You know, now that they've given us a little bit, now we want everything, like if you give us a hand, we take the arm, because of course you give us a chance and we want to see all the changes.
He's so relaxed. I want to be as relaxed as him.
He's so relaxed. But yeah, I do not know what to expect, even though I love Cypher.
Yeah, I think Cypher is super viable. I love him on Breeze. His bald head, you know, there's just something about it. There's something going on there. But yeah, I think Chamber is like, when he takes off his hat. With Chamber, with Mary kind of being more confident, I think that is a pick that wouldn't be crazy. I think it would be a pick that works on defense. But again, it would change for attack. Like if they have that space maker and Mary's going in second, like is she going to be able to capitalize off of that?
Yeah, the thing is, like, what do we do with Giuliano? Like, are you maybe going to put her on a Neon? Are we going to see something crazy like that, like extra explosive? And what are you going to do with your initiators? Because, for example, we know that Giuliano can play Viper, but we know that Glance it's ideal to be for her on that position. So, of course, a lot of the questions are on that side. I still want to know if we expect any kind of surprises on the other side, because they're playing like the most traditional side of the composition on the side of X10.
Yeah,
so
I got a stat for you. They've played this comp 17 times. This is ridiculous. Like, they do not change their comp, but also we talk about the Cypher. Baby TZ on this map is insanely impactful. I'm 100% expecting her to be playing the Cypher, but again, having 2 on the server, I don't know about you guys. When I first saw 2 Killjoys on the server at Champions, I was like, what? this is happening? Where are the chambers at?
Well, especially before the latest Cypher changes to come into the game, it's definitely going to be a surprise, but we still need to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Again, I'm going to remind quickly to the people at home what the Sky changes are. Basically, one, you cannot break that flash, and secondly is the fact that you can no longer play for yourself that much, because now the flash needs to be charged. So either you glitch it, and please don't glitch things here.
That's illegal.
No, either you find a spot where you can delay it a little bit and actually play for it, or you have to play for your teammates constantly, and it's actually going to have a better impact.
Yeah, I really wonder, like, the flashes are such a huge aspect into this, and I'm really curious because, again, like on Icebox, we didn't see that, and so maybe this might be something that X10 is playing on their comfort pick, so they might be able to play with those flashes a little better, especially if the role changes come in. Like, switching to a flash character is a whole new deal. It's one of the hardest characters to change. If you're not blinding your teammates, you're not doing it right.
I love initiators.
Really?
Yeah. KO Fate. I love Fate. I love Fate. It gets into your brain. But yeah, also we do have the KO changes as well, and again, it's just on the same line. The pop flash is worse for you, but the other one is the best for the team.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. On Icebox, we saw some changes, but again here, X10, they play Breeze with this comp 17 different times. I think G2 is where we're looking to see if they are going to keep with the changes we saw on Icebox.
Oh my god.
There's 2 Chamber
Yeah,
players.
2 Chambers, 1 Neon, let's go.
I'm glad Mary is the first person we're going to see to locking her agent, because then it answers all of our questions.
Oh
there we
my
go.
god.
There we
Second time
go.
for Mary, second map today. Petra's going to be going on the Sova. That's something that we expected.
Oh my goodness.
She's actually viable. I want to see the other
Mimi's
change.
on the KO?
The other change that we expected to see, sorry, the other change that came in also with this patch, the Lear no longer has that restriction of length. Is going to come out a little bit faster. It's going to last a little bit less, but I think overall it makes the agent more playable. Giuliano being the player that she is, she loves the lurks, she loves the cheeky picks. I think it could work with her and definitely adds on to the power force that you have open in the sides with the KO, the Sova, and then the Lear.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it could be super, super powerful, and I think that the only thing that it lacks is that you don't have that space that you need. So I'm just interested to see how it plays out.
I can't wait to see it either. You might not like the Reyna pick at home, guys, but don't worry. It's Giuliano on the Reyna and Ender and Mimi. You guys know exactly how strong this pick is.
Well, see, it would seem like we're making ourselves at home, because I don't know if I like the Reyna pick either.
You're not quite sure. See, look, here's the thing, is I was casting with Pansy, right? EMEA Game Changers.
Sure.
And Giuliano walks in the Reyna on Pearl, and I tell Pansy, right, like, this is ridiculous, this Reyna pick has no place in the game, and then she just pounds Guild on Pearl with it. It looks so good, it's so hard to talk it down, and yet with the buffs too, like the Lear has become a real ability. I am hard coping right now, because I still don't know if I love it, but if anyone's gonna get frags and make it happen, it's gotta be Giuliano.
Well, we'll have to see what these changes will bring. G2 and X10, map number 2. And for X10, this is a must-win if they want to stay in this upper bracket. And again, they're faced with a surprise.
Yeah, X10. First the Raze fade on Icebox, now the Reyna out of Giuliano.
Okay.
And look at that, Mary activating early on.
The desk wanted to see maybe a little bit more of Mary on the chamber. We're getting it nice and early.
Hey,
We're
there it
getting
is.
some content out of her. A beautiful shot to start things off. And X10 could see all their space in mid off of that.
And the thing is, X10 play Breeze on the attack so slowly. It doesn't matter if it's eco round, buy round, pistol round, anything. Like, they very slowly work forward. Usually you're going to find Baby TZ really testing for these late lurks, like up halls, maybe through elbow if they're over towards the B site. And those lurk timings have looked really good for Baby TZ. She finds really good openings to sort of sneak into the enemy backlines, but it can be punished through early mid-aggression. That's what we saw from Mary, and already Baby TZ spotted.
And she's causing trouble. Opens that door, pulls rotations towards A. All 3 players anchored here, but maybe could catch the rotation. Maybe he's actually dropping through the hatch into mid, but Mimi takes her head straight off. Maybe a bit misguided on that drop, but with the pressure coming through halls, she had no other option. Mary, another one. This time onto Muffin. X10 is just being picked to pieces. Vultures from all sides.
Yeah, Mary runs down mid, gets a kill, rotates, runs down hall, gets another. It is falling apart.
And that's Flash.
A Prime Gaming flawless to kick off Breeze, and it's Mary leading the charge.
I think thus far in this series, what I've been impressed with from G2 is Mimi and the flexibility she's showing now. A change being made off of her very, very strong Killjoy on Icebox. And now here again, she's being taken off of that role, put on the KO instead, moved away from the lurk.
Yeah, all of the agents that Mary previously been playing, Mimi has just picked that up. So, I mean, not letting the learning curve really show at all. We'll see how that progresses throughout the tournament for her, because she's playing now a variety of different agents with very different feels between the KO and the Sage. It's a new look for G2, and it's a strong look for them as well.
Mary, another shot to get things going. Baby TZ will find something here. So back to a 4 versus 4. Petra does trade back, though. So let's see if X10 can get anything else on damage. It is just Baby TZ with that weapon in hand.
Okay, wait, Baby TZ just waiting for that late lurk, and this is what I was going to say, like, Baby TZ, it's not necessarily always pushing, trying to take space, but you're going to see her play B window a lot, have maybe a tripwire, a camera, sort of guarding that for a moment.
Polly
I don't know
is
how
in their
Polly
spawn.
is here. It's 2 versus 2, out of nowhere. X10 just seemingly everywhere on the map at the moment, and Giuliano taken down to 49.
these two players from G2 are playing a single-player game right now, completely separated from one another, but the same is true of X10. This is just ships passing through a channel together. Who will find who first? In main, sitting tucked is Glance, and Polly wants to take this space. The question is, does she commit deep enough to clear bricks?
Well, the thing is, she doesn't have Spike, so she may actually continue this push forward, right? She's trying to buy space for BabyTZ to get in. She's going to see the barrel. But Glance out of the peripheral grabs that one. And now with 15 seconds left, BabyTZ and a Marshall in hand. Glance surely is able to shut that down. A bit dodgy for a moment, but G2 close it out.
All right, G2. Second round there, it gets a little bit dicey yet again, but they are able to convert. I think the biggest question in this composition is how the Reyna works. Because on the attacking side, I feel like it's kind of, okay, you're just subbing out the jet positions, you don't have the die, so maybe a hull split is a little bit more possible, but it's generally the same role. But here on defense, it's kind of different without having that same escape tool.
Yeah, you know, it's...
I mean, I guess she does, but you have to get the kill.
She does, you
first.
gotta get the kill. That's the thing, right? And I mean, Juliano usually able to find the kills, maybe it doesn't matter quite as much, but it does mean, I think it's a little bit harder to go for like the super aggressive mid plays. Like Juliano is gonna play mid doors, but it's way harder to just sprint down mid like a jet could.
Yeah, well, talk of people sprinting down mid. It is just Mary picking up that role. Second time she's done that kind of roll out with the chamber TP bottom of mid, and it doesn't look like G2 is going to be committing to that fight. Just wanted early pressure, see if they could get away with a kill, but it's not happening.
You can see though, X10 sort of take that space, slow down, wait to see where the re-aggress is going to come. G2 have been very willing to go for these a little bit later mid pushes. You can see again Mimi challenging down elbow. But BabyTZ in classic position right here. If you've done your homework, if you watched any Breeze VODs with X10, you will know this is BabyTZ's favorite position on the map. She is always here. And I think this time Mimi a little bit more patient after running into that Marshall in the previous round, not over pushing out of elbow.
Noise being made here in main. This dog should still be spotted. Looks like G2 might actually want to flank, yeah.
Yeah, we've been able to work with Mary all the way down mid, and Mimi goes for the over push again. BabyTZ camps there 9 out of 10 rounds. If she's not there, she is going to be pushing into your spawn somehow.
But Mary could cut this rotation, has 5 bullets in the Headhunter, re-establish on the same line, but there's a cage across. X10 have the site now. Bar one player, tucked close on the site is Glance, but Muffin's aware. An entry from her, we needed her to step up for X10. She's doing so with a big frag. Still, not out of the danger zone. G2 fast on this retake. Wally's coming down. And all these angles are so difficult to clear. Muffin trying to swing. There's Polly from the other side, and Ginny is there on the trade. Only Mary. She's low, and it's only a Headhunter. She'll find a second. 1 bullet. 2 players against her. The door opening. A 1v1 against Alyssa. And she's missed the shot. Now just a classic. Now barely a chance in this one. She wants a gun. She needs a gun. Make this one happen. At this point, it might just be a matter of damage. And Mary has another. She's only 16, and she's making this happen. Her first land, maybe a clutch. She needs to get this halfway, but Alyssa will swing, and she'll shut it all down.
Alyssa necessary to win the round out for X10. But my God, Mary sees a Vandal on the ground. I was like, no, I actually feel better with the Sheriff, right? After the Headhunter looks that good, is able to do that. Oh, man. What a performance, and yet some crack showing, I think, for G2, right? With Mimi again, maybe it's the bonus for her, so going for maybe a little bit more of an aggressive push. But I think you definitely need to be aware from this default from X10.
By the way, Mary has tour de force on round 4.
Oh.
That's pretty reasonable in common,
yeah,
I would say.
That's reasonable. We would love to see that right now, especially with, again, aggressive mid-peaks for G2. They go for this all the time, although the 2 players you want sort of fighting forward didn't find that angle. It's going to be Mimi for 2! Make it a 3rd! You cannot get past her!
Absolutely not. Another Prime Gaming flawless in the hands of G2. Their 3rd round here. X10 try something a little bit faster, and they get nothing for it.
So X10, how do you switch this up? I mean, again, it's not going to be a buy. They have a little bit longer to think about things coming through for them, but I mean, they just run into the meat grinder here. It looked like the trade was almost there for Muffin. Like the timing wasn't even like that long. It was maybe half a second. The spacing between those 2 players, which isn't that unreasonable, but Mimi just a brick wall, unbreakable.
Look at G2 though. Might have the read on this one. 2 players towards B main, a drone tag connecting. XTEN do want to just push this in. Giuliano in the corner. This is where Reyna can shine. She gets a kill. She can just pop on out, but she'll stick around for more. Second and the dismiss. Easy hold.
The back-to-back Prime Gaming flawlesses from G2. And a rare full commit onto a site from XTEN, I think, just sort of trying to switch up the tempo on G2, throw that one into the mix, because on rifle rounds, that is just not the MO of XTEN. And I think maybe for them, we could see them take a little bit more proactive of a look with Baby TZ.
Sure.
Again, she really likes to work over towards Halls, and one of the things that's been very effective for them in the past is sort of playing Baby TZ towards Halls, the rest of the team up elbow, and then by showing a lot of presence in elbow, that pulls your sort of Halls watch, that float player, usually going to be maybe a Sova on the other side, the scout player, and that gives the timing for Baby's TZ to actually push all the way towards spawn, catch out that player by Nest. I'd maybe like to see them look to go into that, especially with how aggressively G2 have been fighting for mid. I think that taking another angle, XTEN have been running all through bottom mid. Let's fight through elbow, switch things up, give G2 another look.
Okay, so they will be trying to make that change. OB again in the conversation here for the side of XTEN. And for G2, honestly, they're just kind of chilling out. So much of this early aggression has all been predicated on Mary. She's really playing this role similarly to how that Jet would, and it's been working very well for them thus far.
And for Mary, the youngest player in the tournament at 16, her story has just been insane too, because no one expected G2, who'd been so dominant in EMEA, to drop Zaz. Legendary TAC FPS
I mean, not
player.
even dropped. She just kind of makes a decision, makes her way out of the team, and now there's these huge shoes to fill. And who do they find? A 16-year-old Bahraini girl who steps up into this team, her first competitive team in Valorant, and just gets off on the ground absolutely sprinting.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? She gets out sprinting in the, support roles, right? The Sage, the KO, playing a lot of those. Now on the chamber, and once again working down mid. But this setup...
And she does it again, by the way.
She does it again. Somehow she just finds that one more time. It does look like XTEN was going for a similar setup with that elbow push, but somehow Giuliano has made this timing through shop. No one's going to be ready if Baby TZ is able to step out here and does see Giuliano there. Baby TZ might want to press out of cave.
She actually finds Mimi in that one, swinging deep into sight. She figures that if Giuliano is that far down Hall, she'll be able to swing and get a kill on sight. The decision is correct. And now XTEN actually looks to re-push and re-clear this space that they could have lost. Very well done by Baby TZ.
Yeah, Baby TZ finds these openings so frequently in the regional space. And, usually you look on a map like Breeze and you're like, oh, Jet, pick up the operator, go crazy. Yeah, Muffin, fantastic player in her own right. But I would sort of liken Baby TZ to a player like Nats almost, who just has that uncanny ability to find the perfect lurk timings there. Even working through a main, you don't really think that's a place you would lurk. But yeah, playing on her own is able to just find that kill on the player over by stairs. And now the rest of XTEN ready to move into the site.
Jenny is going to pop her ult here to help with the scale, but it's too late. Giuliano gets one, gets out, and Glance anchors a double of her own. Round's already over, 16 seconds. His timer has ticked so far, and despite the early advantages, XTEN get nothing.
10 seconds left.
Just all falls apart. Jenny has to call for the save on that one. Again, I think the right idea, but a solo player in bottom mid when Mary is in the server, I just don't think is the right idea. She is going to find a chance every time.
Yeah, and for XTEN, again, they're staring down the barrel of a very tough scoreline, 5-1. That first tactical timeout already used. So this is the moment where you need your IGL. You need Jenny to make the call. She's been here before. She's not a new player. She's not new to the scene. Before this, she was competing at the highest level in her region, in Thailand. She was one of the only female players in all of APAC competing in a mixed team, back in Counter-Strike, and also in the early days of Valorant. Now here with XTEN, she's the leader you need to try and build back in.
And sort of the player to lead the charge in the big upset over Alter Ego, the leader for the team. Now, the hero rifle for her, the knives on Muffin too is able to open things up in mid, but Giuliano and Mimi are not done. They're going for the reaggress. Giuliano is insane. Look at her continue the push as Mimi is there to trade everything on through. A triple for her, and that round over before it started.
G2 does not give a damn. They are not giving any respect at this point in the game, just pushing all the way through. And I want to ask you this question quick. Do you think the Reyna is something they want to play consistently in this map, or is this just like, we're playing insane today, let's get confident, let's do something crazy?
That's the thing, is like, I know that Giuliano is a fan of the Reyna, right? She does play it on the pro. She's an average Reyna enjoyer, and they also have just promised us that they are playing crazy things, right? Things that no other teams are playing, so it would not shock me if this Reyna was something that stuck around for Giuliano.
I'm liking it more and more as the game goes on, but what I've also been enjoying is Mary on this chamber, and this time it's not the rifle the offense said. None of these sky flashes connect, by the way. An entire belt of utility dumped into her, but Mary still finds a shot, only one. Baby TZ rips her head off through the wall, and back to a 4 versus 4, but still this Viper's Pit, a thorn in the side towards main.
How do X10 deal with this? They have the positioning, perhaps try to split in, pincer down on that pit, but with the way Petra has angled herself in mid right on top of that wall, that could instantly get shut down. If these players try to rotate out from double doors, instead of just trying to use those seekers to scout out the players inside the pit, here comes the pinch.
They only know one player
Petra!
is towards B, but Petra, she's on top of the wall.
That is
what
insane.
An angle.
That is an angle you play like in the super late post plants on your attacking side. That is not an angle you get to just punish the attackers from themselves.
They're pushing out of the pit. Mimi took a fight. It's only Glance on this site now. This round is still very much in question. Maybe trying to find her timing to push through, or maybe just biding her time to wait.
So Petra has the ult, but she's gonna have to work through mid, and Baby TZ hasn't moved in the last 10 years. She has just been camped on these doors. She's heard everything from Petra. She is prepared. She will lock down those doors. Now Glance versus the world. Ginny there to secure the round.
That is the round that X10 needed. G2 tries something cool there, but X10, the patience pays off this time. They don't overcommit into that Viper's Pit. They wait to gain the information. I think if this team has one asset, it's in these late rounds, not overheating, not overcommitting, being able to slow things down and make the right call.
That's very true. It's a team that sort of, we talked to one of the casters in the APAC region, Quack, who gave us a ton of information, some history here on X10 Sapphire. It said, Ginny sort of thinks about the game almost like it's an RTS, right? So it's like, play very slow early rounds, absorb as much information as possible, and then make really strong mid-round decisions. I think the weakness here has been that G2 are just fighting them before X10 can get all that info that they'd love. But with an early first kill, a rarity for X10 this game, they might be able to change things up.
I think this is only the second time they've been able to shut down Mary on one of these openings. And now they have a lot of options. Split towards B, that's the decision. Muffin in quick, a dash through. Spots a player towards the half wall, and Mimi could be in trouble, but the flash is there to support. Petra finds two. Polly trying to trade back. Ginny needs something here as G2 is zoned behind that wall. And now with the Viper's Pit down, this post plant potent. Giuliano's just pushing in close. She has a timing on this. Wait a minute. Can she find it? No. Polly too aware. Just Glance now 1 versus 3. And the pit up. A dart in her face. It misses though. Is that misinformation? Did they realize? Is the comm there? Yes. Baby TZ spots her out. Holds her time. Holds the angle. But Glance finds it. 1 versus 2 now. That pit is waiting. The abyss on the other side. She's yet to find the single player in that timer. Her biggest enemy still. A Molly on the spike. And the players so far back. Glance just needs to spot the edge of one. The Viper there, a flick around. But Ginny playing the long con. She'll wrap all the way back through. Glance is aware, but she cannot find the shot. Ginny shuts down.
Glance went from being aware, just the aware emote. The smile turned upside down on that one. And Ginny is able to secure the round. She had a couple of clutch moments too, back on that Icebox map. And now on Breeze, try and stay alive in the series. So necessary. I love that too, right? Catching Giuliano, trying to cancel out the plant from going down. And the round slips away at the last possible second. Very important as X10 try to build back in here, because I think they have been very successful in the past attacking on this map.
Yeah. That round a lot faster from X10, and that seems to be the decision again. Thrown straight into a main, but that's the issue with these faster plays. G2's composition has a lot of utility to slow you down, and now they have 4 players ready on this site.
Look at the high-low, right? Glance and Mimi playing on that same angle, ready, but the Viper Wall does cut it off. G2 don't really have any forward scouting, so X10 actually able to sneak 4 players out and try to push past this Viper Wall. Mimi's ready, that was not caught by the flash, and the crossfire, the lineup, it is all here. Baby TZ, the sole survivor.
wall in her face. 1 versus 5. Something tells me this is beyond the reach of Baby TZ. Is G2 set up together? Juliano, ready for the trade. He's patient for but a moment, but now just look to hound her down with his utility, not give her a chance. In this one, the swing is through. That's the commitment, and that's her downfall. G2 reply.
Oh, what do you do here? G2's early aggression has just been so painful for X10. Then when it doesn't even come, you just know there's 3 players anchored down on site, ready to just shoot you down the second you try to go for a play yourself. And like, not even just the high-low there, but you also have Juliano double doors, right? So the second you're coming through that Viper wall, Juliano's shooting you in the side. So it's a 90-degree, the high-low, it's just all there. And X10 really struggling to push past. You can see actually big light armor enjoyers, even with some money in the bank. Ginny and Baby TZ gonna make sure they have enough for rifles in the next.
Last round, it was just push down mid, and again, G2 go for it. This time, X10 ready to receive. I think that was a big win condition in the previous round for them. Having that fast rotation to be able to have 4 immediately on that A site. This time, X10 deny that space and the information.
The thing is, though, Juliano is also here. And another mid-aggress. Now that X10 have fully cleared, they've bailed out of mid. This could turn into a very quick flank option. There's not actually a tripwire over in cannon, so if Juliano is just feeling completely wild,
They're
you
holding
could just
for it,
go
though.
for this.
Polly, oh, the timing, she turns around. Juliano has it, doesn't get greedy, falls away. B site will be lost here. A retake down for G2.
That's your Viper wall that you just lost there. Like, X10 have no coverage once they get on site. Luckily, they got through, but now Petra is stalling. It's going to be a shooting gallery here as all of G2 rotate to B.
And look at the utility that they have for this retake. Full belts on both of their initiators. That orb for glance to pop down and try and defuse. X10 haven't even gotten the spike down yet. And G2 is already pushing in. Dart for the backside. Gets broken immediately. No scans. X10 need to take these spikes. They need to win them. They need to try and stall out. But Petra quickly a flash in a lineup. Only one. Ult is coming through. And Ginny is stuck with her bow in her hand. And Baby TZ alone now. Finds one of the spam, but the health is low. A 1v2 and Mimi ready for it. G2, 8-4.
What a pick from Juliano, removing the Viper from play, and like you said, the utility on that retake just flawless, clearing out the little cubby outside of B main, and then fully working as a team into backside. Right there just sort of shuts down your ability to play the round, right? You can't actually play in B main, so it's all 4 players of X10 backside. Without the Viper wall, you can't play cubby. Really hard to play up near half wall as well. Very excited on top of everything else here is going into the final round of the half. It is literally a thrift store purchase for X10. Just hand-me-downs galore, light armor on 4 players. It is not pretty.
Well, let's see if they can maybe use something to make a round out of this. 2 flashes into main. Juliano a pick. Choke it away as well. Quick dismiss, but she wants more. Juliano has been hungry this game. She has been greedy and wants another as well. I suppose that's one of the gifts of Reyna. You get 2 dismisses, not just 1 compared to your Chamber or Jet. As long as you're killing them.
Hey, that is very true. That is very true. And, I mean, the question is, does a Reyna player ever use her ultimate?
No.
no, they just don't. It's the last round of the half. Juliano has it. Hasn't popped it yet. We'll see if it comes through eventually.
There
but
we
here
go,
we go.
as you say it.
We are zooming down halls, opening up that door to find another way to pinch out onto site. This is an aggressive X10, and the trade is good, but there's still Mimi on site here, and you gotta pull out your gun to fight her.
Oh, she'll find one. Not quite the second, Ginny. 1 versus 2, and it will not do. 9-3 for G2.
Great way to start off the half. G2 just gave us the formula to beating X10. When X10 are on the attack, it is fight them early, deny them the ability to slow play and gain the information. And when these side hits come through, always down in numbers, the G2 anchors, and Mimi especially, on fire.
Yeah. Baby TZ still having a good half there, but the rest of the team struggling to contend with G2. We'll hear what the desk has to say about all that.
It's a 9-3 half here for G2 goes, and they nearly, I felt like we could have seen a momentum shift at one point for X10 Athena when they chained 2 rounds together towards the end.
Kind of almost finally took it a place that they really needed to take it. They kind of broke the momentum. They took the space that they needed way towards mid. They started putting pressure towards mid and forcing G2 to kind of take space back and make them hesitate. And they actually played it really, really well, because in that next round, they actually ended up going towards B. So here's a round that I do want to talk about, just a momentum breaker on that round 8. Alyssa actually walked out behind the Viper ult, and she kind of made a play towards mid. And so when the Viper ulted A main, Alyssa walked into site, took that space because she knew that they weren't playing on site. They were playing in that A main ult. And then after that, the entire team took mid, took the space back, put pressure. And the next round, you started seeing G2 kind of hesitating, putting pressure towards mid, trying to get the info. And off of that, X10 played it just perfectly well.
So here's the thing. In so many occasions, we have seen X10, you know, after that pause, I think that they start working the map a lot more, because Breeze is such a big map, you know, with a lot of mid space, and you have to control it. And for those 2 rounds, you know, they were putting the pressure, they were working a little bit of the map here and there, and then they go back to being, I don't know, overconfident and just this 5-woman pushes. I hate to say this, okay, but the Sky Flash has changed. You cannot pop flash after the Viper wall, because it's not going to be as effective, and we saw it over and over again. G2 weren't even that scared to be in a rough position, because it's going to be just a second off a flash. So, you know, moving forward into what this next half is going to be, we need to talk about how Giuliano is going to be playing on that Reyna. Our casters were making fun of when do you use the ult when you're playing Reyna. Well, definitely in the defense, it has to be in a very tricky situation. Giuliano, I don't think that she's probably going to use it for the entry, but we need to compare it with who has to shut her down directly. That has to be Muffin. Both players have been kind of absent in this first half, just because the rest of the team was doing the work. Baby to see on the side of X10. Beautiful things coming in from Mimi and the rest of the team on the side of G2. But moving into the next half, these two need to have a lot of head-to-heads.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw them kind of like trying to get the momentum back. Again, they kind of did the same thing on Icebox, where they started shifting towards the right answer towards the end for X10, but then they kind of lost it again. And so, you know, it is a 9-3 curse. Maybe we can see them bring it back, but I'm sure that going forward, it's going to have to be a lot different of a new strat.
Yeah, G2 100% win rate on the pistol so far. We want to see if X10 can break this, as I hand this back to your casters to go back into the second half. Over to you, Mimi and Ender.
A big round here for X10 Sapphire as they start off their defensive side with a double push towards mid.
Oh yeah, already. I mean, it's not even mid, it's just straight down into elbow. Now, are they ready for the Baby TZ position that Glance is currently occupying? And are they ready for this massive Halls push? There's a Cypher trip right there, but the Lear actually does catch Ginny. She might not want to re-push into this with Giuliano absolutely posted up on the angle.
Yeah, and in this composition, you don't have jet smokes to flash out of, or a flash to get your way, or excuse me, a dash to get your way onto site there. So those hall splits are made really difficult. Instead, G2 actually fall back.
I don't want to name ya. I don't want to name ya.
Pushes, the Lear is actually way more reliable coming out of the hall doors, as opposed to the KO flash. The KO flash not a ton of value because there's so many angles for those A players to hide on to re-swing into you.
I don't even know.
Be fully sending players down halls. Mary does get shut down.
Baby,
as the Viper wall does end up coming down, but it's a little bit late. G2 are just sort of fighting their way out of this. Alyssa not getting a piece of that. She does get tagged up on the exchange, but does manage to go down here.
Maybe trying to flash through this wall, but the right click's not quite turnable. Will be 2 for G2. They want to keep fighting, though. A third picked up. Maybe 2 of her own in the back lines. Polly is so low on HP. Petra just toying with her, biding her time, but wait a minute. Polly found 2 on 1 HP, and Baby TZ just comes in. What just happened?
I actually have just no idea. Polly, yeah, one shot would have absolutely just taken her down. She's able to win out the round for the team. A huge round to take for X10. You absolutely love that out of Polly. If someone's going to find a moment in this defensive half, it's almost got to be Polly, one of your strong
I don't even care if you cry. I don't even
that whole sort of protection. She gets that first kill, and as her sight hold falls apart,
baby, I'm not
she's late round coming back in to
put me at the edge. All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge.
Bright spot for them back on Icebox, and she is doing it again here, coming a light. For that first pistol round of the second half, I suppose there's only one pistol round in the second half.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think so.
Maybe a pistol round of some form or another.
That's true. Every round's a pistol round for a chamber, I suppose. You could sort of convince yourself of that as, yeah, Baby TZ just going to farm through the wall. Ooh, we still got the setup on the site, too. Look, I'm a huge Cypher enjoyer, and Muffin is going to enjoy the tags, playing off of her teammates' utility as X10 just clean up shop on the backside.
Yeah, very nice retake here. Glance does have some mollies to hold the post, but X10's going quickly. Muffin is just styling on them. And there are some post-plant lineups here, but surely nothing will come of them. Alyssa trying to hold, smoked off, the spam not hitting. It's already gone halfway, and Alyssa's just going to take it all the way home here for G2. Or excuse me, for X10.
Yeah, no, G2 going home after that round. You're going to have to rethink. They are home. That is true. That is true. But
the sidewalk taught me at least one thing.
Yeah, it is the house of Gozen. But hey, honestly, X10 looking strong here on the start of the defensive half. I do think most players did end up surviving here, so they can't really try to go for like a half rifle and Spectres sort of deal. Baby TC, checking it out, doesn't actually have enough to even upgrade into the rifle. So it is going to be a true bonus for them. See what sort of damage they can amass for themselves, because right now G2 are going to their favorite place on Breeze, and that is right down the middle.
X10 going for a double push here. Back towards Cannon, and it is being held for. And Muffin is in the perfect position here to try and find something. Glance, though, ready for it. Swings around the corner from Baby TZ's own favorite spot.
Juliano surely saw the hat!
What is going on? The player not spotted there. Juliana goes up into a Cypher cage. There's players there to support. This is falling apart again for G2.
Oh no, I swear Juliano could have seen the hat of Baby TZ over logs right there, but then jumped straight up into the nastiest one-way.
They have Viper's Pit now from Poly.
Viper's Pit, all of a sudden, this round is starting to come together, and G2 don't have the ability to pinch on the pit from mid. Instead, just holding hands here with less than 100 HP between the two of them together. Yes, they have full utility.
Ik kan wiet regelen.
Even then, they're going to have to walk straight on forward.
Volgens mij wel.
The first, though, they've got a chance.
They're both on 1 HP. Have to work their way back.
Ja, als jij ook kan regelen.
Poly has a Spectre. Spam could be so
Als jij ook kan regelen.
30 seconds left to make that heist happen, and 2 layers of security to bypass. Knife will.
Ja, ik ook misschien. Het is niet 100, maar.
Pits down. It's just Ginny. 1 versus 2. She's found the first needs. The connection onto Mimi. 1 HP. No worry for her. A 10th round to G2.
Mimi is having a game right here. Absolutely massive. Even as the round nearly slips through her fingers. Mimi at 16-8. On the roll swap as well. Absolutely massive for the team, and yet full credit to X10 in this round, sort of carving this one up. The combination of Poly, who, by the way, clutched up that pistol round, and Baby TZ, so strong on the attacking side. Those are the 2 players I am looking at for the remainder of this half, if they are going to stand up against this G2 team.
Snap je?
Yeah, G2 so resilient in these rounds that look impossible. They're going to be going a little bit faster into this one, straight towards the B site. KO ult to suppress that Viper utility. X10 playing close still, maybe considering fighting through it, but there's no flash to do so. So instead, they just get spammed down by Mimi, and now a post plant with a pit.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough, right? Because X10 make the decision we play off-site because there's the KO ult, and we'll full retake his 5 very quickly. But they get spammed through the wall, and it's like, now it's a 5 versus 4.
But double drone. They have both the dog and the drone to re-clear this, but Alyssa just goes in. Spam is there. Pit down. That's success for Ginny. Now a 3 versus 4. Mimi in the back lines will swing, trade it through, and Poly unable to make it happen. Another multi-kill for Petra.
Petra finds the multi-kill. Glance is able to hold the fort for a couple of kills in the pit as well there. And you don't get that anywhere else here. Look, it's many a time we've heard the G2 chants in this studio. G2 goes in a new squad that gets to do it as well, and I mean, full credit to this team. It has been a treat to watch today. So many changes over the last month and a half since the last time we saw them play, since we saw them be dethroned, and even after that loss, so many people still had very high expectations for them. And I think showing this different look today has just added a level of depth to this G2 roster that we weren't necessarily sure was there in terms of overall agent pool. They have integrated Mary in a way that's been so interesting to watch with Mimi's evolution alongside.
It has been really cool indeed. But for X10 now, this is where they have to dig deep. 11-5, their final tactical timeout will be taken here.
I'm sort of scanning the money right now. It looks like 2,800 roughly where most players are going to be sitting, and that's before actually purchasing utility. X10 back on Icebox were in the same position. I think it was 11-4 at that point. And they said, no force, we're going to try to play for the tie. And I think that may be what you have to do here, because even in terms of ultimates, you got a Cypher ult, which, hey, if you're playing on the new patch, hey, it's pretty sweet ability. You got 2 tags now. You got to love that. But no, definitely not the same on this, on an eco. Muffin is 1 orb away from grabbing the knives, and I think that may be the best idea for X10, but even then, you're on defense, and Breeze is a map that just does not favor the defense to grab the early orbs. There's a lot of maps you can, right? Like Icebox A-Site, maybe a good example of a place you can do that, but it is not the same. So Muffin instead has decided to go for Sheriffs, and it's 5 Sheriffs. Everyone is coming to the Wild West for X10.
We'll have to see if any robberies can happen on this one. Do we have some bandits in the server? Just a formality for G2. Muffin already has to use her dash early as she gets out of her deep position in mid. X10 is still looking to contest that space, though.
Yeah, who would win? 5 Sheriffs, 5 Samurai Warriors. Gozen. The name, I did some research. Yeah, typically refers to women samurai. Interestingly enough. Yeah, it makes sense with the G2 branding here. But swords or guns, what would you prefer? And G2 have 5 rifles, so
is this in Valorant?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if I want a sword in Valorant. Maybe more of a rifle. Juliana, what's her preference? Let's see. Seems to be the Vandal in this situation.
Seems to be the gun. Yeah. X10 a little bit scattered in the approach, sort of trying to pressure all different angles. G2 going to be able to shut this one down right here. And luckily for X10, I think it's going to be probably light armor and rifles going into the next, but so far have yet to really find an answer against the G2 attack, especially when they've been leaving these sites open.
Petra will close things out. Map and series point here for G2. Only 5 rounds to X10 as they try and make something happen. They are back on the rifles here. Seekers to work with for Alyssa, a bit of a tool for their mid-round, but I mean, right now G2 is looking unstoppable.
Yeah, they are a different beast. We sort of, and I mean, this is preparing for the potential C9 matchup later today. Yeah. C9, who looked very dominant. G2, everyone had been waiting for that matchup. X10 with the last chance to play spoiler here. Must win 7 rounds in a row. And hey, they've got some big ultimates. Seekers, you got the knives as well on Muffin. Maybe not the big game-changing ones. Muffin already pressuring, pushing down mid. This could open up the round with such a close position. Right around the corner, finds Mary, wraps around the opposite side as well, but no. G2 carved them to pieces, and it's a 2 versus 1. Polly, the last survivor.
A fight versus Mimi. Can she find it? Yes. Tap onto the head. Now a 1 versus 1 for the game, and Glance pushing around. The angle is there, and Polly's got the clutch.
The Red Bull clutch for Polly. She does it again. The pistol round, and then here as well. Polly has been the X factor in these late rounds for X10. Even after losing the initial fight in mid, she writes the course on that one. But how many more times in a row can she do it?
Yeah, you can beckon your team into the backpack once, but you need consistency to make a comeback against a team like G2.
You definitely do. Now, that being said, sort of examining that round as a whole, it was over so quickly. X10 didn't really have to invest anything. So now Ginny has actually been able to get the Hunter's Fury online. 2 Bulldogs on X10, so not perfect for them, but their solution here has just been unlock Muffin. Put her in a position to find these early pushes, but she hasn't had the most success working down tunnel, or elbow. Excuse me, especially against Mimi, who has just been posted up here so many a time. Muffin looking for the reaggress, but not going to challenge it again.
Oh, Glance has worked her way up halls. Ginny holding for this one. She's actually considering.
Oh no, look at this!
There, and Muffin finds a timing behind this tripwire, though. Glance is trapped. This isn't a chamber. You cannot smoke that piece of information off. Juliano finds one, and now Glance finds her opportunity. Ginny, though, quick on the reaction.
So often on Breeze, your Sova float is going to be the one to sort of lock down and stop mid from exploding, right? Because if you lose your nest player, you lose the ability to rotate on this map. You lose your spawn, you're all of a sudden concerned, are they going to be pinching me from back bridge, from back arches, over towards the B site? Everything could fall apart. So Ginny showing up at the final hour, so critical for her team holding on here. And now rotating to assist Baby TZ as this BXQ is sure to come in.
Or will fall. And Baby TZ has no utility for this one. Hunter's Fury shut down. A one-way popped. It's something to play off of. Ginny takes down Giuliano. Baby TZ there as well. It's only Mimi. Try and make this one happen, and it's looking undoable. Already a bit wounded, but kill found. 1 versus 3. The player's isolated on site. Time those are biggest issue, and interfaces Baby TZ, but now she has the plants. 1 versus 2. Can Mimi make it happen? A flash still up. She'll swing around the corner and isolate a duel. But Alyssa turns the flash, finds the kill, and again, keeps her squad alive.
X10 keeping the hope here for all the fans maybe watching, getting a little bit late at night. But X10 making it happen at the final hour. I mean, just a shock that they even made it to this tournament for many, with Alter Ego being so dominant in the region for so long. They found the upset. Now a chance to really get things going here up against G2. That was a really solid round for them, for Ginny finding the kill in halls. And the site anchoring from Baby TZ and Polly on the opposite side has been fantastic. The one-ways have just been so frustrating for G2 to deal with, and now they're holding hands over on near B main.
Let's play.
G2 though, I don't think that's supposed to go there.
No, that's a lineup. You just haven't
Really?
seen it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you learn something new every day.
Yeah, because you pick it up and then you throw it actually to the correct position is the idea. And the other team was like, I just hear this orb rattling around. What's going on? Look at this, though. Alyssa's traded out by Mimi as G2 try to speed things up over onto the A site.
Oh, Op is here. Muffin has a dash activated, but Mimi for another 3 kills. She's doing everything right now for G2, and they should be able to get this plant down on A. Rotations so far behind out of X10.
Oh, big problems here. Baby TZ, light armor, and a Bulldog, too. You have no flashes or any initiating utility to get you back onto the site. X10 guessed wrong with those side anchors. Mimi's been opening them up with a 3K already in the round. And a chance to swing back into the team. Mary finds 1, Mary finds 2. G2 take the series.
This is their home. Back on land. G2 goes in. Look incredible. Not allowing their opponents to break the double digits on a single map. And now a date with Cloud9 in the upper semi.
Oh, everybody wanted this. You know, everybody likes this. We get to see a long anticipated matchup, multiple years in the waiting for that matchup, but we can't get there before we just sing the praises of Mimi. What a performance out of her. She's completely changing her role. Sage on Icebox, the KO here finishes the game. 24 kills, 11 deaths. Absolutely smurfing on the server.
And in Mary's very first game, in a big LAN, she performs, makes a complete pivot onto the chamber, and looks incredible. And you can see the crowd is loving it. What a moment for the 2 new players of G2 integrating into this core and having their opportunity to shine.
Great stuff out from them. Of course, X10 journey not over just yet. Moved down into the bracket and had some bright moments themselves, right? Like Polly had some insane clutches in this one. I think just sort of unlocked a lot of things that may be a little bit too late, but G2 gonna take their bow in front of the home crowd here in Berlin, Germany. You heard the chants all day long, right? Like the crowd definitely has picked out their favorites in this tournament, and you're looking at them on your screen right now.
You hear a smattering of the X10 fans still in the audience, but G2, at the end of the day, this is their home turf, and I imagine the players are feeling excellent. You talked about that matchup. We've all been waiting, but the players too, both those on G2 and Cloud9 have gotten so much confidence against facing the other. Both have been so incredibly excited. What a moment for them to earn that spot.
100%. This team feeling real good about it, right? Second seed maybe, but first seed in their minds, absolutely.
Yeah, and if you're Cloud9 now, G2 making these huge changes coming in, you can't really know what to expect with this squad. And with them getting ready for that matchup, I imagine it turns to X10 now. They have a day here.
Oh, look at that! Back at home for Mary. The watch party is supporting from across the world. Oh, that just brings warmth to my heart. You know, like we finally got an international event for Game Changers, right? We finally got that now too. All of our players here in person, but we couldn't get all the fans here. But we know you're all watching around the world. You just got a taste. That's just heartwarming.
Yeah, and I mean for those folks at home, seeing Mary perform here on this stage, she's one of the very few Bahraini players in Valorant competing at this level, and it's super cool. And you have a chance to vote in the poll. It's over about there, and Mimi one of those options.
Mimi, look, I'm sorry. I could vote for you. I'm going to vote for the G2 Mimi. I think Mary is honestly all the players on G2 good, but Mimi standing out from the crowd here, especially on Breeze.
Yeah, if I had to put one in there, I'd say it would have to be Mimi for my in-zone MVP. But you guys get to have your say, and until then, we get a little break the desk to break things down on the other side.
victory. 2-0 for G2 Gozen. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Athena and Kakuka. 2-0 for both of the big titans coming out of NA and EMEA. It is pretty fitting they're going to face each other, but before we get to that, Kakuka, what a convincing close to the map as well for G2.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I have to say that for the side of X10, I'm very happy because some of the things that we talked about, like Muffin stepping up a little bit more right at the end, you know, those things were definitely there, but as you said, Yinsu, they're the titans, they're one of the ones to beat, and you know, in the end, we're going to get the match that we expected to get on day one and maybe sometime in the final later.
Yeah, I mean, G2 really showed us why they're considered the titans this game. I think that they really managed to pull a lot of things out and kind of prove it to X10 that, like, hey, we're here to play. I think X10 definitely started getting it more towards the end of both of these games, which kind of sucks, because if they had adopted just a little bit faster, they definitely would have gotten a lot closer of a game here.
I love the fact that Mimi keeps performing. I think that she is going to be our first certified Lanimo, especially because of the performance that she had been having in Game Changers. Again, from Series 2 to Series 3, she dropped over 40 ACS. She was dropping in every single category. And now she's coming in, playing KO for the first time, just filling in for the team, also swapping to that stage. And now she can do anything. She feels unstoppable. On the side of X10, I think that it's also complicated to be putting on the numbers. I admire the resilience because it is very hard to keep your head in the game when you're in like a 5-11, you know?
Yeah, they definitely held on to something towards the end there. They were getting the rounds that they definitely could have just lost all confidence, lost all momentum, but they actually ended up doing it really, really well. But at the end of the day, G2 just going crazy here. We see Mimi going off, getting these kills, kind of doing the aim training, you know, the aim lab shootout that she was doing before definitely paid out here. She was, like, as Ender said, kind of smurfing in the server, and I think at the end of the day, G2 definitely just showed that they were a lot more composed and a lot more ready for this match.
Oh yeah, completely. Another cool stat that we need to mention is the fact that Juliana is such an important part for the team. We were talking about and surprised about the Reyna. I want to see it more in the future. Definitely keep bringing in those changes. You want to see it in every single map. I'm kind of sad that we only got to see 2, but it's very fun to watch it perform. In every single round that she died first, G2 was not able to convert it, even though on those 4v5 situations they still had a chance. If Juliana wasn't there, if that thinking mind that you were talking about, Athena, wasn't there in the round to play with them, things got complicated.
Yeah, and I gotta say, we talk about a lot of teams go through the role changes. We were a little bit worried, have they had enough time? They spoke about it themselves. This is the right thing to do. Are you guys on board with this now? Do you understand why they made those changes?
I'm definitely on board. I think these changes played out amazingly well for them. I think they definitely like solidified themselves in their roles, and it just showed today.
Yeah, it did indeed. And Mimi, debut on KO. She's in for a chance for the MVP of the match, of course. We do have the poll results here for you guys, so we can have a look to the
Finally, I can agree with Twitter on something.
Yeah, the InZone fan poll result you have here, 66% for Mimi, but also Mimi completely deserved it, but I do want to give a shout out to Glance. What a series for her.
Especially right off the bat. If you take a look at G2, of course, she's not part of the core, and in some of the cases, if you look at the stats, she's going to be at the bottom. But the fact that just on the first round, she got that 4K. On the third round, she already had her ultimate to play around. She gave so many things to her teammates all over the way. I'm very happy with that.
Her impact frags were just amazing. And she is the newest change to the roster. So I think she kind of like fit in perfectly there. And I think that like it was a great decision for Glance. And she's not necessarily in the role that does get those kills, but she did her job. She got the impact kills, and she really just did like a solid job of her role.
It's the Zoomers. I feel like Mimi is like the boomer being like, hey, I'm going to show you what I can do. But Glance and Mary, it doesn't even look like that's their first ever, big LAN event like this.
I think it's the impact that we were talking about of when you have experience within your teammates, what they can give you. I was just hearing something in my ear, and I was like, oh.
No, it's all good, because speaking of boomers, here's Golden Boy, and he's standing by with Giuliano in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you. Thank you, I think. I want to, yep. Anyway, of course, I'm here with the one and only Giuliano. They asked me who I wanted to talk to, and I just had to talk to you. You're a legend in the space. It's a pleasure to be able to chat with you here. How did that feel? How did it feel going up against X10 there on the stage? With so many of the people in the crowd, cheering you guys on.
Yeah, I mean, this is our house, right?
Ah, I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
it felt really good, actually.
Yeah. No, of course. And going into Icebox, something that stood out right away. You guys were bringing out the Fade Rays, which I know that this was a point of contention for you guys when you faced off Guild last time. Did you feel like you needed to make changes? Is this like what we should be expecting, or was this you testing something out in an official match here against an opponent you felt confident against?
No, I mean, it was just a comp that we tried doing during our prep for this tournament, and honestly, it was like the comp that we were stomping everyone on, and we went with it.
Yeah, the comp you're stomping with. I get it. I like it. I like it. Did you have any concerns about X10 though going into it? Because it felt like in the beginning they were showing some life. They were holding their own whenever they needed to, and then you guys started to run away with it. Were there concerns on the initial portion of that game against X10?
I think it was like initially because, it's very hard to know if teams have changed anything, what's their prep for this tournament and such. So we were like just feeling out the map, kind of how they were playing. And eventually we realized, well, they're playing heavy A, and we started abusing their mid and B side. So I think that was just the main point. Like, they were shooting hard, but we were also running into stacks. Yeah. But it's kind of our play style. Like, we figure out a lot how to play and how to counter. If you can't counter, then we'll
So you have C9 White coming up next. This is the matchup everyone's been looking forward to.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it, right? Yeah. For you guys in the EMEA, it's time for you guys to show that, this whole time you're the most dominant team. C9 White, same thing there as well. What are your thoughts about that match?
I think it's going to be fun. I mean, I've had rivalry with CG Red before for such a long time, and I mean, we won a couple of times.
Okay,
okay. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I'm excited, and I think it's going to be a really good game.
Yeah. I think everyone is excited as well, and I can't wait to watch it myself. Juliana, I want to thank you so much, and congratulations on your win. Looking forward to seeing you in the next match. But that's going to do it for us here. But for now, let's actually take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights of that last game and see how G2 were able to walk away with that 2-0 victory.
X10, they are the Titan Slayers of APAC, and they face yet another Titan, this time from EMEA. But this is G2's home turf, and do we believe in another upset?
Find a shot, but G2 just wants to bite. Petra swings forward, grabs 3, and Mary is there for the last.
What a start for this team here. Another day at the office.
G2, 13-4, make a statement in their opener on LAN.
You're good. You're great. You're great. You're great. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're good. You're insane. You're insane. In the head. True.
It's going to be Mimi for 2. Make it a 3rd. You cannot get past her.
She gets a kill. She can just pop one out, but she'll stick around for more. 2nd and the dismiss. Easy
Nice! Let's go! And continue the push as Mimi is there to trade everything on through. A triple for her. And that round over before it started. G2 take the series.
This is their home. Back on land. G2 goes in. Look incredible. Not allowing their opponents to break the double digits on a single map.
that you're just my type. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. 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 You're just my type, type. That's what I like. Yeah, here we go again. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. 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 You're just my type, type. Switch, type, my type, type, my type. Type, my type, type, my type. Hey, type, my type, type, my type. Type, my type, type, my type. Type, my type, type, my type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type.
Je wint.
Welcome back to the Game Changers World Championships, where we're about to show you the most highly anticipated Game Changers match of all time. And I cannot believe we're getting this on day one. It is Cloud9 White versus G2 Gozen. And joining me to break things down are Athena and the guy that's been gassing up EU in this very studio for years, Ender.
That's true.
I can't wait to see you gas up EU more.
Look, the thing is, I'm gassing everyone up because this matchup is just actually too good. We've been waiting so long for it. I want it to start now. Like, I just want to press that start game button and get us in.
I mean, I feel there's too much on the line. There's the NA versus EU. There's the pride of everything. But the good thing is we've seen both teams play already today. We know a little bit of what we're going to be getting. And Ender, to the people at home that might not be as excited about C9 White as the rest of us, why should we be excited about this matchup?
Well, first of all, hold on. What have you guys been watching? Like, everyone should be excited for Cloud9 White. But no, this is a team that has just dominated NA from start to finish. They've never lost a Game Changers event in North America, and they've never even really looked challenged. Like, Shopify have gotten, like, somewhat close, but since G2 has been, you know, dominating things in EMEA, they have been crushing it over in North America. So it really is two worlds colliding here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy that I'm not the only NA on the desk anymore.
Oh, no. I'm outnumbered.
Yeah, C9. Now I can say it. I can say it now. No, I think C9 obviously have been showing that they are dominating, and G2 as well. I mean, for me, they is a pleasant surprise to watch them play just now. Like, I think they really brought a lot to the board.
Yeah, I think the fact that we just saw them play, it's something that we can keep in our memories, recent memories of what we should be expecting. And now we've seen the LAN debut of C9 White. What for you, Ender, do you feel like is the one thing that is going to allow them to dominate another team that is as good as G2?
I think this team just has the strongest fundamentals in Game Changers, just bar none. And I don't think it's close. Like, in terms of just like setting up, like always just very strong defaulting, and more than anything, like their post plant holds. Like, it's so hard to find a crack in the armor of C9, whether it's their defensive spreads or it's them. I just wanted to look at a couple of rounds on a set, because every single time you have a player in a position that's easily tradable. This is a bonus round. You've got two ghosts right outside doors, and then Mel with the late reflank through mid. That's fantastic. Then you have this other clip right here where they're able to play really sort of like off-angle positions, right? Alexis is here, ready to swing out, two players working towards heaven. Alexis just absolutely dominating. And it didn't matter if it was A site or B site on Ascent. It didn't matter if it was going to be moving over onto Haven. They were just always making the right decisions in the post plans, and it meant that there were very few rounds Crew was able to actually win from that deficit.
Yeah, I think C9 for sure is one of those teams that they're so unified, but also individualistic at the exact same time. Like, each one of these players can perform, but at the same time, they also play perfectly together. They have that synergy, and they have proof of they have what it takes. And this is why they have been dominating the NA scene.
100%. I also just think, like, they are great problem solvers on the fly too, right? Like, the calling for Mel is so good that even when you lose a couple of players, like that clip right there, it's a 2 versus 2. They don't really know where everyone is on the map. And instead of just planting the spike on A, they push into CT spawn, right? Try to scout that out and make the right choices. They are very good at that on-the-fly decision-making, and it really does put them a cut above.
Did you expect them to win as dominantly as they did on that first game? Because I know that Crew were your kind of like secret pocket picks.
That's the thing, is like, I had really high expectations of Crew, but it goes to show, like, my expectations of C9 are just actually in the clouds, right? Like, they're my favorites to win the tournament, and I think that it just is that combination of just really strong, sturdy play and the aim. It really is the full package there.
Well, if there's anyone that I feel like that's going to bring them down to earth, it does seem like it's going to be G2 Gozen, because Athena, it feels like their LAN debut was extremely strong as well. Maybe not as flashy as the way the C9 did, but they come in here with some changes and it looks good.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw them play. We just saw those changes go kind of crazy. We saw Mary popping off, Mimi popping off, Giuliano, Glance, all of them literally in their own retrospective roles made it work, even if it was a new change. And I think for them, especially coming into this, the edge that they might potentially have over C9 is that
we got this.
Like, they know how to play. They have the element of surprise with their new roster picks. They might be running completely new playstyles too. We don't know. And I think that that is something that C9 perhaps might not be able to expect, might not be able to play around, and those small decision-making might not be as smooth as they want it to be.
That's the thing, right? Like, G2 have been hyping up the experience, and I think sort of looking at the comps too, like, my concern when they pivoted away from Mimi on Killjoy, because she was like the main like mid-solo player, lurk player on Icebox, was like, do they lose that element? No, they didn't. Like, Glance immediately just jumped in and sort of carried that role. So this was not just a full, like, strategic compositional switch up. No, this was just an extra layer that they can tap into. And having those layers, having that diversity in the playbook that you can bring in is what you need against a team like Cloud9. Because you will not beat this team by running one trick. You can't be a one-trick pony versus C9. You have to be on your game round around.
Yeah, I think even with G2, one thing that I know personally about LAN experience is when you're playing and you've just played and you're still warm, especially with the way that these girls were just playing, I think they can definitely like put out a really, really good fight against C9, who potentially isn't as warm as G2.
I mean, what I will say is, though, two players that, at least coming into this tournament, I was personally really excited about were Bob and Giuliano. And it does feel like, at least after the first match we saw of them, and it was different storylines for both of these two. I was expecting Giuliano to maybe outperform Bob, but so far it's been the other way around.
Yeah, it's a Bob world out here, and we just live in it. Oh my, what a treat to watch of a player, because I really do feel like she can accomplish so much. And like, obviously, cracked out aimer, great game sense, all this stuff too, but the Bob lurks got activated on Ascent, and Bob is a player that when, you know, your duelist, your opening fraggers fall on Cloud9, she will take the game, she will take the risk and just blow up and around. Even if it's a 4v5, 3v5 for C9, she'll just flip it around on you. And
entry B, they normally
and she's on that initiator role. Like, that's not the role that's supposed to be doing that. She's becoming a playmaker, a lurker, an entry fragger, a clutcher. Like, Bob has been doing so much for this roster that she's actually one of the most insane pickups, I think, that has happened in the Game Changer scene, period. Because she is literally proving herself over and over again and dropping the numbers on initiator, which is insane to me.
She is the best pickup. I will double down with you on that one. That is so good. She also busts out the op, you know, because why not on the Sova? Like, she just really is the complete package of a player, someone where the sky really is the limit in terms of her future.
I honestly think Giuliano underperforming is a good thing, because G2 were able to win that dominantly when Giuliano is not on form. When she's going to drop like 350 ACS on Raze, they're going to be 13-0ing everyone. I'm just going to throw that out right now. But what I will say is I'm about to eat my own words, because if you look at the map losses between C9Y and G2 Goes, and the reason we're doing losses is because they're two of the most dominant teams in the world. It hasn't looked great for G2. Actually, I heard one of the C9 players say, oh, G2, they lost the same number of maps as we did in a week than we did in an entire year.
Damn.
Which
that
is true,
ridiculous.
by the way. I checked. It was true.
Yeah, also, this is map losses, not series losses. Like, Cloud9 have lost 4 maps all year. G2 have lost 7. Like, that is just ridiculous on its own. But yes, G2 did have that late fall up against Guild. Of course, us, you know, stinging them coming into this, that they're only the 2nd seed. But hey, you know, it let us get this match on day 1. You wouldn't get that if they were the first seed.
I'm okay with it.
So really, they really
nice, well played, guys. GG.
You gotta appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Giuliana just said too. She said, like, it's our turf, you know? Like, I think she has that confidence. I think now she's warmed up to kind of drop bombs on these kids, like, you know, like go on to C9 and kind of like show what she really wants to do as that duelist and as that IGL mega mine going in first. So I'm really excited. I think warming up is just a huge aspect of it. And I think Giuliano might just be on top of something.
You're one of us. You'll come to EMEA. What are you doing in NA? You're a free agent now. You can come to EU.
I will say, like, on that point about, like, being warm, like, Giuliano, yesterday, I was talking with her, and we were talking about the schedule. She's like, yeah, I would much prefer to be the one playing the second match, and then back-to-back, you're already on the stage. So, yeah, you know, she had the 2 warm-up games. She's coming in full force here.
I mean, speaking of Giuliano being confident, I know that it's not going to be a surprise that C9Y players are confident, and I saw a tweet from Alexis I want to show you guys at home right after they beat Crew. Surely this gets harder than this. Right?
Oh.
Sure, does it?
I love the confidence.
Look, G2 is super hyped up. I would say, yeah, let's hope G2 make it a little bit harder for them. But honestly, if Jazzy was just cranking the hip-hop backstage, getting amped up for this one, I don't know if you can beat that.
I mean, this is the question, right? Does this settle it? Do you guys feel like whoever comes out on top today can confidently say that they can settle the we are the best team in the world, or you know, it's a bit
counteroffer? Guild still exists.
Yeah.
They're playing
Finally.
tomorrow. Another insane matchup on our hands there as well. But I think they're gonna have a run for money. There's a lot of Liquid fans out there too that I think would be like, no, you can't say that after day one.
It's Fennel for me. It's all about Fennel.
They're so cute. It's all about Fennel for me as well. They're so cute. But yeah, I mean, seeing C9 play and seeing G2 play, like, it's so similar but so different at the same time. Like, they can both, I think, outplay each other in way different aspects. Like, I think Lurks and all that stuff, like, both these teams have them down. And I think the fundamentals are just there for both teams. So I do think that it might be, hey, we're the best team in the world now.
Oh, I mean, it's still two teams also with the best map pool of this entire tournament. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to get as I hand this over to the map. Select. Where would you like to see them go? Where would you not like to see them go?
Ooh, that's an interesting question here, because I think like G2, I've always been a huge fan of their icebox, so personally I'd like to see if they can get that going for them, especially with the changes we've seen from that. C9 don't want to deal with that.
Open! They left Pearl open! Do it!
Oh my god.
I mean, C9 have not been like huge icebox enjoyers. They also do like to ban the Breeze, so I think Breeze is like one of those more chaotic maps that they just try to remove from the pool. So those two are like the bans that don't super surprise me, but C9 just put a fantastic performance on Ascent here, and I think that is a great map for them. I'd really be surprised if G2 could take that in their favor.
Yeah, I think they're going defense first. I think they can definitely try to get as many rounds as they possibly can, because we have seen C9 be absolutely deadly on that Ascent attack side. But they did end up picking Breeze, which I think is really good, because again, they are warmed up on it, they just played on it, they just kind of slapped on it. I think they did lose a few rounds, and being able to kind of adapt those mistakes and incorporate that into your next game coming up might be a good play here.
It's funny because like G2 want to be warmed, but at the same time, I think C9 love to be watching that series because they just saw how G2 played that Breeze map. Tons of early mid aggression on the defensive side, so they're going to have very strong ideas of how to counter that out. But finishing out on Pearl is really interesting because G2's Pearl was very good up against Guild in the finals, but we're also not expecting to see that same exact Pearl from them because they've been changing all their other maps.
Giuliano is going to play right now.
That would not surprise me.
Very high chance.
I would love to see that.
I'm surprised that Pearl was left open. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, I honestly, me too. Like, I feel like the playstyle wise, G2 definitely has the kind of edge because they have the firepower of like holding and going forward and kind of doing more individual plays, which I feel like Pearl is really infamous for. Whereas like C9, they do love to do things unified, but you know, as I'm saying that, like in the back of my head, Bob just keeps coming back and coming back. And so I think like this is going to be a real like initiator diff map. I think no matter what happens, the duelists will probably both go crazy, go stupid, but like the initiator diff is really going to come out here. It's super important to get info on that map. It's super important to play that map. So we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm going to need a map 3 for this, but we're going to take a quick break here. And when I tell you not to move, guys, don't move. You do not want to miss C9 White versus G2 Goes, and we'll see you in a minute.
Yep.
Die voor mij gepakt is van Jonas.
Een vriend van Adam.
Welcome back, everyone. Like I said before the break, I hope you didn't move because Ender lost. He did move. Luckily, you guys have already seen these two teams play today, and history is about to be made. C9 White are taking on G2 Gozen right now. This is the most highly anticipated game changers match of all time. The two teams who have always claimed that they are the best in the world. We are about to settle it here. It's NA versus EMEA, and I am very, very excited to see who's going to come out on top and get the bragging rights, I assume, probably for the rest of their careers.
Yeah, this one's going to last for a long time, unless there's a rematch in the finals. Of course, that's always an option, you know? We get into VO5 territory, but these two teams... Oh gosh, I am so excited. We got a little bit of swagger coming out with Mel, you know, brushing it off the shoulder here. These teams are confident they're ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, with these two teams, it's almost feeling like this is going to be the start of an El Clasico kind of, like these two pillars of esports, these two pillars of teams just kind of like dominating everything. Again, I'm so excited to see how this game plays out. You can hear the chants, you can hear everyone going crazy. I'm just as excited as them.
I will say, you could tell how much people respect C9 White, even in Europe, because when they were doing their walkouts, people were still cheering for them, you know, hyping them up. As we saw from Champions, a lot of the NA teams, they don't get much love over here in Europe, but even us Europeans can really see that C9 White has the potential to be the best in the world.
Look, you can't not love Cloud9. Yes, Killjoy! I see you, Cloud9, let's go! I love that. Coming into the studio, repping out C9 and G2. Maybe a battle of chance a little bit later on as we get into it. But this is going to be our first look here on Ascent for G2. So questions are abound. We've seen Mary on the chamber a couple of times, but I'm not necessarily convinced that that's going to be the look for Mary. And the Killjoy has been really strong for them previously.
Yeah, I mean, we saw C9 absolutely dominate their attack side on Ascent and kind of putting up the numbers that we aren't necessarily used to on a map that's that balanced. So again, like, it's going to be really hard for G2 here. Again, if they do put the chamber on, I think kind of missing that Killjoy Mimi is kind of heartbreaking a little bit, but I do think that obviously they made changes. They might make it work. Maybe we see a Sage come out. Who knows? I think either way, they just saw C9 play Ascent, and so maybe they might have that extra little feedback going in from their coach, from their previous watching of VODs, or just seeing them play live today, that it might work out in their favor also.
Yeah, the thing I'm wondering is, like, are we going to see Giuliano back on a Jet? Because she went away from the Jet on two, previous, like, strong Jet maps for her, and instead went for the Raze, the Reyna on that. And I think Jet is still very much a staple on this map of Ascent, but it's fairly likely, like, if we see Mimi moving away from the Killjoy, if a chamber does come into play, it opens up ideas like the Fade Raze to come in if that's the angle Giuliano wants to go.
Or into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Again, you both touched on it. G2 coming in with changes. Cloud9, they also sometimes like to bring some changes, but after the dominant performance we saw earlier, I don't think we're going to expect anything too crazy from them. Mary on the left here is going to be locking in her agent first, and they're going to go for the chamber.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that to me signals that it very likely is the Raze Fade, but no, it's going to be a Sage. So this is probably a no duelist composition, right?
What is going on? Wait, can we just confirm with producer that this is not a misclick?
It's a Brimstone. Because, okay, to be clear, in the past, C9 played Brimstone on this map. We're like, yeah, we were trolling, like, we're not playing our best controller on this one. But no, G2 are coming in with the Brimmy and the Stimmy on this map. That is absolutely insane.
I mean, Athena, you called the Sage, but explain the Brimstone.
I can't. They're on their own with this one. I mean, I tried. I really did. No, I think this comp is, it's very interesting. It's definitely a defense-heavy comp. I think they really have to try on that attack side to kind of find the rounds, but it might be the answer to C9's attack side on Ascent.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the tough thing about playing a Brimstone here is like the range on your smokes tethers you. Usually on this map you see an Astra and Omen, so Brimstone sort of has to float around mid, which maybe isn't optimal if you want your chamber to be playing around the middle area of the map. So I don't know. This is a curveball, and I don't know if I love this look for G2.
I need two people to help me react to this. Vansili and Potter, what do you think?
I'm speechless. I'm just speechless right now. You know.
I'm excited.
Super excited.
We've got almost the grand finals coming through on the first day. I mean, in a lot of people's eyes, especially Twitch chat out there, you're looking at both these teams, and we're getting a treat for ourselves on the first day here at Game Changers.
So many conversations around who's the best team in Game Changers, and we have two pillars as teams, being Cloud9 and G2, and this is finally the time to see which one of these pillars is going to start to crumble down.
Yeah, I'm looking straight. We already kind of got a glimpse, Vans. We got treated, and you know, Ender was mentioning it on the desk. Cloud9, they got to see G2 in the back room. They got to study the notes, see if exactly those VOD reviews leading up to this event, if the notes were accurate. And on the same token, G2, they've got to be flying high.
Jij bent gewoon nog thuis, toch?
That momentum coming into this first map.
Exactly, and we're kicking things off.
Bro, ik weet niet waar Zeger is.
G2, a wall early as G2 is on the defense here on this B site, but it's a self.
Ja, ik weet niet wat hij aan het doen is.
To get a little bit of information at the start, and that's where C9 is headed towards. Here's the first shots, but it forces a rotation of Petra.
Dat is echt een kwartier geleden, of niet?
Sage to pull down that Sage wall early now. C9, they've got to deal with that. A lot of pistol bullets to even slow them down, and as soon as that Brimstone smoke comes down, Cloud9 White, they're going to rethink their entire beginning of this round. You saw Mel there kind of shanking away at that knife, or at that wall rather. Yeah. She was able to break a piece of that.
Ja, ik heb hem al echt 10 keer gebeld, maar hij neemt niet op.
This crossfire is going to be tough for Cloud9.
Ja, je kan hem ook niet op WhatsApp bellen, omdat jij niet...
At the beginning of the A site, and here's the first point of contact, and first blood is going to be G2. And they take the advantage into this round with 2 more only remaining now for C9 White. It's up to Mel and Bob, who start things off to turn it around for C9. One player disadvantage as Mel is looking for at least an entry somewhere inside this B site, but it's not going to be there. It's going to be Petra welcoming her into G2's home.
Maar weg zou fietsen, dan gaat hij toch naar Gerrit.
G2 get into pistol round.
Beautiful, beautiful, precise aiming there for Petra. Nice crosshair placement as well, and that crossfire that we talked about at Cat was so deadly. At first, I was worried there, a little bit of a whiff shot, maybe some land jitters coming through, but either way, the crossfire, believing in that, definitely pays off for G2. And there was a chance, right? We saw Mel towards that B main a little bit, since there was so much interaction
ik meld wel als hij hier is, ja?
Tried to find that timing, tried to
ik meld je, hij is goed al zo.
Just so good for it.
Definitely for G2 as they had all of their players really focused up on mid and that B side. In this round, it's going to be more focused towards the A side. KO Knife coming out for the attack for C9 White. Did spot a little bit of opponents here as there's a double stack from Glance and Mimi. Counter Knife out, detecting the presence of only one player so far. And C9, once again, one of those early rounds where we're just going to pull back once they get discovered.
Yeah, quite a bit invested coming into this round. Bob even going for that half armor. At least they are going to get away with grabbing an orb. And Cloud9, these sheriffs can be quite deadly for these players on Cloud9 White. And they're just slowing it down. This is where Cloud9 shines, is when they're able to slow down the pace and really communicate across the board with each other. So these anti-ecos, fans, they are always terrifying for me.
We're already seeing a glance at the beginning here at the walls that come out early into this B side. Seems to be a way to just counter Mel exactly into these late lurks where they gotta have to refocus, maybe break the wall, create a presence.
Yeah, exactly. And you saw Mel here just kind of tucking behind, and she didn't want to break that recon dart, give away that free information, and a quick hit is going to come through. Just pistols on the side of Cloud9, but they get the entry.
And that's only one player at the staircase. Lines up for the first kill. That's Giuliano trying to answer for the second one. Meanwhile, we do have to rotate back. The wall comes out to block the CT spawn. The Katsumi now goes in for the plant. 10 seconds left on the clock, but C9 still at a one-player advantage.
Not a lot of util here left.
bomb is ticking away, and Mimi, she's got one flash left. She's gonna let both of her players take over that stairs position and probably pop a flash, but her teammate goes down early. No trade in sight.
Well, at least the trades are there for C9. Only one to go, and that's Mimi that you talked about before. But that's Alexis waiting. That's a thrifty round that comes in for C9, and that is 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Wow, and you know, we talked about the fact that Cloud9, they shine when they slow things down, and we gotta go back to that recon in B main. Mel, the fact that she didn't give away any sound cue, no information given away for free, just simply by tucking and pouncing and everyone exploding together and making sure they get that trade results in a thrifty round win. Beautiful, simple execute coming out here for Cloud9 White.
Now this puts G2, of course, on an eco. Going into, look at that reaction. We felt the tension going into the walk-ins. The crowd was cheering for G2 and C9, but at the same time, it seems as though you see the clash of G2 and C9, the players themselves. And I'm loving what I'm seeing so far.
Alexis was cracking her knuckles. She is ready.
We were saying we could almost hear it at the caster desk right here.
Exactly. I mean, it's been 2 years, Vance. 2 years for this LAN, and finally, international LAN, and these players are definitely looking sharp right now. Just an anti-eco on the side for G2. Not a lot of money on their side. And interesting positions, though, here. You see Mary really utilizing that chamber kit in that forward position in those mid-stairs. This is a lot of noise cues. You can see the rotations coming through for G2. They want to make it to this A site ASAP.
Trying to delay as much as we can for G2 as they put the brimstone smoke, towards the A main. But after we forfeit the site, that's an open one for C9 to play a 5-player pulse plant. And you see the entry style that Jazzy was talking about. Slow orb, wall towards the heaven side. Going to make it very difficult for G2 to rotate back. And they're just winning their duels. It's easy kills. They have the stronger weapons. And they're looking for the flawless in this round.
Clean. Look, it's easy kills, Vans, but it feels good when you're able to walk away with a round as clean as this. As I said, these anti-ecos absolutely terrify me. So if you're Mel on the side of Cloud9 White, you're just kind of nodding your head and saying, good job, guys. This one wasn't close this time. Finally, we're going to see a healthy purchase coming through here for G2 in the first real gun round.
That was a Prime Gaming flawless that we saw as well. So we're looking at the replays. You see the positioning, playing around the dice as well is very good for C9 to play these pulse plants. And we've seen that in that previous series earlier on today when they play against Crew, and that's what I'm talking about. You said Mel's gonna be calm? Mel's not calm. She's hyping up the team.
Getting really into it, and you love to see it, right? And we have to harp on it because, again, this is the first LAN. We always talk about those LAN jitters. A lot of these players, it's their first time on an international stage such as this. To see them so invested and not really shying away from these duels is fantastic to see. Cloud9 White very much congregated towards this A main, and Mimi, this flash is going to be everything. The timing, Glance gets contact.
Glance still looking to play that bait. Looking for the Jiggle Pete to fall back and potentially go for the double swing. Oh yeah, that's a huge nade.
Oh,
we're looking for it. You can see Mimi's looking up and down.
Missed.
But you missed. She's actually staying back there. Bob looking for the tap on to the orb. It's going to get picked up, and that's a Hunter's Fury that's ready.
I think that nade might have bounced off the kneecap or something. That was a funky bounce there, but luckily for Mimi, she's able to keep breathing there, and Glance still in the same area, and Cloud9 White, they're just cutting noise, but look at this reaggress.
Still Glance for the first, but Katsumi answers back with 2. That opens up the A site. The smoke comes in towards the door, and there's that lurk from Mel. The battle ensues soon towards that B site, but the plant will come in towards A, and there you go. Mel does win that fight on that lurk, but Mary wants to fight back. It's back to a 2v2 situation, but the health advantage does come in for G2. Already inside the site, Mary gets the third into the round, and it's up to Mel on the lurk to look for the clutch. Wall and the door has to be broken. Looking for the pick, we'll get it, and on the defuse, we're sticking it, but Mel gets the clutch. The Red Bull clutch on that 2 versus 1.
Mel was all the way at B site. She had to really book it, put on those fast running shoes, and make it to her teammate in Katsumi, who was all alone in that site. But again, the comms, the communications coming through for Cloud9 White, it almost came to bite them, almost punished them, but almost no stone left unturned here for the side of C9.
And I remember when I was watching Twitter what was going on here during the match of G2 when they're playing against X10. I remember Zaz was tweeting out, hey, X10's playing a little bit too slow right now. They're giving a lot of room for G2. And you could see for G2 in this match, they want to be relentless. They want to continue to push forward. They don't care if they're at a player disadvantage. Mare will swing out and she will fight. They always have great chances to bring it back.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see, that sort of fearlessness. and not backing down, and we're seeing it here from Mimi, inching her way forward on an anti-eco. That's a lot of sound cues. Jazzy didn't spot this, and she's going to be telling her teammates right now, they're all going B.
That was 2 sets of footsteps that she called out. Trying to pick up the rifle on the ground. She might get sprayed here, down to 29 HP. Will survive for a bit and retreats back into the A site, so that will be a Vandal picked up.
Yeah, look at this mini-map. All that information that Mimi was able to gather has made the rotations true, but Cloud9 White, they understand this.
Yeah.
They've slowed things down, and they understand they've got the better weaponry. They just need to use each other, use the information, and that's a clean equalizer for Mel.
Yeah, Petra thought that Mel didn't see her.
Oh, she stuck it.
The TP back at least from Mary, and Glance is holding towards the switch, but when we thought we had good positions, the favor is going back into C9. Nice flash to come out, but that's just going to slow down the attack. Spike has yet to get planted as Jazzican is looking for the wall to get down, and there you go. She's made it safely inside the site. The plant will come in. Now it's time for G2 to see if they can win this Thrifty.
3v3. Util a little bit lacking. And this positioning from Alexis, if she gets hard cleared, Katsumi's got to react quickly here.
That's the important part. C9 are always good for these crossfires that you talked about, Christine.
Beautiful.
And that is clean.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff, and it's textbook, right? It got a little bit dicey, especially towards that A when Mimi got all that ground, all that information. But again, if you're just able to hold your breath, take a second to recollect yourself, give each other the information, you can really see the inner workings of Cloud9 in those moments. They slow it down, they let each other know what the next step is, and that exec, it's just as clean as it can get.
And this is a great stat line that you see right now. 20-0 for C9 White throughout the whole Game Changer series of 2022. G2 at 9-1. But we're definitely seeing as to why C9 are comfortable, despite these agent changes that are coming out from G2. A new comp that comes into this round.
Yeah, right off the bat, Huntress Fury coming through for Bob, and she's creating so much pressure. Glance was able to punish Katsumi, though. You saw Katsumi really taking that space over, trying to take advantage of all that pressure the Huntress Fury was providing. Mary, forward position, but Mel is just so deadly. She's able to push her off that angle, and not having this B main control for G2 should apply pressure. You see on the minimap, most of the members, most of the defenders are towards this A site. Cloud9 White, they've got a lot of map control. That's beautiful.
Didn't think that was going to happen, and that beautiful ult that comes out from the KO will nullify as well. Prevent the orbital strike from coming down, but Mimi still wants to stand her ground, wants to play around the dices. Now as a KO spawning as a camera, Mary does go for the support. Katsumi will now have to try to clutch a 2 versus 1. Spike is down, out in the open, by the door. Recon dart then comes out for the defense. Knife also spots her, but she still has a lot of time to work with.
And you can see Mimi's playing this very disciplined. Doesn't want to give away a freebie. Understands that they have all the advantages. And Petra's just waiting, biding her time to react off of this contact. This smoke is huge. Katsumi misses the shot. So blind.
Beautiful
Good recovery.
Beautiful play.
Yeah, nice recovery coming through here for G2. And I mean, again, things got dicey because Cloud9 White, we talked about the amount of map control that they had. They were able to push Mary off that B main, then inch forward towards Cat. And again, that's almost the entirety of the map, right? You don't have M1 control, you don't have M2. So Cloud9 had everything they needed in their bag to make that happen. But for some reason, things didn't work out. G2, that crossfire, holding true.
I like these coaching terms that you're calling out. M1, M2, teach this dude.
I wanna know how she know, and how she reading my mind. She catch me every time. She might be psychic, but I like she know about the mother girl, but she's still on my mind. A third eye's always on.
Match found.
I'm faded. want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and
Yo, team.
And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous.
Yo.
Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we hate it.
Yo. I can play initiator or race, whatever you want.
Said she wanna take the spaceship, fly somewhere that we nameless and be painless. What's her name, Marie? And she said she don't ever really wanna leave. She said don't nobody ever love you like me, that's my drug. Like girl, you get me higher than my weed. Hit it when I'm sipping, she said no more lean. Nighttime, I'll be up in all your dreams. Nighttime, I'll be up in all your. If I feel away, then I can call her, even if she faded. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we faded. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we hate it. Know you feel it when I pain hit. Dropping tears like it's raining, drinking and chasing. Manifest that you made it. On my mind I can't take it, but I won't erase it. She at home laying naked, waiting for a Jamaican. She got impatient. Not the one you wanna play with. She the one you wanna stay with and smoke till you faded. I want you to get all in your feels every time that they play this. And I know she ain't got no time to be sitting and waiting. And I wonder if she would've known me if I wasn't famous. Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause
Who is that well-dressed man on the other side? Ah, Zero Me. Of course.
Yeah. Yo.
That works.
Ain't no space for basic or that fake shit, cause we hate it.
Teleport's ready.
Smoke of C.
Looks like so.
They're taking back stars.
That's not ready.
To me, that
Teleport's ready.
Ah, like 3 garage. Stunned them. Chamber is mid. Landing B. One got us.
Spike planted.
Okay, was.
Last player standing.
My bad. It's okay.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
From my past, I have all this trauma. Getting cash off the racks on my problem. Don't work, no, it won't work out. Don't work, no, it won't work out. It don't work, now the pain's worse. It's gon' hurt, hope it all works out. I'm stuck in my head too much.
Out of charges.
Minutes. Why is mid open?
They've come.
Help me, bro.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Long.
Tired of the crying, please come back in my
My tower does not rest. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
tired of trying.
Nice ego.
Tired of dying, please
Also, that's a good start.
All the love when you missing me. All of the love when you distance me. All of the love when you missing
Teleport's ready. Still they are.
Bah.
Spike planted.
all of the love and tremendously. I am free. I feel.
Flash out.
Last player standing.
120 on Sova. How did you buy and lose C? I have to know.
Okay, how did you buy and lose team? I just missed
Because
that.
I wasn't C. You were 3C.
No, I was 8. What do you?
Yeah, no. Not you then.
Chill out, friend.
How the fuck did you lose C with guns?
We can push them back.
They have an AWP.
Landing B.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
In the smoke.
Next.
Nice eco.
Together, we will bury them under their transgression.
All set up. Teleport's ready. A gift.
Reloading.
Looks like C.
They found my trap.
Spike planted.
I have a flash.
Fiendje in the corner.
Last player standing.
Whatever, bro.
Weapon choice. It is so
We buy and we lose C every round. Never die. Raise, go away. Just go away.
So dead. That works. Teleport's ready.
Kut! Vriend.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Stealing sight.
Trust me, they'll know.
That's a good spot. I'm too far. I'm too far. I'm too far. Teleport's ready. Trap destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Stubborn.
A gift. All set up. Teleport's ready. You want to play? Let's play. Zed's not ready. Cover going out. They found my trap.
They will see.
Spike planted.
Not your best. Let's go!
Okay, on side.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Backside.
Nice. You still got this, guys. Easy. You still got this.
They think they're so secure. That works. You should do. Teleport's ready.
Can you smoke garage, Omen?
I couldn't. I turned off.
King's mid.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Go get him.
I lose my mind that time I think about you leaving again.
Okay, take the ult. Thank you.
I can't see you leaving me and starting over from scratch. Billy Key inside your purse and say one in my bag. But mine's a black and yours is white, so somehow they don't match. Trying to tell you that you're perfect without telling you perfect. Must be dreaming cause the girl I dream about right here in person. Just tell me all your problems cause eventually they worse. Just wanted to make sure you knew your purpose. But we all grown up. Caught inside your feelings, now they all blown up. I wanted to give you
garage.
Eliminate.
Spike planted.
Sofa garage.
Last player standing.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time. Also, again.
Only can you smoke a garage instantly?
Okay.
KO and sofa mid.
They drone and big.
You're dead.
B?
Just a drone.
I think KO flash garage.
So mid. -4.
Teleport's ready.
Well, 20 KO mid.
Flash out.
Spike planted.
I can't use that.
All 3B was
Bomb by
Last player standing.
too low.
Should we keep this ball like, do I need it or not? But we all caught inside your feelings, now they all blown up. I wanted to give you the world. Fell in love with
Last round before the switch.
we can stand it, but we inside your feelings, now they all blown up. I wanted to give you the world. They fell in love with my girl.
That works. Teleport's ready.
Let's make them dance.
Spike down. C.
Oh, behind the box, behind the box, behind the box.
1C, 1C.
Maybe go rest stage.
Okay, we'll see.
Your duty is not over.
So dead. Teleport's ready.
Enemy in attack spawn.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted A.
26. He's on A. Long.
Enemy spot here.
10 seconds left.
Nice.
Spike spotted A.
Switching sides.
If you are not doing
Is
well,
someone
keep
do
trying.
with the race?
You must keep up appearances.
Hello guys. Is someone do with the race?
No.
No.
Okay.
must endure. That's a good spot.
Reloading. Enemy spotted C.
Shadows traveling. All set up.
58
Last player standing.
Yeah, reported the race.
C.
Don't you think I've been through enough? Baby, we've been falling in out of love. You shot me down, yeah, lost all my trust. Everything you promised and it's really a bluff.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Yeah, they're not surprised.
Spike down mid.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense. That works. I have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Cover going out.
Should have seen the sign, so I guess I deserved it. Made a habit of cracks in the surface.
I can't use that.
10 seconds left.
I can't use that.
That's a good spot.
Can you heal me?
Healing you. Here.
Phoenix is behind. What am I?
One dead.
Rest.
Your duty is not over.
Enemy spotted mid.
Last player standing.
Hey.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them. A gift. I am everywhere.
Spike is down.
Spike down mid.
I have the spike. Drop the spike.
Last player standing.
Silence. Blinding.
Match point.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
That works. Who will I spot first?
You have heal, Sage?